Powderkeg. This is totally unacceptable, McGonagall said. I was sitting in the headmaster's office facing Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall. Millie was beside me, and so were the two bullies. They hadn't taken their eyes off me the entire time. I was protecting my roommate, I said. What more do you want me to say? These boys deny that they did anything wrong, they say that you simply attacked them out of the blue. And why would I do that? I asked. I've been here 2 weeks and I haven't attacked a single Gryffindor. I actually pushed for better school brooms that would help keep some of them safe. There have been incidents between the Slytherins and the Gryffindors, she said. And since when have I cared about house politics? I found myself getting irritated despite myself. This was feeling a lot like one of my visits to Blackwell's office, where nothing I said made any difference if it didn't fit the party line. Even if what you say is true, you should have come for a teacher, McGonagall said. Not dangled a student at a height that would have almost certainly killed him, and broken his wand. She kicked me in the face and broke my tooth too, one of the boys said. And what would have happened if I'd gone to a teacher? I asked. They'd have lied and said they hadn't done anything, for all I know they'd have been the ones dangling her off the side of the stairs, and then they'd claim that she was lying, because of course Slytherins always lie. You shouldn't have resorted to physical violence, McGonagall insisted. We have been making allowances for your situation, but there have to be limits. Because Gryffindors are always pure and good, and Slytherins are always evil. I asked. Considering that 2 of my judges had been Gryffindors, I doubted that this was a good avenue of attack, but I found myself getting irritated by the injustice of it all. Because a student could have died, she said. And this isn't the first time. There was that. Sooner or later I was going to find a student whose robes weren't up to snuff, and that would be that. There's no proof I was involved in that last thing, I said quickly. But plenty of proof that you probably were, she said. These boys have accused Mr. Longbottom of giving you the password to the Gryffindor common room. Is that true? He has never said anything about that to me, I said. And I haven't used him to get any information of that sort. We shall see, she said grimly. You should know that it is an infraction for a student to be found in the common room of another house. More serious than being accused of attempted murder? I asked, with an eyebrow raised. Snape was watching both of us quietly. I suspected that he had conflicting feelings about this situation. He genuinely seemed to dislike the Gryffindors, I had no idea why. Maybe it was the result of his having years of them acting out in school and causing explosions, maybe it was something from his own school days. It didn't matter. Despite his appearance of indifference, he seemed to empathize with, and want to support his snakes. The fact that I'd done so, even to a half-blood like Millie, had to push some buttons with him. However, he'd told me time and time again that my violence was going to get me killed or imprisoned. The way he was handling this so far was to stay quiet and to simply observe what was happening. Maybe he hoped it was going to resolve itself without his input. There was a knock at the door. Snape spoke for the first time. When I first heard Miss Hebert's story, she mentioned that there might be some witnesses. She described them, and I sent a prefect to summon them. The door opened, and Gemma entered with the 3 Hufflepuffs that I had seen. I've brought them, she said. Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and Wayne Hopkins. The 3 looked tiny and they shrunk back as they saw everyone's eyes on them. Miss Abbott, Snape said. Please tell us what you saw occur an hour ago between these 4 students. She swallowed and then looked at all of us. The big ones had backed the Slytherin girl against a wall. They were saying some pretty mean things to her. They called her a pig and a snake, and said some other stuff. They started to push her, and the other one came around the corner, and warned them off. She didn't attack first. No, Hannah said. He did. What happened then? She got hit in the arm with a stunner, and she kept coming. She hit him with a spell sending him flying, and then we decided to go look for a teacher. Everyone was quiet for a moment. McGonagall gave a cold, hard stare at the boys, who had the grace to look guilty. Do any of you have anything to add? Snape asked. The other 2 shook their heads. You are dismissed, Snape said. The Hufflepuffs, but Gemma remained, standing quietly against the far wall. I wasn't sure why she was here for this. Did prefects have something to do with discipline? In that case, shouldn't it be the head girl standing there? Once they had left, McGonagall said, You did not say that they attacked first. Would it have made a difference? I asked. Either you believe me or you don't. McGonagall turned to the boys. Return to your rooms. We will discuss your punishment in the morning. They got up to leave, glaring at me as they passed by. I ignored them. Dumbledore had been silently sucking on a piece of candy. He seemed neither amused nor angry. It is possible that Miss Hebert went too far in protecting her classmate, he said. But she was the one who was attacked, and she defended herself. Yet threatening his life was unnecessary and dangerous, and isn't behavior we should encourage. They each outweighed me by 60 pounds. I don't know how many stone it is, or whatever weight system you people use. If I had a lot of power, I could choose to be merciful. But because I don't, I have to fight back 10 times as hard, and I have to make sure that anyone who does come after me regrets it. The professors are here to protect you, McGonagall said. I chuckled bitterly. And when you aren't there? Who's going to protect me or any of us in the dark hallways when no one is around? Millie spoke up. Nobody's ever stood up for me before, she said. Her voice was almost imperceptible. What was that? My own family thinks I'm ugly and stupid, she said, more loudly this time. And when those boys started saying all that, it's nothing I didn't hear at home. But she stood up for me, and that. I don't know. It's important. It's good that she wanted to protect someone, McGonagall said. But hurting people isn't the way that things are done here. I chuckled again, and McGonagall gave me a sharp look. Your situation is already precarious enough with your house, Miss Hebert. If I start taking points, it will not do you any favors. Perhaps detention, Snape said. 1 session with each head of the 4 houses, and 1 session with the groundskeeper. I have been unable to pierce that thick skull of hers, perhaps one of the other heads might have better luck. I'm sure Pomona will be happy that you volunteered her, McGonagall said dryly. I think Flitwick likes me, I said brightly. These will be punishments, and not ways for you to learn yet more creative ways to cause destruction, Snape said. I stared at him, even though I didn't feel particularly betrayed. 5 days of detention for essentially threatening to murder a student was probably lenient, considered that I'd almost murdered a different student a couple of weeks ago. It might not even have happened at Winslow, the administration would back up whoever caused them less problems. However, I'd heard of schools where even taking weapons to school would get a student expelled, or even jailed. A third of the students at Winslow had been armed at one time or another, so expelling them all simply hadn't been feasible. Everyone here was armed. I suppose that's fair, I said. Unless the Gryffindors just get a slap on the wrist. They will be punished, McGonagall said grimly. But that is none of your concern. It is not your job to police the halls. I think that's the problem, I said. When things that are wrong happen, everybody says that it's not their job to fix it. So what happens when everybody stands by and waits for the people in power to save them? You are a child, McGonagall said. If you want to seek justice, become an Auror when you are older. Perhaps by then you will have learned that every problem is not solved by hitting it. The purebloods solve their problems with money, I said. I just use mine differently. McGonagall gave me a long, cold stare. I suspected that she wanted to take house points, but she suspected correctly that something like that wouldn't bother me at all. Perhaps you should have Miss Farley to take Miss Hebert to her room, Dumbledore said. Snape nodded. Miss Farley. Snape said. Make sure that Miss Hebert reaches her rooms, and that she does not leave them until tomorrow morning. Gemma nodded. She gestured, and I rose to my feet, following her. We walked in silence for a couple of minutes. Finally, Gemma spoke to me in a low voice without looking at me. We're not all like that, you know, she said. What? I asked. Not everybody in Slytherin is a Muggle hater, she said. Not even all the purebloods. That's surprising, I said. Well, a lot of people don't really like them, but wanting to hurt them? That's something completely different. So low-level racism instead of hardcore. I could work with that. I was unlikely to change the opinions of the most die-hard of them, but the rest, I might have a chance. There are those who do, though. The ones who are tend to come from powerful families, she said in a low voice. And there have been disappearances from the families of people who tried to fight back. The rest of us have learned to keep our heads down. You think that's an option for me? I asked. They are offended that I'm in Slytherin at all. Finally, she looked at me. You need to stop making waves, she said. Or you'll make everything harder for the rest of us. And why should I care about that? Because right now you've only got about a third of Slytherin and whatever Gryffindors you've offended against you. If you keep acting mental, it'll be all of us. I've got to defend myself, I said. And watching people get bullied, I can't abide by that. Maybe if you prefects were doing your job. We can't be everywhere, Gemma said impatiently. But if I'd known what they were trying to do that first night, I'd have stopped them. You'd have tried. I'd have succeeded, Gemma said. Ordinary people follow the rules, even when they are inconvenient. Gryffindors don't, but Slytherins learn to work with the rules. Because Slytherins are the ones who make the rules, I said dryly. I thought she was being a little naive. Those boys had intended to hurt me, and I'd been researching the spells that wizards used to maintain their secrecy. There were apparently memory charms that could make memories inaccessible. The Aurors used them all the time on Muggles. She might have tried to stop them, but she might not even have remembered what happened next. She shrugged. If you don't like it, change it. You were chosen to be in this house, so there has to be more to you than just a low-level thug. You've got a brain, use it. If you go around snapping people's wands and beating them, one day they'll be the ones dropping you off a set of stairs, and nobody will be sorry that you've gone. I'll quit when they do, I said. If they leave me alone, I'd be happy to keep my head down and learn magic. If it weren't for the Death Eaters, I might actually be able to enjoy this world as a retirement. As a wizard who knew the Muggle world, I'd lack for nothing. I'd be able to supply almost all of my own needs and I'd probably be able to live in relative luxury. We're already in a low-level war with Gryffindor, Gemma said. She shook her head. This is going to start things up again after last year. We can't afford this. If they start coming after us, we'll give you to them rather than starting the whole thing all over again. And what happened last year? Gemma glanced at me. Things got ugly. You know who is back, and there's a faction of purebloods who think that means it's only a matter of time before things are returned to their rightful place. Rightful place? I asked. I suspected I knew, but I wanted her to spell it out for me. With wizardly boots on muggle necks, she said. And the muggleborn out in the cold. That's not going to happen, I said. THRE 6,000 muggles for every wizard, and they'd got weapons that could chew through wizards before a single muggle got within wand range. Your whole species would be extinct in a year. Our whole species, Gemma said. I'm not one of the pureblood supremacy idiots. I'm half-blood myself, and I grew up around muggles. I knew how stupid the whole idea is, and so does the ministry, otherwise they wouldn't put so much work into the whole secrecy thing. We were walking down the final set of stairs heading for the dungeon. But there's a faction that believes that wizards have been cheated of their rightful place. They like to pretend that wizards were once the rulers of the world, when the truth is there were never enough of us to do that, even back in the old days. There are actually fewer wizards and witches now than in the past, due to the last war. And it's starting over again. People are scared, Gemma said. And when people are scared, they get angry. They tend to lash out at people who are the closest to them, and against whom they already have grudges. Is that what happened last year? I asked. She shook her head. I'm still not clear on what started it. I think a lot of people were picking up on stress from their parents, and they brought it here with them. That's why you need to calm down. This place is a powder keg waiting to explode, and you are a match. Her being a half-blood seemed likely if she was making that kind of analogy. So what do I do? I asked. Stay out in public, she said. Never walk alone. Don't make people angry. I'm going to try to talk to the prefects of the other houses to see if we can defuse the situation, and maybe keep the Gryffindors off your back. I'll make sure that the prefects know what actually happened. I'm sure those boys are probably saying all kinds of things that aren't true. It may not help, I said. Then we'll deal with it the right way, she said. I've been watching you, and it's like the little remarks don't really bother you. That's good. If your feelings were easily hurt we'd have a lot bigger problem. For the remark to hurt, I'd have to value whatever person was saying them, I said. I looked at her coldly. And frankly, I haven't talked to anybody here who seems worth getting upset about. You want to help me? Fine. Keep people off my back, and I'll make your job easier. But if they keep coming after me, then I'll hurt them until they learn to leave me alone. I'd take points for you talking like that, she said after a moment of silence. But you really don't care, do you? Why would I? I asked. If I had friends in Slytherin, I might care. If there were even people helping me instead of standing by, I might care. But people who stand by and do nothing when they know something is wrong, that's cowardice. Gemma stopped. She turned to me. I've got a little sister, she'll probably be in Hogwarts in a couple of years. I love her more than I love anything. If I act like I love mudbloods, there's a chance that I'll wake up one day and find out that my sister, or my mom or my dad has gone missing. It's easy to talk about being courageous when you have nothing to lose. You're an orphan who barely has any friends, the only thing they can do to you is to kill you or hurt you. Me. They can kill my family. You don't get to look down on people who have nothing to gain and everything to lose from helping you. I stared at her coldly, and she finally shook her head and escorted me to my room. Hagrid. I want to thank you, I said. Actually, we do. Millie was standing behind me, staring at the floor. We were in the library, and a lot of the other students were out watching tryouts for something called Quidditch. I had a vague notion about what it was, but I'd never been particularly into sports. I'd heard that they flew around and tried to hit each other with bats, which sounded ridiculously dangerous, even if I'd probably be good at it. Why? Susan Bones asked. For telling the truth. There are people who wouldn't have said anything. My aunt is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She told me that justice would be done a lot more often if people were willing to speak up. That takes courage, Millie muttered from behind me. Well, I'm no Gryffindor, Susan said, but I know wrong when I see it. What those boys were doing was wrong. The girl next to her, Hannah Abbott, said we really were looking for a teacher, or at least a prefect. But we still get lost sometimes around here. You're lucky to be in Hufflepuff. You've got people to watch your back, I said. Susan nodded slowly. I don't suppose that you have that. It was pretty brave, what you did with those boys. I don't think I could have charged them like that. So they'd seen a little more than they'd admitted to. What they'd said had been enough, however. I hesitated. I'm starting a new study group. You probably know Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. Me and Millie here will make 4. A study group with all 4 houses. Susan asked. And what will you be studying? Everything, I said. Anything one of us is weak in, the others who are stronger will help them. That sounds a lot like what they tell us in Hufflepuff, Hannah said. I wouldn't have thought to hear that from a Slytherin. I leaned forward. I'm not really a Slytherin, you know. What? She asked. I'm a Gryffindor undercover, I said. I used ventriloquism on the hat to make everybody think I'm a Slytherin. Hannah stared at me. Susan giggled. That sounds like exactly the kind of lie a Slytherin would tell a Hufflepuff. I grinned at her. What's more likely? That I'm a Gryffindor in disguise, or that a muggleborn actually got into Slytherin? Well, there's a lot of rumors going around about you, Susan admitted. People wondering about who you really are. Oh. I asked casually. What are they saying about me? I probably knew, of course, but even with my bugs I couldn't be listening everywhere all the time at once. Some of them are saying that you've been planted here by the Americans to find you-know-who. And what would I do if I found him? I asked. They'd have sent someone older. Not that I wouldn't try to kill him if I was strong enough. I had a lot of experience and cutting the head off the snake did tend to be an effective tactic. But it was likely going to be a long time before that happened. After all, he was reputed to be the second strongest wizard in all of Britain, behind only Dumbledore. I'd never seen Dumbledore do a lot of magic, and I wished I had that chance, because it would give me a hint about what I was dealing with. Were the Weasley twins any good at all, or were we just school kids playing without a hint of the speed or knowledge that real wizards had? I guess that's true, she said. It's not like you really are some kind of monster in disguise. Growl. I said, then grinned at her. Maybe I'm really the undead revenant of a murdered girl out to get the people who went after my family. Her face went blank. You shouldn't joke about that. Given the way things are, I'm pretty sure that me and the other muggleborns are pretty much the only ones who can joke about that kind of thing. My entire family was murdered by you-know-who, Susan said. During the last war. I'm not the only one either. Don't think that just because we're pure bloods we're all on the same side. I raised my hands. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't know. Then you understand what it's like. She nodded slowly. Maybe you don't want to join our group, I said. I'm sure there are people who are going to pressure you into not joining. She gave me a look. I believe in doing the right thing, she said. If other people had I might still have a family. She hesitated. When are you meeting? Tomorrow night in the library after dinner, I said. I've got detention tonight. At the rate you're going, that's where you'll be spending the rest of the year, she said. She thought for a moment, then finally nodded. I'll be there. Me too, Hannah said quietly. I wish I'd been more brave when those boys were acting like that. It's hard to be brave, I said. But getting better is easy. You just have to want it, and work for it. That's what they say in Hufflepuff too, Hannah said. It's weird to hear it from a Slytherin. I'm not a normal Slytherin, I said. And neither is Millie here. You should have seen her pounding that boy's face into the ground. Millie flushed and stared at the ground. We'll see you tomorrow evening, Susan said. I smiled at her, and for once I meant it. I wasn't going to be able to do this alone, I was going to need allies, and the close-knit nature of the Hufflepuffs meant that they were more easily influenced by their members than people in other houses. If I could convince Susan and Hannah that I was a good person to know, they'd convince their classmates for me, and my job would become exponentially easier. Getting the Hufflepuffs on my side would be a decisive victory. Hermione was working on the Ravenclaws, but they tended to be standoffish, and the Gryffindors were giving Neville flack about his association with me. Figuring out how to turn the tide of opinion in my favor wasn't going to be easy. It wasn't as simple as having good publicity, because I didn't have any of the usual protectorate or cauldron methods of manipulating opinions. Still, I'd at least sat through some of Glenn Chambers' classes on public relations, and I had a general idea of what I had to do, which was more than could be said of a genuine 11-year-old in my position. My original self at this age would have been clueless. Come along, Millie, I said. We still have things to do before dark. She followed behind me. It was disturbing how much her opinion of me had changed in the space of a day. She'd been cautious and avoided me before, watching me as though I was a cobra about to strike. She watched me just as much now, but it was clear that she had a very different opinion of me now. It actually felt a little uncomfortable. We walked. Pansy, I said. She looked up at me. Her hands were still a little discolored from what had happened to me, although it was fading fast. What? She snapped. I'm glad you're feeling better, I said. She stared at me. And I should care what a mudblood thinks why. I leaned forward. Who do you think got revenge for what happened to you? She continued to stare at me, her gaze wasn't any friendlier. I heard that he fell in the tub himself. That's what the auras say. I shrugged. That might be true. Are you saying it's not? I'm not saying anything, I said. But let's say hypothetically that you knew someone who was willing to do all kinds of crazy things to get back at the people who hurt her friends. Wouldn't it be a good idea to actually be friends with her, instead of being one of those people? Those people? People who don't have much of a survival instinct, I said. Idiots. She flushed. Are you calling me an idiot? Other than opening my mail, I haven't seen you do anything actually stupid, I said. And that wasn't really stupid, it was just naive. You can't go your whole life not opening mail, she said. It's the mail. In any case, I'm glad you weren't hurt worse. She made a gesture that I didn't understand. It looked like a reversed peace sign. The gasp from Millie behind me gave me a little context though. Or not, I said. I suspected that the pansy might be a lost cause. She wasn't particularly bright as far as I could see, and she didn't have the flexibility of mind to look past her own prejudices. Someone like Draco Malfoy, on the other hand, was actually a better candidate for conversion. He was one of the brighter people in class, and his family was known to be opportunistic. They went where the power was, and that meant they were willing to bend. When a Dark Lord arose, that meant they might be prone to falter, but it also meant that they respected power and those who had it. He was already taking my advice and bragging less. He'd really enjoyed the attention he'd gotten when the new brooms were delivered to the class. I'd seen him sneaking looks at me, although I'd been careful to pretend not to notice. While having people openly on my side was important, having people on my side that no one knew about might be even more useful. Hermione was struggling to convert the Ravenclaws in part because they knew she was my friend, and so anything she said about me was suspect. Anything said by the Weasleys, or by Draco, should I manage to convince him would be given a lot more weight. You can't win everyone over, I said to Millie as we walked away. But it doesn't hurt to give them a chance. She nodded, as though everything I was saying was important. Maybe to her it was. From what I'd overheard her talking about to Tracy, she hadn't just been ignored by her family for being a half-blood, after all, her mother was a muggle. However, the final nail in the coffin had been the fact that she had never been considered pretty, not even as a child. That meant that her value to the family was much less. It was going to be a lot harder for her to get married and have the children that the family seemed to value so much. Now I was telling her that the important thing wasn't how you looked, but what you could accomplish. That had to be enormously attractive to her, a final option for her to make her place in the world when looks or status wouldn't do. The fact that Pansy, who had both looks and status, would reject me wasn't likely to deter Millie. She'd seen that kind of behavior her entire life. The fact that it didn't bother me though, that was probably new and refreshing. She'd been following me around all day like a puppy. It would have irritated me, but Gemma was right, there was safety in numbers. While it was true that there were some bullies who wouldn't be deterred by multiple victims, most of them preferred to wait until their target was alone. It wasn't always because they were cowards either, sometimes it was just for plausible deniability. Without witnesses it would be my word against theirs. The rest of the day went without incident. My first detention was to be with the groundskeeper, the case 53 I'd seen at the train station. Some of the Slytherins thought he was a half-giant, but I had a hard time imagining a normal human mating with something that was even larger than he was. Was cross-species breeding even possible? People had said that Flitwick was part goblin, but it was possible that they were just an offshoot human species, maybe even Homo floresiensis. The effects of magic might have mutated them even further, and it was possible that wizards had altered their genetics. Were wizards essentially biotinkers? How many of the magical species that existed the results of wizardly tampering, and how many of them were natural species? The history books didn't even try to speculate, and I hadn't seen anybody who was even trying to theorize about the subject. I was directed across the lawn, towards the groundskeeper's hut. It was massively oversized, which made sense. A familiar head of white hair was in front of me. I blinked. Malfoy was serving detention? I hurried to catch up to him. Why are you here? I asked. Same as you, he said without looking at me. I got into a fight with a Gryffindor. As we approached the hut, I realized that I recognized several other people waiting outside. Terence Higgs was a third year, and Team Seeker. Miles Bletchley was the keeper, and Hestia Caro wasn't anything. All were third years. Hagrid stepped out of the hut. He was even more massive close-up than I had remembered. Most of the time I'd seen him since the first he'd been sitting down at dinner. "Listen up," he said. "You're all here for fightin'. I'd have thought after last year, you lot would have learned better. Normally the Gryffindors would be right here with you, but the headmaster didn't think you could be trusted not to get into a scuffle, so they're going to be here tomorrow night instead." Had there been that many incidents that I wasn't aware of? I'd thought I'd been doing a good job, but it was disturbing to think about just how many things I might be missing. "Gather round," Hagrid said. "Tonight we go into the Forbidden Forest." I frowned, looked around and found a stick on the ground. I transfigured it into a Bowie knife. "What are you doing?" Malfoy asked. He looked a little pale. "I've heard there are werewolves in the forest," I said, teasing him. I'd heard him trying to scare some of the other first years with speculations about what might be in the forest. I held up the blade. "I hope silver plating is enough. Pure silver is too soft to make a good weapon." He moaned low in his throat, but he clearly didn't want to look like a coward in front of the older boys. I leaned close to him. "If anything comes after us, all you have to do is be faster than them, and you'll be fine." "Why?" "Most things stop and eat what they catch," I said. "Which will give us plenty of time to run." He blinked at that and looked faintly nauseous. I suppressed my urge to grin at him. The school wouldn't be sending us into danger, and it looked like Hagrid was big enough to handle anything that should come up. In any case, there were 3 other older students to help. We were going to be fine. "What will we be doing?" Hestia Caro asked. She had a twin sister, who curiously wasn't here. I found myself wondering which Gryffindor she'd gotten into a fight with. "There's a unicorn about to give birth in the forest. You're gonna help me make sure that there's no problems. She's had problems birthing before, and she hasn't looked well recently. I got word from some of the centaurs that she's already started. This will be a rare opportunity to see something that wizards hardly ever see. So we're going to be acting like farmers?" Bletchley asked, scowling. Hagrid shrugged. "If you didn't want to get your hands dirty, you shouldn't have been fighting in the halls." His eye slid past them toward me. "You're a young one to be out here," he said. "She's the meanest one out of all of us," Bletchley said. "Beat up 2 fourth-year Gryffindors that were bullying a half-blood." There was a tone in his voice, almost one of satisfaction and pride. I'd never heard him say anything against the Muggleborn, or even me in particular, but he seemed to dislike the Gryffindors quite a bit. It must have something to do with having some of them fly around trying to hit him with bats. "Now, what we're gonna do tonight is dangerous," Hagrid said. "So I'm gonna need you all to stay with me. Keep to the path and you'll be fine. Do you all know the spell to send up flares?" We nodded. Flitwick had taught us last week, and we'd left scorch marks in the ceiling of the classroom. That had been an entertaining class. "If you get separated from the rest of us, send up a flare and stay put, and we'll come for you. We should stay in the middle of the group," I said to Draco. "That way nothing comes up from behind us, and if anything is ahead, the others can take care of it." He nodded. He still looked a little pale, but his color was coming back. "We're going to be fine," I said. "Stick next to me, and I'll keep you safe." "I don't need a Muggleborn to keep me safe," he said. I noticed, however, that he didn't step away from me. "All right then," Hagrid said. "Let's go into the forest. With any luck, we'll be back before dawn." Birth. Hogwarts Castle was filled with bugs, but it was nothing to the explosion of life in the forest. I could almost feel the life all around me. The sheer weight of the bugs was something that I hadn't felt in a long time. The trees were massive and old. We had old trees in Brockton Bay, but they tended to be isolated, surrounded by younger trees. Here, every tree was old, and most of them were massive and weather-beaten. I could see many different kinds of trees: beech, oak, pine, sycamore, yew. It made me wonder if this was one of the places wizards harvested their wand materials from. I didn't see any gouges on the trees, not in the limited light that was available. The undergrowth was thick, seeming almost impassable off the path. There were thorns and not grass to both sides of us. I didn't like it. It funneled us into a single line, and anything that could actually move through the underbrush would be able to ambush us with impunity. I'd know beforehand, but if it was something really dangerous, it might not make a difference. Everyone had their wands out, all of them lit, and I kept a careful eye on the students behind me. I had bugs on every one of the others just in case one of them should turn and try to attack me. I doubted that they would, not with Hagrid right there, but it would also be useful if anyone got lost. It would be very easy to get lost here. There were massive tree trunks, some of which resected the path, and while you were watching your footing, you could easily lose sight of the trail. I walked assuredly, stepping over roots without even looking. I heard Draco stumbling from behind me. "You must have eyes like a cat," he muttered. I ignored him, and I checked ahead of us for any dangers. Even without my bug sense I would have been able to tell things were safe, there were sounds of insects everywhere. It was when things got quiet that you had to worry. If the birds and insects sensed something dangerous, they had the sense to hide. It seemed as though we walked forever, although it was most likely just half an hour. I found myself tense, waiting for one of the Slytherins to turn and attack me even though I rationally knew that it was unlikely. We passed through several splittings of the trail. Getting separated from Hagrid would be disastrous, because I wasn't even sure that I'd be able to find my way out of here. Moonlight shone through the canopy at times, and it gave the entire forest an eerie look, even though it was beautiful in its own way. None of the Slytherins complained, most likely because none of them wanted to look weak in front of their peers. Or maybe they were afraid of Hagrid. I hadn't heard about him being dangerous, other than his size, but obviously I'd missed some things. We reached a clearing in the forest, and I was the first to notice movement in the darkness. Even the bugs were having trouble seeing in parts of the undergrowth, although they compensated with other senses. I saw a form move in the darkness. Hagrid tensed. It took me a moment to recognize it, even with my bug senses. It was a man with the body of a horse. A centaur. I'd heard there were some in the forest, but I'd never seen one. Hagrid, the centaur said neutrally. Ronan, Hagrid said. Good to see ye. Pluto is in transition, the centaur said. Change is coming. Right, Hagrid said. He didn't sound like he knew what the centaur was talking about, neither did I. Glancing over at Draco, I noticed that he seemed troubled. Maybe he put greater store in this astrology stuff than I did? Maybe astronomy class gave some insight into the future, yet from what I'd heard the divination classes at Hogwarts used tea leaves instead of telescopes. It was very perplexing. Have you seen the mare? Hagrid asked. She's in the South Glen, 2 clearings to the east, the centaur said. It is a difficult berth. We'll hurry up then, Hagrid said. As we walked past the centaur, I thought I saw him staring at me specifically, although it was possible that it was a trick of the light. We did indeed pick up the pace, and it wasn't long at all before I saw the silhouette of Hagrid hold up his hand. There's a whole herd of them up ahead, he said. And they can get a little tetchy when they are protecting a mother that's foaling. I want everybody to move slowly, and don't make any moves that could be interpreted as aggressive. I don't want to explain to your parents why you died with a unicorn horn in your chest. I heard a gasp from Hestia Caro up ahead, and then I stepped out into the clearing. I'd been busy looking behind us and to the sides, so the sight of the unicorn herd in the moonlight took me by surprise. I found my breath catch in my chest as I saw them running around in the middle of the glade in the moonlight. It was easy for me to forget, sometimes, the child that I'd once been. But I'd had the unicorn trapper keepers that all the other girls had, and I'd had the posters on my walls. When I'd really been 11, I'd dreamed of unicorns when I wasn't dreaming of Alexandria, and now that they were really here, something in my chest felt tight. They were stunning. The herd was poetry in motion, a river of white so beautiful that it made my heart ache. I couldn't catch my breath as I stared at them, and I found that I wanted to do nothing else but stand there forever. It made the excitement I'd felt when I'd first seen Hogwarts Castle pale in comparison. This was the kind of magic I'd always dreamed of, not just a tool, and not a weapon, but sheer wonder. Draco shoved me a little from behind, and the spell was broken. I let myself breathe, and I stepped aside, and watched as he took sight of the unicorns. For a moment, I saw a look of wonder on his face as well, but he saw me watching, and his face tightened. Stupid horses, he said, but it didn't sound like his heart was in it. If it had just been a single unicorn during the light of day, he probably could have dismissed it like it was just another animal, but this was a herd of 30, and the moonlight gave them an unearthly beauty. If there's any blood, don't put it in your mouth, Hagrid said. I wouldn't think I'd have to tell you that, but there's always one. You're cursed for life if you do that. That means you wash your hands and your wand after you get through with this, with good magic. You make it sound like we're going to put our fist up inside the thing, Terence Higgs said. If you're lucky, you just might. It'll probably be one of the girls, though. They get nervous around the boys, Hagrid said. He gestured toward me and Hestia Caro. We're gonna see if they'll accept yet, he said. If they do, you'll help me with the foal. I've been working with them for their entire lives, and they still sometimes take better to a young girl. Turning to the boys, he said, I wouldn't get near to the herd. Stay here and call out if you see anything dangerous. If they think you're trying to hurt the mare they can get dangerous. So we're just going to stand around? Draco asked. Better than going in the middle of that, Terence muttered. They'd turn us into pincushions. I was going to get to actually touch one of them. They seemed too perfect to touch, ethereal, even incandescent. It was like a dream, and the moment I reached out my hand it would all be over. Suddenly I felt a moment of horror. What if they really could read the content of a person's soul? I'd done terrible things in the past, from the time I was 15 onwards. I'd killed a lot of people. I'd killed a baby. I'd stolen people's free will, and I hadn't even hesitated. Sure, I'd done it to save humanity, but the kinds of things I'd done tended to stain the soul. Was I even still a good person? Had I ever been? Most of the time I ignored questions like that. I escaped the pain by focusing on what was in front of me. But here? Now? I felt Hagrid's hand on my shoulder. I'm gonna be with Yat, he said. And if there's danger, get behind me. I'll protect Yat. Physical danger wasn't what I was worried about. Being rejected by this, the culmination of my childhood dreams. I wasn't sure I could stand the crushing disappointment. She's afraid she's too evil, Terence Higgs said, knowingly. I blinked, and looked back at him. He smirked, but there was something in his expression that bothered me, a sort of sympathy that wasn't anything at all like I'd ever expected to see on a Slytherin face. He'd had thoughts like that himself, that was the only way he'd be able to understand what I was feeling. Did that mean that he really thought he is evil, or did that mean that he wasn't because he was worried about it? Nonsense, Hagrid said. He pushed me forward. The herd stopped, and they turned to stare at us. I saw a sea of horns pointed in my direction, and I forced myself to stay loose. Animals could sense fear, and while I wasn't afraid of them, I was afraid of their judgment. As I slowly stepped forward, the air felt leaden and still. My stomach was tied up in knots. As far as I knew, these were just stupid animals. Did it really mean anything if they rejected me and I had to stay back with the boys? Somehow it did. It felt like I was being judged by a universe that didn't care about all the good I had done, only the bad. I walked forward slowly, and I felt Hestia Caro behind me. She put her hand on my shoulder, and her hand tightened reassuringly. I could see Hagrid putting his hand on her shoulder through my bug's vision. The strange thing was that not a single bug was on any of the unicorns. Not one mite, not one flea, not a single fly. It was as though they were so pure that even the bugs knew that they were inviolate. I could have probably forced a bug onto one of them, but I found that I didn't want to. It would have felt like a desecration. Instead I continued to walk forward. The unicorns stared at me, and for a moment I thought they were going to lunge forward, to attack me like the monster I sometimes felt that I was. One unicorn was larger than all the others, presumably he was the stallion of the herd. He stepped forward and for a moment I thought he was going to try to spear me. Instead he lowered his head, and I reached up and I touched his face. I felt a strange wetness on my eyes. I wasn't sure what it was, but I ignored it. I could have stood like that forever, but I heard Hagrid say, "The mare needs us, girl." I stepped around the stallion, and I saw that the herd had opened before us, leaving space to walk between them. As I walked past the unicorns, I reached up and touched their flanks. They were softer than anything I'd ever touched in my life. There was a mare lying in the middle of the clearing. Her sides were heaving and she was lying on her side. Of all the unicorns she was the most beautiful, and I found my hands trembling as I dropped to my knees beside her. There was a silvery, luminescent blood staining her hindquarters, which probably wasn't a good sign. I reached out cautiously, and I put my hand on her flank. She was warm, and I felt a jolt of something passing through me as I touched her. Her side moved convulsively. It felt like she was having trouble breathing. Carefully, I said, "I think she's having a contraction." "She had problems with the last foaling, which is why we've been keeping an eye on her," Hagrid said. This was something outside my experience. In Chicago as a ward, I'd never had to assist in birthing a baby, although there had been other wards who had. Generally, there had always been someone on the other end of the communicator who would be able to help you through it. I'd had basic instruction in what to do, of course, it was part of our training as heroes. That had been training in what to do with a human childbirth, though. I had no idea what to do with a horse birth, much less in the birth of a magical creature. "She's starting to push it out," Hagrid said to Hestia, "but she's having trouble. The hooves will come out first, but if you see them bottom sides up, that means the foal is backwards or upside down and we'll have to turn her." "What do you want me to do?" I asked. He reached into his pocket, and pulled out something that looked like berries. Hagrid handed them to me. "I want you to try to feed these to her, and try to keep her calm. Watch her horn, this is going to hurt her, and she might get aggressive." "What is this?" I asked. "Berries soaked in calming potion," Hagrid said. "It won't hurt the foal, and it'll help her keep from panicking. Some will probably soak through your skin, but it won't hurt ya any." He could have told me that before he'd put it in my bare hand. I grimaced, but I didn't complain. There was too much going on right now. He gestured toward Hestia. "Now you get to get your hands dirty. Remember what I said about washing 'em." The girl grimaced, but she kneeled down behind the unicorn obediently. "Watch her hooves," Hagrid said. "She might kick." I found myself at the front of the unicorn, staring into her eyes. I carefully reached out, berries in hand. I kept my hand out flat and open so that she could lick the berries from my hand. For the next 30 minutes, I simply stared into her eyes and ran my hand gently down her neck. I heard Hagrid barking instructions to Hestia, and there was worry in his voice. Finally, I heard Hagrid say, "Hold her now, this is gonna be tricky." I nodded, and I tightened my grip on the unicorn's head. She struggled a little, but it was a moment before I saw something moving on Hagrid's end. It wasn't a pure white like the other unicorns, or even silver like some of the foals. It was of the purest gold, and it had eyes that seemed as large as the universe. I was the first thing it saw as it peered around the flanks of its mother, and it stared at me as though it loved me, as though I was the most wonderful thing that it had ever seen. Of course, I was the only thing it had ever seen, but I couldn't find the energy to be cynical right now. All I could do is stare at it for the next several minutes. It finally rose to its feet on staggering legs, and it took a couple of steps toward me. Hagrid spoke for the first time in several minutes to Hestia. "The foal is all right, but the mother isn't out of the woods. I need you kids to head back to the castle, have Madame Pomfrey come back here, she'll be able to help us keep the old gal alive." I stared at him. "Isn't there some magical way for you to summon her?" I asked. "Don't have my wand," he said. "And I never was much of a wizard anyway. One of the older boys will be able to find his way back. Now hurry. Hestia here is gonna stay and help me." I felt curiously empty as I slowly moved the unicorn's head from my knee and set it on the soft loam of the forest floor. There was a look in her eye that I suspected like, it almost seemed like one of hopeless resignation, as though she knew that she was going to die. Would her foal even survive without its mother? Silently, I rose to my feet, and I headed back toward the others. "I couldn't see anything," Draco complained. "All we've be done is stand around all night and stare at a bunch of horses." "Hagrid says we need to go and get Madame Pomfrey," I said. "The mayor isn't doing very well. He wants us to go into the forest by ourselves." Draco asked. He looked like his eyes were about to bug out. "Sooner we get out of here, the better," Terence said. "Better if all of us go together instead of one or two of us, it'll be harder for something to pick us off." I nodded. Apparently some Slytherins had some sense. "All right, let's go," I said. "Encounter. Does anyone know how to get back?" I asked. Right through there," Terence said, pointing at an opening in the thick underbrush. "I think we took 2 lefts. That vaguely fit with what I remembered, and if we started to get lost, I could always send my bugs up above the canopy to check the location of the castle. With their poor vision, they likely wouldn't be able to see it very well, but they'd be able to see the lights well enough." "Let's go," I said. Without asking anyone I plunged into the underbrush, and I heard Miles Bletchley and Terence Higgs follow me without comment. I could see Draco with my bugs hesitating, but then he too followed behind us. Plunging into the dark, I didn't even bother to light my wand. The light from the wands of the others behind me created a dim light, but I was mostly moving by feeling the insects under my feet. Miles caught up to me from behind. "So you really are a girl," he said. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. The bliss that I'd experienced from being with the unicorns was wearing off, and in its place was anxiety at the thought that we wouldn't make it in time. "Some people thought you were a Death Eater polyjuiced as a way to test us," he said. "Weed out the ones who weren't really into the whole racial purity thing." "Then why would I beat up on those 3 idiots the first night?" I asked. "I didn't say it was a good theory," he said. "But you have to admit you aren't normal." I glanced back at him. "I don't know what you mean. Just the way you move, it's creepy. You sit and stare past people like they aren't even there, but you see everything." I shrugged. "What do you want me do? Act weak and helpless? Act like a human being," he said. "It's like you're some kind of spider or something, just waiting to pounce on anybody that walks by." "All I want is to be left alone," I said. "Then I can act like a human being and enjoy the unicorns." "There's always some people who can't leave enough alone," he said. He glanced behind him, the others were further back along the trail. "Not all of us feel that way. But nobody wants to do anything about it," I said. "Yeah, I've heard. Who says help has to be obvious?" he asked. "It's not like we're all Gryffindors, and won't do anything unless we have an audience to clap for us." I frowned. "If you can't keep people off my back, what can you do?" "Slip a word here and there," he said. "About how it's not worth it to step on a mudblood when the Gryffindors are the real enemy. It would be easy to get the people who want to give it a shot even more reason to hate you." "So what do you want?" I asked. "I want to beat the Gryffindors," he said. "And that won't happen as long as our house is fighting itself. Sooner or later, you're going to end up seriously injuring a member of the Quidditch team, or they'll be suspended for killing you. Dumbledore doesn't like us all that much anyway, and he's probably looking for a chance to chuck us out on our ear. So keep your people in line," I said. "Convince them, and I'll remember who not to thank." He blinked for a moment, and then he nodded. "Right. Best not. I remember my friends," I said. And the people who cross me. It doesn't mean that everybody has to fit in one category or the other. None of this means I like you, he said. I think you're the worst thing that happened to this house since the Potter kid got sorted, not because you're a mudblood, but because you're a really violent person. If it had been one of us purebloods who did all the crap you've done, we'd have been out on our ear. I was sorted before Potter was, I said, ignoring his comment about me being violent. It was actually somewhat true, even if I'd had my reasons. Yeah, but you didn't start beating people until afterwards, he said. Or dropping them in boil potion. He fell in himself, I said. The aura said so. Right, only an idiot would actually believe that, he said. As long as you make sure the idiots know that, I think we should be able to. I stopped. There was something moving in the underbrush. It was too dark for me to see well, even with the bugs, but it was massive. We stepped out into a clearing, and I reached into my fanny pack for the knife. Contrary to what I'd told Draco, I hadn't actually managed to turn it silver, or even silver-plated, even with 2 weeks of obsessive transfiguration practice. I had managed to make it shiny, but if there really were werewolves in the forest, I might regret not learning to make it silver. With my other hand I pulled out my wand. There's something coming, I said. Something big. The others were bunching up behind me. That wasn't good tactically, something big enough would be able to plow through all of us at the same time, and we'd get in each other's way trying to fight back. Sticking together had worked in the days of melee weapons and shield walls, but none of us were particularly big or strong. Wizard tactics were likely close to rifleman tactics anyway. A moment later the others heard the sound of something pushing its way through the undergrowth. I smelled it before I saw it. It stank worse than any boys' locker room that I'd ever been in, not that I'd been in many. I'd smelled gas-stop bathrooms that were easier on the nose. As it broke through the undergrowth, I saw it. In the dark it looked taller than Hagrid, although it was possible that was an illusion. It had greenish, rubbery flesh, and it had straggly green hair. I heard Draco give out a scream, and it grunted and began to come toward us. Miles and Terence gamely stepped forward and began to launch stunners at the thing, but it didn't seem to have much of an effect. I launched the flare spell at one of its eyes, and while it didn't seem to hurt it, it stopped and batted at the fire in its face. Terence seemed to get the idea first. He launched his own flare spell at its face, and then Miles followed suit. Draco stopped screaming and did so as well. The thing was roaring and swinging its club around, but it didn't look like it intended to run. It was putting one hand over its face and swinging its club blindly. Sooner or later it was going to hit one of us, and when it did, someone was going to die. Slipping my wand into the fanny pack, I tensed, watching its movements. I couldn't afford to make a mistake here, or I was dead. I watched the way its club was moving, and then I darted forward. The way it had pushed through the underbrush told me that its skin had to be tough. It was obviously somewhat resistant to magic, and the way the tree cracked when it struck it with its club told me that it had massive amounts of strength. The one saving grace was that it seemed to be slow, not just physically, but mentally. I darted between its legs, and I slashed upward. I felt my knife connect, and then a putrid liquid splashed all over me. I wasn't sure what it was, but I doubted that I wanted to think about it too much. The thing roared and tried to dance back, stomping at me. It dropped its own club on its foot and it screamed again. I took the opportunity to slash at its thigh, where the femoral artery would be on a human. Its skin really was tough, but I managed to jam it in as hard as I could and drag my way down, putting my entire weight into it. My hands were slick, but I managed to catch hold of the knife. A hand reached down to grab me, but I rolled aside. The thing roared in pain, and its claws caught at my robes. It started to lift me up, but I managed to slip out of them, leaving it to stare stupidly at my empty robes. The knife was still stuck in its thigh. The boys were shooting flares at its face, but it was ignoring them now, concentrating on trying to find me. I grabbed the knife and yanked it out again, and then I ducked as a massive hand came down to where I had just been. I rolled to the side as a foot stomped at me, and I slashed at the back of its leg, trying to hamstring it. My knife didn't cut deep enough, and I grimaced as I slipped on what was becoming an increasingly slippery section of ground. The thing was bleeding heavily, but it was so large that it had to have a lot of blood. I cut at it again and again, slashing at it with my knife. I felt it bite into the tendon, and then I hit it again in the other leg. It screamed again, and then I felt it starting to collapse. Lunging to get out from under it, I was almost fast enough, but my feet slipped out from under me, and I landed on my arm just as the thing landed on me. I felt a sickening crunch, followed by a sensation of cold on the outside, and hot embers on the inside of my arm. Worse, I was partially trapped under the thing, and from close up it smelled infinitely worse than it had when I'd fought it from a distance. Without the light from their wands, everything was in shadows. I looked up and saw the three boys standing in the distance. "Is it dead?" Draco asked. "Is she dead?" "You couldn't be that lucky," I called out. Slowly, cautiously the three of them approached. I saw Miles standing over me, and he simply stood there, watching me. My wand was in my fanny pack, under a ton of whatever this thing was, and my knife was lost, probably stuck in the thing somewhere. I was completely helpless, unable to move, and if he wanted to kill me, he could do it now, easily. He could even blame it on the monster, and no one would ask any questions. They'd think I was really stupid, and then they'd go back to their day-to-day lives. He was silent for a moment, and I wondered what he was thinking. Finally he spoke. "Can you move?" he asked. "No," I said, wondering if I was making a mistake. "We won't be able to lift the whole thing," he said, "but if the two of us use the levitation spell, Draco might be able to pull you out." "Fine," I said. A moment later they gave it their first try. "You stink," Draco muttered as he put his hands under my shoulder blades. I felt a jolt of intense pain in my arm as I slid out from under it. The boys lifted with the spell, and Draco pulled while I pushed with my feet. It took us 4 tries before I was out. Miles held his wand up, lit. I could see the white of the bone sticking out of my arm. "Either of you know any healing spells?" I asked. "Not that'll heal that," Miles said. "Give me your robes," I told Draco. "What?" he asked. "If I bleed out, I'll be dead before we get to the castle. Lend me your robes." My own robes were drying in a pool of monster blood. He cursed under his breath, and then he pulled them over his head. A moment later I wrapped them around my arm, putting pressure on it. I pulled it tight, and I ignored the sudden burst of pain. When I was satisfied that I'd done the best I could, I stood up. "Doesn't that hurt?" he asked. "Does it look like it hurts?" I asked testily. "We can stand around talking, or we can get back to the castle." We started walking faster. I was feeling a little faint, whether it was from blood loss or shock I wasn't sure. It wasn't a good sign. It didn't matter, leaving me alone in the forest wasn't an option, and getting help for myself and the unicorn was a priority. "What the hell was that?" I asked. The others were no longer trailing far behind. They were all crowded up behind me, although whether it was because they thought I was going to protect them, or whether they thought they could protect me I didn't know. In my current condition I wasn't going to be able to protect anyone. "That was a forest troll," Draco said. "It's an XXXX creature. That's a wizard killer." "No. XXXXX creatures are wizard killers," Miles said. "We're wizards, it would have killed us," Draco said. "I can't believe that you killed it with a knife. You stabbed it right in the stones. What else was I going to do?" I asked. "Run away?" "Yes," Draco asked. "Most people's response to a troll isn't to run up and stab it in the crotch." "Have you met her?" Miles muttered. He was staring at me like he'd never seen me before. Most likely he was reevaluating how dangerous I was. "It could move through the undergrowth faster than we could move through the trail," I said. "And it would have caught one of us sooner or later." We broke through the undergrowth, and we were suddenly back on the lawn. Making our way up the slope was hard, but I forced myself to do so. In the light I could see that I looked like Carrie after her prom. I probably smelled twice as bad. I was leaving blood on the grass as I walked, although it was rapidly drying. It wasn't bedtime yet for the older students, and I heard gasps as I stepped into the hallway. I ignored them, and concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. The last thing my reputation needed was for me to collapse right in the main hall. The crowd parted in front of us, and everyone was silent as I walked past. No one said a word, but I felt the weight of dozens of eyes on me. Every step felt heavy, but I kept my head up and my face as neutral as I could. Madame Pomfrey was on her feet the moment she saw us. "What in the world?" "I killed a troll," I said. "I need you to stabilize me, and then go out to the forest to help Hagrid. One of the unicorns is dying." "Students are my first priority," she said. Her wand was out. "You must be in a lot of pain. You should see the other guy," I joked. "Just stop me from bleeding and get me to a bed, and then you can get to Hagrid." Snape stepped into the room. "Is Miss Carrow still alive?" he asked after doing a mental head count. "This is from a troll," I said. "I just need the bleeding stopped, and then Madame Pomfrey needs to get out to help Hagrid with a dying unicorn." He stared at me for a long moment, then turned to Pomfrey. "Is Miss Hebert in any danger?" "She needs treatment," Pomfrey said. "She's in tremendous pain. My experience is that if a student says they can tolerate their pain, and they are not a Gryffindor, then they probably can. I will stabilize Miss Hebert." She looked at me for a moment, and I waved my good hand at her. "I'll be fine," I said. "It only hurts when I laugh." "Are your ribs injured?" she asked, frowning. "I didn't see anything when I was joking," I said. "I don't laugh." Her lips tightened, and she said, "If you are well enough to joke, then perhaps Professor Snape can help you. I'll go get my supplies." I sat on the edge of a bed, ignoring the mess I was making, and I watched as Snape began to make preparations to treat me. I hadn't had any experience with wizardly healing, and it was going to be interesting seeing how different it was from panacea. "Drink this," Snape said. "Is that going to make me sleep?" I asked suspiciously. I'd already been dosed by calm-inducing berries this evening without my consent. I wasn't going to drink anything without knowing what it did. "It reduces pain," Snape said. "I'll do without it," I said. The last thing I needed was to be in the infirmary alone with people knowing I was hurt. "Fine," he said. He pulled out his wand and pointed his wand. "Brachium e mendo." Wizardly healing, as it turns out, is much more painful than what panacea had used. I managed to keep my face calm throughout, however. "Now you need to drink this," Snape said. "It is a blood-replenishing potion." I looked at him suspiciously. "You have lost copious amounts of blood. You will be required to stay here overnight because of the possibility of infection. Trolls are filthy creatures." "Fine," I said. Infirmary. I woke to a clicking sound. It took me a moment to remember where I was. Apparently the blood loss from the night before had affected me more than I'd been aware of. The fact that I'd survived far worse injuries in the past didn't change the fact that my new body wasn't nearly as durable as my last one. Passing out in the middle of everything wasn't going to do my reputation much good. It took me a moment to recognize the source of the clicking sound. A familiar white-haired man was entering the infirmary, tapping his cane on the ground as he went. Was this his way of warning me of his presence? He didn't seem to need the cane to walk. I turned my head to focus on him, even as I fumbled for my wand in my fanny pack. I'd lost the knife somewhere in the fight last night, and I didn't have another stick to transfigure. Turning the stick into a knife had been a basic modification of the matchstick-to-needle spell, a matter of visualization. I wasn't sure, however, whether I could transfigure something not made of wood. In a pinch, I could transfigure my second wand, but that seemed like a bad idea for a number of reasons. I very carefully kept my wand on top of the covers, pointed in his direction. He ignored it, carefully sitting down beside me. "Miss Hebert," he said. He was staring down at me like I was an intriguing specimen of insect. I stared at him silently. He worked for Voldemort, which meant he was possibly here to kill me, but his wand wasn't out. I doubted that he'd try to kill me in any other way, and I had a relatively amicable relationship with his son, although I couldn't be sure how much he had been told about that. The fact that I couldn't tell where his wand was, despite the fact that he moved with the quiet assurance of someone who was armed, worried me. I'd have to rely on his eyes to tell me when he was going to draw, and hope that it wasn't too late. "You present me with an unusual problem," he said. "Currently the winds of change are blowing against your kind, but you have rendered a service to my son not once, but twice." Apparently Draco had been keeping his father informed. "The Malfoys do not forget," he said. "Whether it is a service, or a slight. Yet to support you openly would be to put us at even greater disadvantage." Ah, he was trying to pretend not to be one of the people who was trying to kill me. There was no reason for me to let him know that I knew otherwise, and many reasons for me not to do so. "So don't," I said. "Yet sooner or later you will face someone you cannot simply dispose of," he said. "Adult wizards who are fully aware of just how dangerous you can be. I'm harder to kill than most people think." His eyes darted toward the wand pointed at him. "So it would seem," he said. "One wonders how an 11-year-old girl knew how to kill with such proficiency." "I lived in a tough neighborhood," I said. It had the virtue of even being somewhat true. Neither Brockton Bay nor Chicago had exactly been walks in the park. "I wasn't aware that the Muggle world was so dangerous," he said. "You'd be surprised at the things you have to deal with in certain parts of that world," I said. "Even if most of it seems drab and decidedly boring. I've heard some foolish prattling that you intend to become a Dark Lord yourself," he said. "That you were able to fool the unicorns through some sort of dark magic, and that you plan to take over all of Wizarding Britain." "I'd prefer to be left alone," I said. "But if I am pushed, I'll do whatever I have to." "I can get you a transfer to Ilvermorny," he said. "As an American, you should be there anyway, and you would be assured of being allowed to pursue your education uninterrupted by British politics." He called murder politics. I frowned. My reasons for staying hadn't changed. The authorities in America were almost certain to do a better search of my background than the ones here had. I'd looked it up, and they didn't have an equivalent to Hogwarts book and quill. They'd find out that I was actually Molly Scrivener, and then they'd try to find out why I was pretending to be an American. I shook my head. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to stay here. There's nothing left for me back at home." "I will not be able to protect you," he said. "Should you stay, you are only likely to find death and suffering. In the coming years, this will not be a welcoming place for your kind." "Oh?" I asked. "Why is that?" He stared at me, then grimaced. "You know why. My son says you seem to know more than you should, more than any child your age should, and I am inclined to believe him. What could I possibly know that would be dangerous? I asked. The identities of the people who have questionable affiliations maybe? Ones who have children here. What are you saying? He asked carefully. Just that they have more to lose than I do, I said. My family is dead, and there is no one in the world that I care about. That leaves me with a certain freedom to act. His face tightened. You'd threaten children. Not Draco, I said. Since he seems to be a little more sensible than the rest of them. But the others. I don't particularly like hurting people, I said. I'd much prefer to be left alone. If certain factions wish me dead, maybe it would be wiser to wait until the school year is over. He was silent for a long moment, his eyes searching my face. I wondered whether he was a Legilimens. In case he was, I focused on my absolute sincerity and determination that I meant what I was saying. Those aren't the words of a normal child, he said. Don't you fear anything? I stared at him steadily. If I were a Gryffindor, maybe I'd tell you. For the first time he smirked a little. Perhaps you really do belong in this house. I tried to get the hat to place me elsewhere, I said. It seemed to think that Slytherin was the only place for me. He scowled. In my day, the hat always gave preference to the wishes of the student. Perhaps it is becoming senile. It could use a cleaning, I said. The Malfoys do not forget, he said as he rose to his feet. And neither will I. I don't either, I said. I'm not a threat to anyone who isn't a threat to me. Get people to leave me alone, and I will feel myself amply repaid. He nodded slightly, and a moment later he was gone. I closed my eyes again, and it seemed like no time at all before I heard a heavy footstep entering the infirmary. It was Hagrid. He looked stricken. Did the unicorn make it? I asked. She's gonna make it, Hagrid said. But I never shoulda left ya out there. I shrugged. I can handle myself. Most of the trolls are in the north side of the forest right now, Hagrid said. It must have been a male shoved out of the pack, looking for better hunting by himself. What's going to happen to you? I asked. Mr. Malfoy looked pretty angry. Suspended without pay for a month, Hagrid said. I'd be out on my ear if Dumbledore hadn't stood up for me. I'd imagine that there's not a lot in the forest that's dangerous to you, I said. Even that troll last night. Hagrid shrugged. We'd have batted each other round a bit, then go on our own ways. I'm sorry you had to kill him. I didn't have much choice, I said. Maybe if I'd been a fifth year, but I don't know a lot of magic yet. I'm sorry you got hurt, he said. He hesitated. I wouldn't have thought such a little thing like you could kill something as big as that troll. It bled out almost right away. It was built like a human, I said. I shrugged. It wasn't that hard. He looked unconvinced. The others said you moved so fast they barely saw you. It was dark, I said. And they were shooting flares instead of lighting the path. With the way the Lumnose spell probably hurt their night vision, I'm surprised they saw anything. I'll do better next time, Hagrid said. Just remember that all first years aren't as tough as me, I said. You have to treat them like they are babies. He nodded, and a moment later he was gone. For the first time I became aware of the fact that someone had changed my clothes and bathed me, or perhaps used magic to do it, as I didn't have any troll blood on my body. I rose to my feet, and I felt a little woozy. Apparently blood replenishing potion wasn't nearly as effective as Panacea, something I was going to have to take into account as I went forward. I couldn't simply push my body to the extent that I had in the past, and not simply because I was out of shape. In my old world, even after Panacea had become unavailable, there had been other healers. I'd had a support team that was there should I get injured. Here I was on my own. Learning healing spells needed to be something that I learned sooner than later. It wasn't just for myself. If one of the others had been injured last night, I wouldn't have been able to help them other than whatever first aid I could render using the materials at hand, and that wouldn't have been a lot. I managed to reach the bathroom despite my dizziness, and after completing my ablutions, I returned to the infirmary, where I found Madame Pomfrey waiting for me. You should not be out of bed, she said. I needed to use the bathroom, I said. And I figured that it would be less dangerous than a troll. There is a strong possibility that you could faint and hit your head, she said. Which very well may be more dangerous to you than a troll. You don't seem surprised. I'm familiar with your capabilities, she said. After all, I'm the one who has been treating the people you have sent here. They attacked me first, I said. I'm sure that's a great comfort to their parents. I frowned at her. Was she giving me shade? She wasn't even looking at me, instead she was mixing something in a bowl on a cart. As I crawled back into the bed, I asked her, is there any chance that I could learn some basic healing magic from you? You should ask Professor Flitwick, she said. Those spells are generally reserved for upper years. I've got more need for them than most people, I said. That seems to be true, she said. I would prefer that you stop sending me patients in the middle of the night. I could start waiting until the middle of the day. The look she gave me was not friendly. I closed my mouth and I accepted the liquid she gave me. It tasted like the blood-replenishing potion Snape had given me the night before, with something else added. This will help you sleep more, she said. And when you wake, you will need to eat something to help the potion along. You will not feel like eating, but you need to push yourself to do so. I'd rather not sleep, I said. Considering that people know I am here, and there are those who don't wish me well. Madame Pomfrey stared at me and shook her head. I will be here watching over you, and after last night, I doubt that most of the students would bother to come after you anyway. She didn't seem to be lying. I'd had some classes on detecting lies from suspects and she had none of the usual tells. Still, it'd be embarrassing to wake up dead. Without sleep, you will continue to be weak, she said. For quite some time. There is only so much magical healing can do. Your blood loss last night was severe enough that I am surprised that you were still standing. I certainly wouldn't have left if I had realized you were in that condition. I hadn't even been aware that I was in that kind of shape. I was going to have to test my new body more so that I could know what to expect, otherwise, I'd end up bleeding to death over some embarrassing accident without even being aware of it. Then it's a good thing you didn't know, I said. There aren't enough unicorns in the world. There's only one of you, Pomfrey said. And the life of a wizard, or even a muggle is more important than the life of a unicorn. Watching her, I wondered if she even realized that she'd just implied that wizarding lives were more important than muggle lives. It was probably an attitude so deeply ingrained that she wasn't even aware that she had it. Still, she seemed to mean well. Fine, I said. I drank the concoction and grimaced. I'm holding you to the protection thing. I won't be amused if I wake up and find that one of the Weasley twins has drawn a mustache and goatee on my face. They'd do it, too. I'll do my best to keep that from happening, she said dryly. Although they do have their ways. I was feeling sleepy again. The potion worked faster than any medications I'd had, and I was out again. By the time I woke, the sun was shining brightly through the windows. Hermione was sitting on a chair next to my bed, and I forced myself to keep from grimacing. I'd been alert enough to wake up when Lucius Malfoy had entered, but I'd had no idea that Hermione had come in. While she was known to be my friend, there were all sorts of situations where she might have turned against me, ones that Pomfrey had no idea about. It would be best if I not accept sedating potions in the future, not while I was in a location like this where nothing was safe. Taylor. Hermione said when she saw that I was awake. I was so worried. I'm fine, I said. You're in the infirmary. She said. You're not fine. People are saying all kinds of crazy things, that you killed a troll with your bare hands, that you killed one of the Slytherin girls. That Hagrid killed one of the girls and you killed him. But I knew that none of it could be true. What really happened? I killed a troll, I said. With a knife, while the others distracted it with flares. She stared at me, seemingly speechless. The idea of a child of her age being faced by a real danger was foreign to her, the thought that a teacher would allow something like that was even more so. I'd been doing my best to subtly disabuse her of the notion that adults always knew best. How did you know how? I lived in a bad place before, I said. America. Not all of it, but there are places that are dangerous, just as there are in Britain. Even Wizarding Britain has Nocturne Alley. But to know how to use where did you even get a knife? It's not that hard to turn a stick into a knife if you know how to turn a matchstick into a needle, I said. It just differs in a matter of degree. She stared at me. But you'd have to know what a knife is really like to visualize it that well. I've carried one before, I said. We had a real gang problem where I grew up. I was taught how to use one by a good friend, to protect myself. I can't imagine that, she said. She looked down. I must seem silly to you, prattling on about little things when you've had real things to worry about. If things grew worse for muggleborns, she had things to worry about too. Preparing her for that wasn't going to be easy. I saw unicorns last night, I said. I let a little of the genuine wonder that I'd felt leak out onto my face. It helped me realize that not everything is dark and evil, that there is some beauty still left in the world. I think it's good that I have normal kids around me, it reminds me that I don't have to be kind of person I was back then, that I can be better. It was even true, to a point. Breakfast. Stepping into the Great Hall, I was surprised to see that everyone became quiet as I entered the room. Heads snapped around to stare at me, and conversations petered off until you could hear a pin drop. I could smell the bacon, and so I ignored the staring eyes to sit in my accustomed place. I'd debated trying to change seats so that I'd be less likely to be the victim of an attack, but everyone else tended to have their favorite spots, and I was already making enough waves by just being there. As I sat, I began filling my plate. Millie and Tracy were staring at me. Did you really kill a troll last night? I shrugged, my mouth was full. Apparently recovering a large amount of blood took its toll on the body's reserve. According to Pomfrey, I was going to have to eat more for the next few days to make up for it. I didn't mind, really. Draco says that all of them helped, Tracy said. I was surprised that he hadn't claimed credit for himself. However, he hadn't screamed and run away like most children his age would have done, so he deserved whatever credit he could accrue. Nodding slightly, I reached for a piece of toast. Apparently it was a rogue male, I said, the rest of the pack is on the other side of the forest. It was just one of those freak accidents. I heard that the Dark Lord himself sent it to kill you, Pansy said. Because he thinks you plan to be the Muggle Dark Lord. That's so stupid though. Oh. Like a Mudblood could ever be a Dark Lord, who would follow them? She asked. And it's crazy to think that the Dark Lord would even know you existed. Like you're that important. How many times have the goblins rebelled? I asked. I don't know. A lot. And according to you, wizards are better than goblins. Of course. Even Mudbloods. Yes, barely. Then if goblins can rebel, why not muggleborns? I asked. Because Mudbloods don't have any power, she said, as though I was stupid to even suggest it. They aren't even all that good at magic. I used my wand to levitate a piece of ham and 2 pieces of toast from in front of her simultaneously. She didn't seem to notice. So why were you in the infirmary? Tracy asked. I'd have thought that you'd have been either dead, or not harmed at all. The troll fell on me when I killed it, I said. I took another piece of bacon. What? Everyone was staring at me. I shrugged. How did you let it get that close to you? I killed it with a knife, I said. And that requires close-up work. With a knife, Pansy said. Not a spell, you didn't even use magic to drop something heavy on it. You killed it with a knife. Is that even possible? Trolls are huge. The skin of their scrotum and the back of their knees is thinner, I said. I probably should have transfigured a bigger knife, though. It would have died faster. Some of the first years around me looked puzzled, as though they didn't know what I was talking about. The older students nearby looked a little green. So you used magic to make something to kill with non-magically. Pansy was staring at me incredulously, as though I'd grown a second head. It seemed like it was resistant to spells, I said. What else could I do? Run away? Pansy asked. Scream for help. Die you mean? I asked. I shook my head. I try not to do that any more than I absolutely have to. How did you know how to kill a troll with a knife? Tracy asked, as though she was afraid of what the answer would be. I grew up in a tough neighborhood, I said. That's a Muggle thing, isn't it? Mildred asked. I nodded. That seemed to end their interest in the conversation, which suited me just fine. I'd said all I meant to say, and the last thing I needed was to seem as though I had secrets, even though I did. I still caught several of my classmates staring at me when they thought I wasn't looking, and through my insect's vision, I could tell that other students were whispering all over the Great Hall behind my back. At the end of the meal, Dumbledore stood up. Last night, you may have heard that there was an incident in the Forbidden Forest. Courage is what is usually attributed to Gryffindor, but last night several students in Slytherin showed great courage under a situation which would have cowed some adult wizards. For courage under fire, Terence Higgs, Miles Bletchley, and Draco Malfoy will each be awarded 25 points. For courage beyond that expected of any child of her age, and for risking her life to defend her classmates, Taylor Hebert will be awarded 75 points, for a total of 150 points for Slytherin. There was a collective gasp from the entire room. There were politics behind the decision, I suspected. Giving points to Malfoy would help ingratiate the school to his father, although truthfully he hadn't run, which actually was worth some kind of an award. I doubted that I would have been as brave at his age. Giving me the largest proportion of points wasn't simply because I'd done most of the work. It was a way to emphasize my value to Slytherin, to make me more valuable to the group and to help push whatever agenda Dumbledore and the Sorting Hat had in subtly backing me. I'd been thinking about Dumbledore lately, and it occurred to me that any overt support he gave me would be counterproductive with my house, because of his own unpopularity. For a moment I wondered why they hadn't had Snape deliver the points, but it occurred to me that having Dumbledore do it prevented accusation that Snape was being biased and attempting to push his house to win the House Cup. Personally, I didn't care about points at all. It seemed rather arbitrary and meaningless when the reward was a little bit of bragging rights at the end of the year. It seemed to work to keep the peace, though, and so I was willing to work within the system. I glanced over at Draco, whose chest was swelled with pride. He glanced at me, and I gave him the slightest of smiles. He paled a little and seemed to deflate a bit, but that didn't keep those around him from clapping him on the back and congratulating him. I didn't get any of that, but several of the older students did nod at me approvingly. Dumbledore had done me a service, and I would remember that. What he expected from me wasn't clear, most likely his interests aligned with those of the Hat, turn Slytherin from a terrorist breeding ground into something that produced reasonable human beings. The fact that this aligned with my own goals didn't mean that our goals would always be in sync. I suspected that he'd been delighted to have me in the house despite the fact that it was objectively the worst place for me. He hadn't gotten where he was without being a master manipulator. He knew how to play the political game. Being a powerful wizard wasn't enough, there had been plenty of powerful capes in the Protectorate who had never risen to the top of their respective divisions. Usually it had been because of personality conflicts or an inability or lack of interest in playing the political game. As the meal ended and the plates vanished, I stood up and I headed toward the exit. I felt 3 other people making a beeline for me. "What do you want?" I asked. Marcus Flint was standing behind me, flanked by Terence Higgs and Miles Bletchley. "You saved the team, Hebert," Flint said. "The boys told us what you did, and we'd have been a keeper and a seeker short." "Anybody can be replaced," I said. "You've obviously never played Quidditch," Flint said. "I don't like your kind. I don't even particularly like you. But I respect you, and I never thought I'd say that about a first year. Most of you are snot-nosed little nothings." Was he saying I was worthless as a mudblood, or as an annoying kid? "But not you. You're mean as a snake, and dangerous as one too. If you have any problems with anybody on the team, let one of us know and we'll take care of it, preferably before you do. Hopefully nobody on the team will be that stupid. I have a feeling that someone might be able to hurt you, but you'd make them pay later." "The best way to get her is to drop a troll on her," Terence said. He was smiling slightly as he said it though. "Nobody would ever be able to get a troll in the school," Flint said absently. "I think if she drank a cheering charm, it would be like deadly poison to her," Miles said. He was smiling slightly as he said it, though. This didn't feel like the jokes that Emma had made. Was this what friendly teasing actually felt like? Miles and Terence had seen what I had done last night, but instead of making them afraid of me, it seemed to make them admire me. A little? I couldn't tell, and that bothered me more than I wanted to admit. The strange warm feeling in my chest was probably a side effect from the potions I'd been drinking. "You should try out for Beater next year," Terence said. "She probably weighs less than a bludger," Flint said. "Beaters have to be strong." "She killed a troll with a knife the size of my forearm," Terence said. "Which means she can probably beat the Weasley twins half to death without too much trouble." Apparently my alliance with the twins was still a secret. "Good. She weighs half as much as a bludger," Flint argued. "I don't care how vicious she is, there's laws of nature. You try to hit something that weighs more than you, you're the one who goes flying." "I think she could do it, and without cheating," Miles said, glancing at me. They hadn't even asked if I wanted to try out. "It's too bad that first years can't try out," Flint said, looking at me as though I would obviously want to try out for a sport I knew nothing about except that it sounded ridiculously dangerous. I already thought that flying class needed more safety protocols, having kids flying around, beating each other with bats while 150-pound ball of iron tried to slam into them sounded like a perfect receipt for a bunch of dead kids. Yet somehow they made it work, which meant that there were aspects to it that I wasn't seeing. I'd never been into sports, and I wasn't now. But letting them think I might try out next year was harmless, and if it kept the team's goodwill toward me for a few months while I grew stronger, I didn't have a problem with lying. Terence and Flint argued, and I stiffened as I felt Miles' hand on my shoulder. In a low voice, he said, "Me and Terence. We know what you did for us last night. You could have gotten away easy and left us to die, and nobody would have thought anything about it. But you put yourself at risk when you didn't have to, and we'll remember that." "You helped," I said. He chuckled bitterly. "Using a first-year spell against a Class XXXX creature? We'd have been dead sooner than later. The defense teachers over the past few years haven't been good." "The one we have now isn't bad," I said. "He's the best one I've had," Miles said. "Most of them aren't worth a crap. You'd think Dumbledore would at least try to put somebody in the most important class, but they say the Dark Lord put a curse on the position." "Oh?" I asked casually. "Is that something that can be done?" He stared at me for a moment, then paled a little. He removed his hand. "That's 7th year or maybe further stuff. Don't go trying to curse the whole class if you stub your toe or something." I smiled at him sweetly, then grinned as he paled some more. "I remember my friends," I said quietly. "Even if they can't be my friends publicly." He nodded and took a step back. Terence and Flint were still arguing about my potential skills as a beater, which Flint thinking that the physics of the task would defeat me, even if he didn't seem to know the word physics. "I'll think about it," I said more loudly, and then I stepped away from them. As I headed for class, I saw people staring at me and whispering everywhere I went. I listened in as I could, but there were too many conversations all happening at the same time for me to get more than a few fragments of each of them. She's not really a witch. She's a creature pretending to be a witch. How else could she have killed a troll like that without magic? That was actually close to the truth. If it became a common rumor, I'd have to figure out a way to direct people's attention elsewhere. She's a vampire. That didn't even make sense. It was already daylight, and I was clearly walking around in the sunlight right now, as they were staring at me. She obliviated them and made them think she killed it. Somebody else did it. Doesn't that make her even more scary? A second voice asked. If she can already obliviate people. Yet. That was a rumor that I wasn't going to fight. Keeping people uncertain about what you could and could not do was basic caping 101. Most capes always held a little back, just in case. Having people uncertain might make them hesitate in attacking me. It was going to make them less likely to overestimate me, though, which I did not like. I think she's kind of cute, I heard a boyish voice say. It wasn't a voice I recognized, so it wasn't one of the Slytherins. She'll stab you, mate. Just let it go. I fought to keep myself from wincing. That was the kind of complication that I did not need. Just thinking about it made me a little nauseous. Kids that age shouldn't even be thinking about pairing up, and it was hard for me not to think about even 7th years as anything other than children, even though chronologically they weren't that far from my actual age. Sometimes experience aged you. Vista had always been a lot older than her age would suggest. She'd been through a lot of vicious, nasty fights, and it had made her into someone older than her age. These kids were still kids. Their concerns were the concerns of children. They hadn't had to fight and die, and had to watch people they loved die in front of their eyes. That was a good thing, although I doubted that all of them would stay that innocent by the time they graduated. War was looming on the horizon, even if I was somewhat insulated from it here with the children. There were indications in the wizarding newspaper that some of the purebloods left lying around, if you were able to read between the lines. Wizards were dying of accidents, and it was almost always a muggleborn wizard who had done well for himself. There weren't a lot, maybe 1 or 2 a week, but it was a pattern, especially as I'd been told that wizards tended to live twice as long as muggles on average, both due to wizard medicine and their own innate magic. It didn't make sense that there were this many accidents in this small of a population. The overall death rate per year in the United States, not counting Endbringer deaths or Golden Morning, had been less than 1% a year. That had included deaths from a lot of illnesses that wizards could cure with a wave of a wand and car accidents, and most wizards did not drive. Old age should have been the main cause of wizard deaths, and even if wizards had simply died at half the rate of muggle deaths, there should have been less than 50 wizard deaths a year from all causes. Accidents simply should not happen as often to wizards. You wouldn't climb on a ladder to get something and fall to your death. You'd just use your wand. Poisoning? Wizards didn't use caustic cleaning products like muggles did. Again, a simple swish of a wand meant there was no need. There were spells to protect from being trapped in fires. Of course, even wizards could choke on a piece of food. I was surprised that some of the Gryffindor boys hadn't already died, given the speed with which they ate. Anyone could slip in the shower. But when those things kept happening over and over to one class of people, it moved from being suspicious to being attempted genocide. They were keeping it low-key from now. I had no doubt that Aurors were investigating the deaths, and that sympathetic pure-blooded politicians were obstructing those investigations. There was a battle being waged in the shadows, and for the moment at least, I was out of it. Unfortunately, I knew that was a situation that wasn't going to last. Sooner or later I was going to be drawn into a war that was not my own, and then all this pettiness at school would seem like a distant memory. Invitation. That's not how you use a shield spell. Fred exclaimed from the floor. Oh. I asked casually. Running toward him and smashing him with it had been fairly effective, but I suspected that it had only worked because he hadn't been ready for it. I'd felt feedback when I'd hit him, which meant that my size and weight were a limitation. He rose to his feet. A wizard who has to get close to someone is a wizard who's dead, he said. Everybody knows that. You'd know that too if you weren't a crazy troll-killing muggle. I shrugged. Working on shield charms was a major step forward in my evolution as a witch. I was still trying to work out creative ways to use shields, though. What if you could do more than just make a barrier in front of you? Put a shield around someone's head, and not only could you suffocate them, you could prevent them from speaking spells. You could even fill the shield with something terrifying, like bees, and they wouldn't be able to get rid of them. If you put shields around their hands, would they be able to gesture with wands? I was still uncertain whether shields could be moved or shaped. I was still learning the basics. It was something I fully intended to find out, though. Can you reshape the shields? I asked. Asking a third year might not be the best option, but if something was common knowledge, no point in doing a lot of research I didn't have to. What do you mean? Fred asked. Change it from this basic shape to something else. He stared at me for a moment. We'd been working with each other for a few weeks now, and he likely knew that I never asked a question without having a reason behind it. Why would you want to? Well, for one thing, have you heard of Muggle tanks? The Weasley twins were purebloods, but their father was some government official who dealt with Muggle artifacts. That meant they were a little more familiar with technology than some of the other students, although I was still astonished by their ignorance sometimes. He frowned. Those things that have water in them. Yes, but there's another kind of tank, an armored vehicle, like an automobile, I said. I knew their father had one of those. I'd overheard the youngest Weasley bragging about it, right before Draco had made fun of him for it. Armored. Think of a turtle, except with a shell made out of thick metal, I said. He nodded slowly. Well, eventually they discovered that having armor straight up and down made it relatively easy to break through. But sloping the armor made it a lot tougher. Why? If something hits sloped armor at an angle, there's a chance that it might bounce off, or be deflected, I said. There's other reasons, you can get more armor for less weight or something, but it's kind of complicated. Attacks already bounce off shields, he said. But what if you could change the shape so that the spell bounces right back to the caster? I asked. He froze for a moment. That would be a huge advantage, but there's no way to know what shape could do that. People are going to be attacking you from all kinds of angles, and in the heat of battle you aren't going to be able to figure out the exact shape that you need. But if you could, I said. The shape could be changed. Maybe. He said. I'd have to do some research. What about putting a shield on someone else? I asked. Like if one of you wanted to protect Ron. He frowned. Without being in front of him? That's something I'd have to look up too. You could even use that for a prank, I said. If you could make the shield hard to see. How? He asked. Put a shield in front of someone's feet, a small one, and they'd trip. There's already a tripping jinx. But if they check you wand, what would they find? I asked. I lowered my voice in a weird approximation of his. Oh, no, Professor, I didn't cast a tripping jinx. You can check my wand. He looked thoughtful. I can see how that might be useful. There's probably other things you could do with it. Turn a shield into a sphere and fill it with water, I said. Or something funnier, I'm not really good at pranking people. Then dismiss the sphere when they walk under it. He stared at me searchingly. Why do I get the impression that you don't want to know this for pranks? I shrugged. Maybe I'm getting a sense of humor. He smirked. I'll believe that when I see it. What about a reverse bubblehead charm? I asked. One that would keep smalls in instead of out? That's make those stink bombs of yours a lot more effective. It would also be perfect for more dangerous gases. And it would be something that they'd be unlikely to dispel because they were gagging and their eyes watering. It sounds like a lot of work for me and George, Fred said thoughtfully. But you aren't wrong. I think people would rather have a specific spell for something because it usually works better, but for pranks, you might be right. Doing things people don't expect is key. Like hitting someone with a shield charm. I asked sweetly. That wouldn't have worked if I was ready for it, he said irritably. He grabbed a towel and wiped his neck. I wouldn't have done it if you were. He was silent for a moment. Are you going to the Halloween feast? A girl's gotta eat, I said. Dumbledore is going all out this year, he said. There's supposed to be dancing skeletons. I heard that he was going to wait until next year, but he's changed his mind. He was probably trying to distract everyone. I'd overheard some of the students talking about letters from their parents. Everyone seemed worried, even the Slytherin parents, and many of the students had been told to keep their heads down and not make waves. The older students seemed to be taking this reasonably well, but it was frightening the first and second year students. I wiped my own forehead with my towel. Wizarding combat involved a lot of running around, at least the way I did it. It wasn't as good as endurance running. I had considered asking Snape if I could have a treadmill delivered by Owl, but I wasn't sure where I'd put it, and the last thing I ended was to have an object that I used all the time, a perfect target for curses. In the past few weeks since the troll attack there hadn't been any more attacks on me. No one was particularly friendly with me either, other than my core group of acquaintances. The Quidditch team did seem to treat me with a modicum of respect, more than they did the other first years anyway. This has been good for me and George, Fred said. We're getting faster, and it's good to practice with someone other than each other, even if it's just a group of first ties. It'll be good for the next time things get heated. The school had managed to quiet the open battles in the halls, but there was a simmering tension that hadn't gone away. People were afraid, and in my experience, that fear was easy to turn to anger. I was having them practice with me, Hermione, Millicent and Neville, although I was having extra sessions the others didn't know about. I'm glad you decided to work with us, I said. And that you aren't just the jerks the Slytherins think you are. All the Slytherins? He asked. I nodded solemnly. He grinned and threw his towel at me. I dodged it. That just means we're doing our jobs right. The Weasleys are the bane of the Slytherins. Draco certainly seems to think that about your brother, I said. Draco had been maturing nicely, although he still had times when bits of his former self showed through. This occurred most often around the youngest Weasley boy, although he seemed irritated occasionally by Harry Potter. "We all think that about Ron," Fred said. "But that's brothers for you. You can't live with them." I waited for the rest of the phrase and he just grinned at me. "You should have some fun at the party," he continued. "After all, you're half monster yourself." I bared my teeth at him, and he laughed. He flicked his wand, and muttered and his towel went into his bag. "I'll see you on Wednesday." With that, he was gone. I waited in the room for several minutes after he left. While I could tell if there were people watching, portraits were harder, and they tended to gossip. The last thing that I needed was for rumors to spread about what I was doing with an older boy, especially a Gryffindor. I'd chosen a hallway that didn't have any portraits, but there were always wandering ghosts, and Peeves would be delighted in spreading nasty rumors, especially since he thought there was nothing I could do to him. With my luck, they'd think that I was drinking his blood. The rumors that I was a vampire hadn't gone away, and there were even some people claiming that I was Snape's illegitimate daughter. The weird thing was that I couldn't absolutely rule that out, because I didn't know a lot about my host body's family life. I could say that there wasn't much of a physical resemblance between us. Maybe it was because we were both considered intimidating. I'd noticed that Snape purposefully worked at being intimidating, although it had never worked on me. After facing Jack Slash, the Siberian and Scion, very little was actually intimidating. As I stepped out into the hallway, I heard the sounds of weeping coming from one of the bathrooms. It was the one that seemed never to be used by any of the girls, even though I'd used it a couple of times. Stepping cautiously inside, I said, "Myrtle." I was at least passingly familiar with most of the ghosts in the school. I had been paranoid enough about them that I had needed that information. After all, they were harder to watch out for than people, who my bugs could sense easily, or portraits, who were limited to one place. The sobbing noise from the bathroom stopped. "Go away." I heard a voice echo from within a stall. "All right," I said, shrugging. There was no point in going where I wasn't wanted, and I wasn't an expert in ghost psychology, especially as from everything I had read, they weren't actually the spirits of the dead, but instead were imprints, or copies of those spirits. They were like magical portraits in a way, they couldn't experience physical pleasure, and their abilities to learn from new experiences were limited. That was part of what made Ben such a terrible teacher, although I suspected that he'd never been a particularly brilliant one. The room was cold, even colder than the rest of the castle. I'd read that was something that tended to happen in the presence of ghosts, and it might be a way to detect them. My insects could sense cold, after all, even if a ghost was hiding. The ability to see them at all was a wizarding trait. Muggles would have only felt a sense of discomfort or coldness or a shadow out of the corner of their eye. It was enough to make me wonder if there had been ghosts in my old world, most likely not because they were only generated from wizards. Some of the worst pureblood bigots liked to speculate that this was because Muggles didn't have souls. Not all purebloods felt this way, but a few did. "You don't want to know what's wrong?" she asked. "You were murdered and are angry about it?" I asked. I saw her head poke out of the bathroom stall and she glared at me. That's just what I'd expect from a Slytherin, making assumptions about people. "Oh?" I asked. "So I'm wrong?" "Yes," she said. She didn't elucidate, though, staring at me as though she was waiting for some kind of response. "Well, I've got to get going," I said. "I hope you get over whatever is bothering you, and the dying of course." I didn't tell her that I'd been dead before, so I could sympathize. That was the kind of thing that could easily get me dead again, or maybe worse. I'd heard about the Dementors. It took a cruel kind of society to make the death penalty the kinder option. Having your soul sucked out, and all hopes of an afterlife snuffed, that was truly disturbing. I hadn't even known there was proof there was an afterlife. That was a piece of information that would have set all of humanity back on its respective rumps and made them question everything. The wizards didn't seem to know what that afterlife was, like the ghosts. It wasn't a question I could answer either. Maybe this was my afterlife, and if so, I had a feeling that I wasn't in the good place. Purgatory maybe? "None of the ghosts want me to go to the party on Halloween," she said. "The party with the dancing skeletons?" I asked. "Isn't everyone going to that?" "No. The after party, it's for ghosts and guests, a celebration of our collective death's day. Halloween is supposed to be the day we're closest to being alive again, and we like to celebrate it. Weren't you invited to last year's party?" I asked. "Yes," she said sulkily. "And that's why I'm not invited this year." She started to cry again. I could see why even ghosts might be reluctant to have her around. Her constant complaining and crying would get on anyone's nerves. However, I could remember crying in a bathroom myself because of what others were doing. Could ghosts be bullied? Were they even truly sentient, or were they simply simulacra? Did it matter? Getting them on my side would increase my influence by a great deal. My biggest limitation currently, other than my size and lack of magical ability, was the fact that I could only concentrate on one thing at a time. That meant that it was inevitable that sooner or later I was going to miss something. Well, I said slowly. You need to ask yourself what it would take for you to get invited. Or you need to crash the party. Crash. Show up without being invited. If you are good, people might not say anything. If you are bad, they'll chuck you out, but at least you'll have tried. She frowned. I couldn't do that, not by myself. Are you asking me to go to the party with you? I asked. Uninvited to a ghost party as your +1. +1? She asked. Finally she nodded. That would be great. And it's after the regular party? I asked. The Bloody Baron didn't want to miss the dancing skeletons, she said. He's invited them to the after party too, but nobody knows if they're going to show up. I'll have to get permission from Professor Snape, I said. Because it'll likely involve me being out after hours, but I'll go with you if I can. She smiled, and what had been a very plain girl was suddenly just a little less plain. Her smile vanished almost as quickly as it had come, like a summer rain shower. She started sobbing again. What is it now? I asked. I wouldn't have to be bothering with all of this if I hadn't been murdered. Right, I said. I'll be going now. You'll be there, won't you? She asked, sounding suddenly insecure. I do what I promise, I said. Good or bad? Whether I'll come back next year depends on how badly you embarrass me and how angry you make the other ghosts. Embarrass you? She asked. We can talk about what happened last year, and how you can avoid offending the others tomorrow after dinner, I said. I've got something I have to do right now. She hesitated, then nodded. I sighed and headed out of the bathroom. Turning this into a win was going to be difficult, especially if Myrtle made it harder for me with the other ghosts. Yet she was trapped here, and being trapped in school for all of eternity was my definition of hell. I needed to go to the library to look something called Boggarts up. Apparently Traverse was going to have us face one tomorrow. We were going to be the first class that had seen one, and so I had no lead time from the rumors and conversations of the other classes. Was that deliberate? Was there something about this monster that would give Traverse some kind of an advantage? I hadn't forgotten that one of my goals was to find out who was doing the killing of the muggleborn, and just as importantly, who it was in the school that had given out all the names. It had to be a staff member because students had not been present at school when the letters were mailed out. However, I couldn't make the mistake of assuming that it had to be a human staff member. The house elves pretended to be all nice and subservient, but sometimes I wondered if there was hatred in their eyes. After all, they were slaves, and of course slaves were going to pretend to love slavery. How they really felt might be a different matter. Or it might not. I wasn't discounting them though. Even Mrs. Norris was a suspect. If McGonagall could turn into a cat, who was to say that some of the other pets in the castle weren't actually people too? She certainly liked to snoop around enough. For some reason, I felt an underlying sense of dread about tomorrow. Boggart. Boggarts are not beings, Traverse said. Does anyone know what that means? It's a kind of spirit that created by human emotions, Hermione said after raising her hand. It was never alive. That's important to remember, Traverse said. They were never born, and they cannot be killed. What are some other examples of non-beings? Dementors, I said, even as Draco called out poltergeists. One at a time, please, and all of you are correct. A point to all of your respective houses, Traverse said. He paused. Being immortal, these creatures cannot be killed. That can pose a problem for certain kinds of wizards. Was he looking at me? They can only be dealt with, he said. And the means of dealing with them are different with each species. The one factor that all of the spells have in common is that they all deal with positive emotions. Because these creatures are created from powerful negative emotions, the way to drive them off is to use the emotions that are their opposite. The entire class was silent. Although Traverse sometimes showed signs of being a mild bigot, that wasn't unusual in the wizarding world. He did have a powerful way of speaking, though. He actually wasn't bad as a teacher. The way to deal with the Dementors is the Patronus Charm, which is a spell that is rather difficult even for many adult wizards. Fortunately, the spell to deal with Boggarts is much easier. There was a wardrobe in the back of the room, and from inside there was the sounds of scratching. The silence of the class made that sound seem to echo. I saw fleeting moments of anxiety on the faces of many of my classmates, even the Slytherins, although they were better at hiding it. Boggarts are generated by fear, Traverse said. And as such, they are driven away by laughter. What other limitations do they have? The size of the room. Tracy said. Traverse nodded. A boggart will shapeshift into your greatest fear, but it will size itself to the room it is in. Nundus are huge, but in here, it would probably be the size of a horse. It's weaker than the thing you are afraid of, I said. He nodded. It's a pale reflection of the genuine thing, although the fact that it can copy powers does make it somewhat dangerous. It is less dangerous in a setting with multiple people. It will be trapped, unable to decide whose fears are most pertinent. Some people think they are sentient, others think not. No one really knows, any more than anyone knows what they really look like when there is no one to watch them. Ultimately, they feed on fear, and are strengthened by it. Most boggarts are not truly dangerous, but it is possible that given enough fear they could become so. Everyone was silent, and I could see the wardrobe shaking. People in the room were growing more tense. Knowing what you fear is the first step in overcoming that fear, Travers said. And that is what we are going to do today. I have shown you the wand motions for the ridiculous spell. Given your young age, I do not expect that all of you shall be able to accomplish the spell at first, but I expect that all of you will be able to do it by the end of class. Who will be first? He said. Line up. The first 3 will earn points for their house. Malfoy was the first to stand up. He stepped forward, his shoulders tight and a grim expression on his face. He glanced at me, as though he was wondering if I was his greatest fear. I doubted it, and when Travers flicked his wand to open the wardrobe, I was proven correct. A tall and skeletally thin man stepped out of the wardrobe. He was wearing deep black robes, and he was bald. His face was waxy, and his eyes were a deep red. A hood covered his face. Draco was pale and sweating. Remember the spell, Travers said, leaning down close to his ear. Ridiculous. Malfoy said. It took him 3 tries before the figure began to slip and stumble before falling on his back. Voldemort, it had to be. Was this a true representation of how he looked, or was this just the manifestation of Draco's fears? Considering that his father had worked for the man, it was possible that Draco had a better idea than most about what he looked like, but it was just as possible that the elder Malfoy had protected him from seeing him. Hermione was next. She stepped forward, and the creature shifted and changed shape before our eyes. Its form settled, and I stared at what resulted in shock. It was me. My face was looking at her with a cold, dispassionate look. I don't know why I bother with you. You'll never catch up with me, so why are you even bothering trying? You don't belong at this school anyway. Ridiculous. Hermione said, getting it right on the first try. Her face was red, and she would not look at me. My figure began to tap dance, grinning in a way that didn't seem quite right. I saw some of the other students shudder. Goyle was afraid of Voldemort too, although his version wasn't as well formed as Draco's. This Voldemort ended up dressed like a woman, in a pink sundress. Crabbe, though, was afraid of me. I saw myself standing in my pajamas with a bloody sock in my hand. My head was cocked, and a creepy smile was on my face. There was a lot more blood on the sock than I recalled had actually been. Had he been one of the students who had seen me, or was this what his mind had created from the stories told by the others? Ridiculous. My figure was suddenly dressed like a circus clown, somehow that only made me look more disturbing. My grin grew wider, and it soon was unnaturally wide. Perhaps at the end of class, Travers said hurriedly. He stepped toward Crabbe, and the boggart twisted again. This version of Voldemort was much more detailed than Draco's had been. Did Travers have personal experience of the man? Half the Slytherins, as it turned out, were afraid of Voldemort. 4 were afraid of me, as was one other Ravenclaw. Pansy Parkinson's fear was a mirror that showed her as being ugly. Daphne Greengrass's fear was of herself in a hospital bed, looking deathly ill. Blaise Zabinai's was his mother offering him something to drink. Apparently not all fears had obvious meanings. I'd thought of skipping this class. Showing my fears to others ran the risk of outing me, or of weakening a position that I had worked very hard to achieve. Yet not showing up would also weaken my position. If people thought I was afraid of a boggart, or afraid to show what my fear was, they might think that I was safe to attack again. So many students were afraid of Voldemort that I had to wonder what the point of the exercise was. If Travers was a Death Eater, it had to be difficult to watch his boss being humiliated over and over. Or maybe he was like a house elf and secretly wanted to see his boss fail. His expression never altered throughout any of it, although he did take notes. A quick look over his shoulder with several flies showed that he was noting our fears in a column next to our name. Why was he collecting that information? For his master? Or was it for some lesson further down the line? I'd been working on a plan all night to deal with this. I'd push my emotions into my bugs, as much as I could. In the past, I'd only been able to push the expression of my emotions into my bugs, but I'd been working on doing it all night, and I'd thought I was able to manage it. What was I afraid of, really? Being discovered? I had a plan to deal with that, beginning with my Peruvian darkness powder and ending with the tunnel to Hogsmeade that the staff didn't think we knew about. There was a flue in Hogsmeade that I could use to get to Diagon Alley, and from there I'd make my way to America by slipping onto a ship. Before I'd come to this school, I wouldn't have had the resources to have made it on my own, but things were different now. I had stolen several books from the library, books that I would return if this all went well. If it didn't, I'd use them to continue my studies on my own. I'd also looked up the location of America's version of Diagon Alley, and I would be able to get supplies there to educate myself on my own. Leaving Hermione and Neville behind would be painful, but they'd be relatively safe as long as they were at school. It wasn't like I would be able to protect them once they got home anyway. I'd been storing non-perishable food in my fanny pack for a while now, preparing for the event that I was discovered. I'd heard preppers call it a bug-out bag, which I found a little ironic. In Earth Olive, preppers were considered crazy cranks. In my world, Earth Bet, with Endbringers, the Slaughterhouse 9 and other dangers, they'd been considered just a little more prepared than the rest of us. What else could I possibly fear? Most of the fears of my past were things that I had dealt with, which meant that they probably were no longer my greatest fear. Some of the Ravenclaws were showing obvious fears, being told they were failures, giant spiders, snakes, floating, flaming skulls. Some of them were afraid of Voldemort too, but not as many as the Slytherins, which made sense. Voldemort had to feel closer to people who had Death Eaters in the family. In some cases, he might even be closer. Was this an exercise to see who wasn't afraid of Voldemort? Miss Hebert. Travers said. Sighing, I stepped forward. The entire class was watching. I casually reached into my fanny pack and pulled out the darkness powder in my left hand, ready to throw it. Shifting, the creature settled into a familiar form. It was Lisa, wearing the costume I'd last seen her in, the black bodysuit with purple lines and the domino mask. She was leaning toward me with a look of terror on her face. Wake up, boss. What? She reached out as though she was going to shake me. You've been dreaming. It's not over. If you don't wake up, he's going to destroy everything. I felt a chill of horror go down my spine. Had my victory over Scion not been real? Had it just been the feverish dream of a dying brain? Was this? Which was more likely, that I'd woken up in another body in a world with real magic, and that I'd ended up going to a school for magic, or that I was hallucinating? Why hadn't it even occurred to me before? I'd thought that I'd resolved my issues about school, about Emma and Sophia and Madison. I'd had more important things to worry about for a long time now. Yet here I was in a school again, dealing with bullies in a world where I was no longer helpless. Was this my mind's way of trying to work through that trauma? You need to wake up. Tattletale said. He's coming. She looked behind her and she screamed, and a moment later a blast of light came from another place, hitting her. She reached out to me, as though to beg for my help, but the flesh melted from her skull. I shook my head. I'd sent the Undersiders away. Lisa wouldn't have been there to try to wake me up. If she was, everything would have been lost anyway. If I questioned my very existence, then what would anything I did here and now matter? For a moment I closed my eyes and I tried to wake up. Nothing happened. Sighing, I opened my eyes again, and I lifted my wand. Ridiculous, I said firmly. The form in front of me shuddered, and a moment later it shifted into another familiar form. It was me, not the old me, but the new one. My own body looked incredibly small and vulnerable, weak now that I looked at it from the outside. I'm still here, she said. She looked at me entreatingly. Why won't you let me go? It took me a moment to realize the implications. Was this Millie Scrivener? Was she trapped in her own body, living in an unending hell as she watched a parasite take over the life she should have had? Unlike me, she was actually an 11-year-old girl, and she'd seen her family murdered in front of her. She'd seen me do things that had to have horrified her. I felt an old, familiar feeling. It felt like the walls were closing in around me. Was that what it was like for her? Trapped in unending darkness, with no one who cared what had happened to her? I'd barely even thought about her or her family, yet it was possible that she had been right there beside me all along. Just because this was my boggart didn't mean that the fear itself wasn't real. After all, for all the children who were afraid of Voldemort, he really was a threat to them and their families. Ridiculous. I said more firmly. Both of the things the monster was showing me couldn't be true, not simultaneously. That meant that at least one of them had to be a lie, and maybe both of them. The shape shimmered again. It was me again, but this time I was standing over a pile of bodies. There were faces I recognized, including people who were in this very room. Hermione, Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Snape, Dumbledore. I was standing over them with a bloody scalpel. My entire body was drenched with blood. On the walls behind me, several of the students were pinned up, their torsos cut open with a fine precision. Some of them were still alive, staring at us with a look of sick horror on their faces, even as their lungs were still moving and their hearts were still beating. Some of them had been flayed, and thanks to my experiences tracking down the Slaughterhouse 9, I knew exactly what that looked like. Blood was pooling toward the pile of bodies in the middle of the floor. I'd seen this before with Bonesaw, no. Riley now. She was better, and I would never. It wasn't like I'd ever do something like this, take my enemies apart so that I could figure out how they worked, how magic worked. Even if Sion really wasn't gone, I wouldn't. I was staring down at them all with a dispassionate look, and then I looked up. It's a start, my voice said. It was cold and seemed to lack even the slightest hint of emotion. But I'll have to do them all. It's for the best. Ridiculous. I heard Traverse say beside me. The shape flew backwards, and a moment later the wardrobe closed and locked itself. That was a little more interesting than I expected, he said. He was staring at me like he'd never seen me before, and looking around, I saw that everyone in the class looked pale. Some of them looked like they were about to vomit, and I could hear a sobbing sound from the back of the class. Hermione wouldn't look at me. Was this because of what I'd seen earlier, or because of what she'd just seen? Did she really think that I was the same kind of maniac that I'd spent more than 2 years hunting down? I was better than that. I'd done horrible things, but only to stop things that were even worse. What else would have shown up if Traverse hadn't banished the thing? A dead baby? That would have done wonders for my reputation, knowing that I'd once killed a baby, even if it was only to save him from an unending torture. Boggets didn't give context, and I certainly wasn't about to explain. Sometimes it is difficult to find a sense of humor about these things, he said, and for once his voice almost sounded gentle. I will expect results by the end of term, but I think it might be best if you face the Boggett on your own. I'm not sure the rest of the class would be comfortable facing your fears. It seemed that everyone in class was averting their eyes. I could still hear sobbing from the back of the class. Maybe I would have been better to have skipped this class after all. It hadn't left me in a weaker position, but it had possibly damaged my reputation. Worse, it had left me with some deep, disquieting fears. Was this world real, or was it all a hallucination, the last gasp of a dying brain? Although I tried to push the thought away, it horrified me on a level that nothing else would have. Even if this world was real, what about the other fears that had been revealed? Had I stepped into an empty body, or was I trapping a young girl in a hell from which she couldn't escape? Last of all, was the thing I was most afraid of myself? I'd done a lot of terrible things in the name of the greater good, it got easier and easier to do them the more of them you did. At what point would I lose that last vestige of morality and become the thing I'd always been fighting against? I'd seen what pragmatism had done to Alexandria, to Eidolon, to Contessa. Was I any better? Would I become even worse when I had much more power than I had now? All in all, I found myself wishing that for just once I'd stayed in bed. Interlude, staff and students. Ridiculous. Severus shouted. It was good that he was a talented Occlumens. Having Voldemort see what he had to do to dismiss his Boggett would likely have resulted in an extensive session with the Cruciatus curse. Locking the Boggett in the box, he turned the corner and glared at Traverse, who was coming down the hall. You had to teach Boggets, he snapped. Traverse had the grace to look ashamed. It seemed important. Any other year, Severus would have applauded the effort. It was rare to have a competent teacher in defense, and students would find a strong background in defense useful in the coming years. Then you should have excused Hebert. You were informed of her background. I expected to see her parents dead, not what I saw. There was a certain cruelty to that, but Traverse had always thought of the muggleborn as being a little less than human. It wasn't a sentiment shared by Severus, even though his own muggle father had barely been human. He'd been abusive enough that Severus had a fair idea of what his own Boggett would have been at 11, and he knew that some of his charges would have similar Boggets. Even without the present situation, had the man never considered privacy? You know how Boggets are created. Severus snapped. Which is why we're having to deal with this. I had no idea the girl was so disturbed. I did notice that the muggleborn seemed somewhat less bothered. They've seen similar things on television and in movies, Severus said. At least some of them, even if not quite to the detail of her vision. The purebloods tended to live more protected lives, at least in some ways, although often what they most needed protection from was their own parents. Muggles did not generate Boggets, any more than they generated ghosts, only wizard kind did, and most often wizarding children, because their fears tended to be more intense, and they had fewer emotional defenses. There were now Voldemorts and versions of Taylor Hebert being seen all over the castle, along with giant spiders and snakes. Traverse had inadvertently spawned at least a half-dozen Boggets when he'd traumatized a class of first year by showing them exactly what was in Hebert's head. Even the bits and pieces he'd managed to piece together from his glimpses inside her mind had shown him what a spectacularly bad idea that was. The girl was seriously disturbed, whether it was seeing the deaths of her parents, or brain damage from the Cruciatus curses she'd been exposed to, Severus didn't know. It was odd that she seemed to have a strange sort of affection for him, it was something that he could read in her body language as much as from her mind. She wasn't afraid of him at all, no matter how much he tried to distance himself from her. If it had been any other child, he would have assumed it was because he had rescued her from that culvert and the life she had been living. He hadn't seen anything like that in her mind, however. Instead, she had a strange feeling of kinship with him. It was as though she recognized something in him in herself. The thought gave him chills. He couldn't even begin to imagine what they might have in common, and if they did, what it might imply about his own sanity. We've caught half of them, Traverse said. They'd caught 3. Half a dozen was only an estimation, and most of the ones they had caught had been in the form of Voldemort. The tailor Heberts had been a great deal more cunning and difficult to catch, which was concerning in many ways. If they were a pale reflection of the real thing, but had some measure of whatever seer ability she was using to seem to know a little bit about everything, they were going to be almost impossible to catch, other than by Taylor herself, and she was still having trouble with the counterspell. Apparently not having much of a sense of humor was a crippling impediment at times. It made Severus wonder how Hebert would manage a patroness charm. He suspected that she'd have even more trouble with that spell than with ridiculous. Did the girl even have any good memories? Severus scowled. They're getting better at hiding, we have no idea how many of them there really are. Were multiple sightings actually just the same boggart in different places, or were they different boggarts? Even sending all of the students to their respective dorms wasn't enough to eliminate the danger. Boggarts were drawn to the taste of fear, and Traverse hadn't had a chance to teach the rest of the classes the spell. And what will you be teaching them next? The unforgivables? We'll end up with dead children in the hallways over schoolyard squabbles. I'm not that stupid, Traverse said. I've seen your memories in the Pensieve, you should have shut it down sooner than you did. What were you trying to accomplish? The fears of the children in my house could be dangerous. If you had revealed that Mr. Malfoy was afraid of being beaten by his father for example and revealed it to all of his classmates, I suspect that your job would be the least of your worries. I'll take that into account for the future lessons, Traverse said. He scowled. Why do we even have that girl here? She beat 3 of her classmates with a sock, and then threatened to push others off the stairs. I don't understand why the pureblood parents aren't demanding her head. Because they don't think a muggleborn is ever going to be a real danger, Severus said. After all, they're poor at magic, or haven't you heard? It's not her magic I'm worried about, Traverse said. He grimaced. I was hoping to get a clue as to what motivates her. I know what motivates her, Severus said. I'm far more concerned about what she has experienced. That last memory was too specific to be manufactured. I fear Ms. Hebert is damaged more than we first suspected. So you will help get rid of her. If I got rid of all the students who inconvenienced me, I would be teaching an empty classroom. The headmaster, in his wisdom, has chosen to keep her in my house as an object lesson. That muggles are dangerous. Traverse said. I couldn't agree more. That some of them are competent. Traverse snorted. I'm not even sure she's really a mudblood. She's a little too talented, and her first vision showed a spell I've never seen before. There are strange magics in parts of the Americas, Severus said. As well as other countries. Something skittered at the edge of his vision, and Severus scowled. Deal with your mistake, he snapped, and he headed down the hallway. Do you really think we're safe? Tracy asked. We'll be fine, Millicent said. You know her. She was afraid that she might be terrible, but that means she's not, right? Do you think you know who would be afraid of what he might do? The thing that scares me is, what if that wasn't what she was afraid of? What if that was the funny version, like putting a Death Eater in a dress or something? The boggart didn't go away until the professor sent it back, Millicent said. It was what she was afraid of. And the rest of it? Worrying that the world isn't real? That's what people who are mental worry about. People who didn't think things were real could do anything. Nothing would stop them because there was no sense that there were consequences. Part of the reason some people were so cruel to muggles was that they didn't see them as human. The thought of someone who didn't think of anyone as human was terrifying. Are you talking about me? Taylor asked, coming around the corner. She was wearing her pajamas, and she looked like she'd just brushed her teeth. No. No. Tracy said. We weren't. We were talking about boys. The terror in her voice made her want to jump up and run, but there wasn't any place to go. The girl seemed to know everything even before anyone had said it, and Tracy suspected that she wouldn't be able to hide no matter where she went. Taylor stared at them, her eyes unblinking. Her head tilted to one side. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Her voice had gone flat in a way that was terrifying. There had always been something strange about the way she moved, like she was a praying mantis instead of a human being, but when she was angry there was something. No. Tracy's voice quavered, and she fought to suppress a grimace. Her bowels felt tight, and she felt like throwing up. That sounds like a lie, Taylor said. She took a step toward Tracy. I don't like lies. Her movements became even stranger as she walked forward. She stared directly at Tracy, and there was a look of almost predatory anticipation. You know what I do to people who lie to me, don't you? Taylor asked. She smiled, and her smile seemed to stretch across her entire face. I make them disappear. She snapped her neck to one side, and there was an unnatural cracking sound. She began walking toward them, her limbs moving in an exaggerated, unnatural fashion. But before I do that, we're going to have a little discussion. Tracy screamed, and a moment later a second tailor appeared at the door. It looked as though she'd been rushing to get to the room, even before Tracy had screamed. Behind her was the prefect, Gemma. Ridiculous! Gemma shouted. The tailor who was closer to them was suddenly wearing a pink tutu and was singing a weird little song. It rushed to jump into their wardrobe. I'm not sleeping with that in there, Tracy said. I'm afraid of you-know-who. Millicent said quickly to the real tailor, who was staring at the both of them. I'll get the professor's, Gemma said. I've got your wardrobe locked so it can't get out. She left, leaving them alone with the real tailor. I'm not afraid of you, Tracy said. You should be, Taylor said. Her smile grew, and her face turned into something inhuman, and almost insectoid. She started walking toward them, her arms and legs twisting unnaturally with a strange cracking sound. I've got to start somewhere, don't I? Tracy gasped and woke up. We've got more than a dozen traumatized students, Madame Pomfrey said. And this bevy of boggarts is not making the situation any better. I ran out of calming potion 3 hours ago. It was perhaps unwise for Mr. Travers to hold his lesson in public, Dumbledore said. Some of the students may have fears they would have rather kept private. And her? Madame Pomfrey asked. She's showing signs of serious instability. Is it any surprise? Dumbledore asked. What would you have me do? Expel her? She'd be dead within 2 weeks. You know what's happening out there, and she hasn't made any friends among the pure-blooded parents with the things she has done. I'm just concerned, Madame Pomfrey said. I'm almost as concerned about the first 2 visions as the last. Someone who believes that the world is not real, if the world is not real, why hold back? I believe that her last fear means that she doesn't really believe that she is dreaming, Dumbledore said. As you say, why worry about killing everyone if they are just a phantasm? In a way, I am relieved to see the contents of her final fear. Why? Madame Pomfrey stared at him, horrified. Because it means that she is not lost, he said. That image is not one that Voldemort would have ever had, because he would not have believed that it mattered what he did to anyone other than himself. She is actively afraid of hurting other people. She's rather good at it for someone who is afraid. And that's why she is afraid, Dumbledore said. Precisely because she is good at it. She has skills that are unusual for someone of her age. Those do concern me. Yet I have seen hints that ultimately she is a good person. She protects the innocent, and the helpless, and she is not dangerous if she is treated with even a modicum of respect. This is a school full of children. Madame Pomfrey said. Most of them at an age where respect is the last thing they understand. Then perhaps it is time they learn, Dumbledore said. His expression tightened. Being told that they are superior has given some of the purebloods ideas that make them vulnerable to certain outside influences. Miss Hebert is not an object lesson. She could have killed any of those students. But she didn't. She applied exactly the amount of force she intended to, and no more, Dumbledore said. She has shown a level of restraint that is surprising in someone her age. If that is what you call restraint, I'm not sure I want to see what losing control would look like. I think we already have, Dumbledore said. My greatest concern is the detail of her final fear. Had that been an image taken from Muggle entertainment, there wouldn't have been the other elements. Other elements? You didn't notice the smells? Dumbledore asked. To my regret, I have seen a scene like that once, when I was in Africa, and I will never forget how it smelled. Those smells were absolutely authentic, and if the Death Eaters have escalated to that level of cruelty, then we have much more to be concerned about than we thought. So you plan to speak to the girl? I think I must, Dumbledore said. If only to find out more about the crimes that have been perpetrated against her. It is something I should have done at the beginning of term, but I suspected that she was too traumatized to deal with it. However, now I am reconsidering. Some boils should be lanced, after all. Muggle quackery, Madame Pomfrey sniffed. They do the best they can, Dumbledore admonished mildly. And their methods are much less barbaric than they were even when I was a child. Perhaps one day they will surpass us. Madame Pomfrey sniffed. As though that will ever happen. As soon as this situation with the boggarts is resolved, Miss Hebert and I will have a chat, Dumbledore said. Good. It's about time. You didn't see it, Hermione said. I don't know what to think. You can't hold somebody responsible for what they're afraid of, Neville said, leaning close to her. At least she's not afraid of Professor Snape. Hermione laughed mirthlessly. The only thing she's afraid of is herself. That's what everybody is saying. Well, Neville said. That's good, right? If she is worried about killing you, that means she cares about you. She's afraid she's going to snap and kill everybody, Hermione said. Not just me, or you, but all wizards everywhere. She couldn't do that, could she? Neville asked, frowning. It's silly to think that one wizard could do something like that. You know who wants to kill all the muggles, and they outnumber us 6,000 to 1, Hermione said. I can think of a couple of ways to kill all of us, and if I can, I know she can think of 10 times as many. Wait, how? I'm not going to tell anybody. Hermione said, staring at him. Those aren't the kind of ideas that you talk about. Imagine that you had those kind of ideas all the time, Neville said. Because you'd had to have them to defend yourself. Wouldn't that worry you? Hermione was quiet for a moment. It worries me that I can even think of the things that I've been thinking about. How much worse must it be for Taylor? Even imitation tailors are giving the professors a run for their money, at least from what I hear. The students were being escorted to and from class by prefects, and otherwise were being confined to quarters. The library was one of the few places where students from other houses could still talk to each other, and so it was more crowded than usual. Your mate is mental. Hermione heard a redhead say loudly from one table over. Apparently he'd been listening to their conversation. She needed to learn the muffling charm, sooner rather than later. Hermione fought the urge to make a rude gesture. The last thing she needed to do right now was to lose house points. She was already getting pressure from older members of her house about associating with Taylor. The general consensus seemed to be that she was a dangerous, unstable loner. If it was this hard for Hermione, how much harder was it for Taylor? To have the whole school look at her and think she was mental, or worse, a killer? Taylor had always seemed above it all, as though the words people used didn't bother her at all, but Hermione knew that couldn't be true. The fact was that the boggart had proven that she had emotions, that she could be hurt. She felt her face flush. What must she think of me? She saw my boggart. Neville patted her on her back, but it did nothing to eliminate her shame. Detentions. Over the past few weeks, I'd had my detentions with the various heads of houses spread out. I suspected that was partially because they hadn't wanted to deal with me. I'd ended up having a single detention a week. Professor Sprout had been relaxing, we'd mostly worked with plants and I'd talked about my limited experience in gardening when I was a child with my mother. That hadn't amounted to much, but working with Sprout had been relaxing in a way I wasn't used to. She hadn't been judgmental, and she gave off the feeling that she would actually support you in whatever you did. It actually made me a little jealous of Hufflepuff. Snape was supportive in his own way, but it wasn't the same in Slytherin. There, even the first years had to be on guard with what they said to each other, lest it be used against them. Professor Sinistra had me writing out star charts. I was still struggling to see the significance of her class, and so this was actually remedial work for me. Homework didn't really influence final grades anyway, all that was important was the final exams. Homework was simply for keeping track of what students understood and where they needed help. I wasn't sure I liked the system, I really did believe that some students didn't test well, and it put a lot of importance on the result of a single test. However, I didn't really care all that much. My detention with Professor Flitwick had involved my teaching some of the remedial students some of the charms I had mastered. It had opened my eyes as to just how slow and recalcitrant some of the younger students could be. The fact that they'd been purebloods had been proof that the stereotype of muggleborn as not being good at magic wasn't true. Detention with Snape had been the same as always, being forced to work with ingredients that most children found disgusting. For obvious reasons, cutting up flobberworms and dealing with insect parts didn't bother me at all, and I was careful enough in what I did that it didn't bother Snape all that much. He'd done his best to ignore me during the detention, likely because he felt that my talking to him would make it less of a distraction. I'd spent much of the time mindlessly going through the motions while I was listening in to things happening in the Slytherin common room. However, now I was supposed to go to detention with Professor McGonagall. I'd threatened her Gryffindors. She was better at hiding her bias against the Slytherins than Snape was in his bias against her house, but it still showed somehow. Worse, now that the boggart issue had made things worse for everyone, I had a feeling that the professors were irritated with me. It was getting a little tiring having people pointing their wand at me and shouting ridiculous all the time, even if I understood the reason. The boggarts seemed to have an uncanny ability to sense what was around them, one that didn't have anything to do with bugs. It had taken me a little while to realize that their abilities had nothing to do with my own, what they had was the version of me that other people perceived. It meant that they knew when people were coming, and it also seemed to mean that they could sense fear from a greater distance. They seemed to be feeding on that fear, and they stalked the halls because that seemed to be what people thought I did. I was just glad that none of them seemed to be me in vampire form. Apparently nobody had really believed that rumor in any kind of a real way. The fact that they couldn't be trapped made it even worse. They had to be trapped and transported to a place where there was no fear to be had. Even Muggle fear would be enough to sustain them, although it would be a pale imitation that would leave them sickly and weak. It also wasn't something they could generate, since Muggles couldn't really perceive them. To a Muggle, a boggart only manifested as an uneasy feeling in the pit of their stomach when they saw an open dark closet at night, or heard a creak in the corner. The boggarts would fade away eventually if they had no fear to sustain them. How long that would take seemed to vary from boggle to boggles, and wizards didn't seem to have any comprehension of a scientific study. No one was even sure of just how many boggarts there were. I had a suspicion that there were more than the official count, because I could feel some of them at the edge of my senses with my bugs. The boggart incident wasn't making me any friends, and it wasn't likely to make McGonagall happy with me. Gemma was scowling. I'm not sure why I need to escort you to detention, clearly you aren't one of the students who is scared of them. I still can't get the ridiculous spell right, I said. Apparently, I don't find my own fears very funny. Well, at least if you see another one of you coming down the hall, you know it's not you, she said. I woke up in the middle of the night with one sitting on my chest. Do you know what that's like? I heard the screaming. I'm a prefect, she said. She looked a little frazzled. Lacking sleep apparently wasn't good for her. I'm supposed to be the one that comes and takes care of the little ones when they have nightmares. I'm not supposed to be the one who needs help. At least the one that had attacked Gemma hadn't been in my form. I'd taken note of the students who were most afraid of me, and just as importantly those who weren't. I'm sure I'd be just as startled, I lied. Apparently I wasn't as convincing as I'd thought, because she looked at me skeptically. We're here, she said, with what sounded like relief. Miss Hebert, Professor McGonagall said. Her voice was cold, and conveyed none of the warmth I occasionally heard from her when she talked to some of her own house. Professor, I said, my voice as neutral as I could make it. After the things you did to my students, I was very concerned about your continued presence at this school, she said. Which is why I chose to have my detention be the last of your detentions. That would give me a chance to observe you and overcome my own biases. And what have you concluded? I asked. Until recently, you have been an exemplary student. Your penmanship is beginning to improve, and you seem to have the writing skills and mind of an adult. I fought to keep myself from wincing. Did she know what I was, and was she fishing, or was she trying to offer me the sort of compliment that any other 11-year-old would have been flattered by? That is why I feel that I can be honest with you, she said. I am worried about you. What? I saw the pensieve memories of your boggart, she said. And those are not the fears of an ordinary, well-adjusted girl. What's a pensieve? I asked. Wizards have ways of extracting memories and allowing others to view them, she said. To step into a memory and move around within them. I stared at her in horror. That's a violation, I said. A certain degree of cooperation is required, she said. Else the memory will not be reliable. So if someone goes to trial, they can just use this pensieve thing to prove they aren't guilty. She shook her head. It would be easy for a criminal to simply obliviate himself, she said. To wipe his own memory of the crimes. Already criminals sometimes obliviate their victims to make tracking them more difficult. There must have been something in my expression, because she grimaced. I did not begin this to give you ideas for further atrocities, Miss Hebert, she said. I am here to speak about my concerns for you. Could a pensieve work on things that someone didn't sense? I asked. If their eyes were closed. I'm not certain, she said slowly. It is true that the pensieve sometimes allows the study of things that the original user does not remember seeing. It is possible that they actually saw these things, but were not aware of them, though. So if someone only had the memory of voices, I said. Say, of their parents' killers, there might be something that could be done with that. Pensieves are rare, she said. Only the most powerful wizards have them. Like the headmaster, I said. She stared at me. You said that you had viewed the memory, that means that the device is likely here, in the school. The most powerful wizard in all of Great Britain is the headmaster. It's not a great leap of logic. I'm not used to children of your age using logic much, she said. Any wizards, really, I said. She looked vaguely offended. Muggles don't have the same advantages that wizards do, I explained. Which means that they have to think harder if they want to get anything done. Also they have the advantage of a greater talent pool. Oh. Imagine that there were only 10 wizards in all of Britain instead of 10,000. The law of averages suggests that at least half of them would be idiots. Most of the rest of them would be normal, and there might be one or two of them who is exceptional. She nodded cautiously. One person can't do that much by himself, I said. And a genius surrounded by idiots is limited. Every genius needs competent people around him, or he will be stunted in what he can do. She was silent, watching me closely. So 10,000 wizards will have 5,000 idiots, and maybe 1,000 competent people. That's barely enough to run a society. The Muggles have more competent people because they outnumber witches and wizards by 6,000 to 1. There are a lot of stupid Muggles, but there's also a lot of competent Muggles out there, which wizard kind doesn't want to acknowledge. It was why large high schools tended to field better football teams than small ones. It wasn't that the players on small rural teams were terrible, occasionally there were some really good ones. It was because the available talent pool left coaches with more to pick from. In a class with 20 boys, putting together a football team pretty much involved including everyone who wasn't actually in a wheelchair. Wizarding Britain had the population of a small town. Worldwide, the wizarding population would have had a third the population of Jamaica. Whatever your thoughts are about the wizarding world, you have to live in it, dear, she said. Perhaps if there are things you do not like, you will work to change them. I will, I said. As soon as I have the power. Preferably without murder and mayhem, she said. I was silent. She stared at me and then she sighed. Severus tells me that you tend to see these sessions as additional tutoring. These are supposed to be punitive, and although you have been doing better, you still have to pay for your crimes. After thinking about it, I think I will have you muck out Thestral stalls. The bone horses? I asked, surprised. Do they even defecate? She didn't look surprised that I could see them, supposedly only people who had seen death could see them, which made me wonder if I could see them better than anyone else. After all, I had seen more death than anyone in this entire world. Not as much as an ordinary horse, but they are living beings, dear. Hagrid has been reinstated as of yesterday, which means that the stalls haven't been mucked out in a month. I would like you to report to him at his hut and he will show you what to do. I like horses, I said. I smiled up at her slightly. Thank you. You could have done something terrible, like having me dust the restricted section in the library. She stared at me for a moment, and then gave a startled laugh. You'll have to wait for a naive replacement of Mr. Traverse before you get one of those. There's not a professor in this school who would be that foolish. I shrugged. It was worth a try. I'd known she wouldn't go for it, but since she'd been this decent to me after I'd threatened to murder her students, I'd thought it would be worth a laugh. We aren't done speaking about this, she said. Knowing what you've gone through, I can only imagine how difficult it might be. You can understand how I might not want to talk about it, either, I said. I appreciate the fact that the staff hasn't spread around what happened to my parents, leaving it up to me just how much I wanted to talk about it, or not. I haven't heard that you talk about it at all, she said. Even so, I said. Sometimes it is good to talk about these things, she said. I understand the point of therapy, I said. But there isn't anyone in Hogwarts, and maybe not anywhere in Wizarding Britain who is trained as a counselor, and a Muggle therapist wouldn't be allowed to hear anything about this world. She frowned. Professor Snape told me on the day that I met him. I don't know why some squib or minimally competent wizard doesn't go to school to get a degree, it looks like wizards could use counseling. More now than ever, she murmured faintly. Was that a comment about me, or about Voldemort? Maybe both? I couldn't really read her meaning. Off with you now, she said. Rubius is expecting you sooner rather than later. All right, I said. Looking up, I asked her, is using a pensieve difficult? They are difficult to make, she said. But not to use. However, some skill is required to extract the memories. I do not believe that you will be able to break into his office and use the headmaster's pensieve without his assistance. I looked up at her, startled. I have taught at this school for much longer than you have been alive, she said. Which means that I know how young people think. For all that you are a Slytherin, I think you have many qualities of my house, including bravery, but that also means you can sometimes make foolhardy decisions. Shrugging, I said, my decisions seem perfectly logical to me. I'm sure they do, dear, she said. The question is whether they will seem the same way in 10 years. Judging that would require me to still be here in 10 years, I said. Which is what I'm trying to do. I'd love to just. What do ordinary wizards do, anyway? They work for the ministry, she said. Or open their own shop. So government or the private sector, I said. I frowned. Maybe I could open a private security company? Bodyguards, protecting assets, that sort of thing. It sounds like you'd like to be an Auror, she said. I shook my head. They don't get paid enough and nobody likes them. The only people who fear Aurors are people who have done something wrong, she said. I smirked. You still believe that? In the hands of a corrupt government, police become thugs and enforcers. In the worst cases, they become agents of terror, who make people disappear to be tortured and then killed. It's endemic in the Muggle world, not just in past history, but right now. That wouldn't happen here, she said. Wouldn't it? I asked. Can you tell me that there weren't sham trials after the last war, where people who were rich were released because they claimed to be under some kind of curse, while the poor were killed or even worse, kissed? She was silent, frowning. When the rich get to make the rules, people lose faith in the system, I said. Why follow the rules if you do not think they apply to the fellow down the road? The poor are usually not the ones who revolt, I continued. But they usually follow those who are richer, and the problem is that if they win, they tend to become the rich ones, and then the cycle starts again. So cynical for someone of your age, she said. Family murder tends to do that, I said. I think Hagrid is expecting me. She nodded and I stood up. If I need anything, I will call you, I said. But I'm doing my best not to need anyone. As I left the room, my bugs overheard her murmuring, that sounds like a lonely life. Shoveling thestral crap wasn't the worst detention I could have been assigned, and if I was lucky, I might even be able to find new kinds of bugs I had never seen before. Feces often had weird kinds of larvae in them, and magical feces might have magical larvae. Or maybe it would just be crap. That was the story of my life, after all. Dark. I'm not surprised you can see him, Hagrid said. But I'm kind of sorry that you can. I feel like it's my fault. You think it was the troll? I asked, surprised. We were in his hut, having finished the long, sweaty job of cleaning the thestral stalls. I had no idea whether what they would have left behind would be invisible or not. I could see them just fine, so it stood to reason that I could see their manure just as easily. Wasn't it, though? He asked. I shook my head. Death Eaters killed my parents and tortured me, I said. I thought all the staff knew. He stared at me. Sometimes they don't share things with me, they think I can't hide a secret. I'd cleaned my hands and arms, but I still felt grimy and uncomfortable. Still, Hagrid had been the one to introduce me to the unicorns, and he was my best bet at getting to see them again, so I needed to stay on his good side. He shook his head. That thing with the troll, it shouldn't have happened. I just didn't think it would. It wasn't, I said. I know how to handle myself. Kids your age always think they do, he said. But it's not your job to take care of yourself, not yet. Who else, then? I asked. I don't have anybody left, and school is well and good, but the professors won't always be here. I've got to learn to defend myself, just like every witch and wizard. Yeah, think it's bad here, he shook his head. It's worse out there. There's a lot the papers don't talk about, the ministry doesn't want people to panic. It's not just muggleborns disappearing. Oh. I asked casually. I shouldn't be telling ya this, but Aurors have gone missing too, and not just muggleborns. I nodded. And they just vanished, without any sign of where they went, I said. What do you think the odds are that it was just a series of unfortunate accidents? That's what some people are saying, that Bane and Auror is dangerous, and there's gonna be more losses some years than others. The headmaster doesn't believe it, though. He shouldn't, I said. Muggle wars tend to be about attrition. Whoever has more men and weapons to keep throwing at a problem tends to win. I think it's probably the same with wizards, except that it's harder to replace a skilled wizard than it is to build another gun. I'll bet he's getting rid of the most dedicated Aurors too, leaving the ones who are more likely to fall into line for altar. Hagrid frowned. That means they have to have people inside the Aurors organization who know everybody well enough to know who the hardliners are, and who will likely follow the new administration. New administration? Voldemort's planning to take over the ministry, isn't he? I asked. Or replace it entirely, but it's probably easier to take it over first. Hagrid winced at my use of the name, then shook his head. He always wanted to tear it down. That's why he kept attacking the Muggles last time. The ministry spent so much time trying to keep the secret that it came close to collapsing. Well, either way, I bet a skilled Auror takes a long time to replace, I said. It was why crossbows replaced longbows, and muskets replaced crossbows. They weren't really superior weapons, at least at first, but they were easier to use. A skilled longbowman took years to train, but musketmen could be replaced quickly. Wizards were closer to skilled bowmen. They took years to become competent with magic, and once they were gone, they were hard to simply slot someone else in. Aurors had an even more specialized skill set. Have they been training Aurors up over the last few years? I asked. Or are there fewer than there used to be? The ministry's been cutting back on them, Hagrid said. No war, and things were quiet, so they didn't see the need. Presumably his people pushed for that over the years, I said. They spent years weakening the ministry from within, like termites eating away at a house. You can't see the rot on the outside, not until it's too late. I was starting to respect Tom Riddle a lot more. He'd been killed, and yet his servants had been so convinced that he was going to return that they had continued to carry out his plan. Or maybe they hadn't believed he was coming back, but a weakened ministry had fit with their own goals. Either way, it had left him in a better position once he'd returned. You seem to know a lot about wars for a little girl, Hagrid said. You obviously haven't been a little girl, I said, grinning. It's a kind of war just getting through every day. I carefully set my hot chocolate down. I'd thought the trick with the rock cakes was to soak them in liquids until they were soft enough to be eaten by someone who wasn't at least partially inhuman. I'd been soaking mine for almost half an hour, and they still weren't edible. Have you ever seen a pensieve? I asked. Headmaster's got one, I guess. It sounds like a handy thing to have, I said. Being able to look over memories. You might be able to catch things you missed. They don't work that good for me, Hagrid said. I'm tough against magic. Well, that sounds handy too, I said. Which means that you should probably watch out. What? Why? The last war, a lot of people pretended like they were under mind control spells. My bet is that this time, there really will be, unless the Ministry has an easy way to detect those. Hagrid shook his head. If it was easy, people wouldn't have been able to plead out. I'm guessing the people who have gone missing are some of the people who'd be able to resist the spell. He nodded slowly. So you'd be tough to control? I asked. He frowned. I've had stunners bounce off of me. Nobody ever tried to use the Imperius on me. That he remembered. The problem with masters was that if they could make you forget that you'd been mastered, you'd never really be able to tell if your thoughts were your own. The Master-Stranger protocols had been the best that the Protectorate could come up with. I'd had the resistance training, but that was no guarantee that I'd be able to resist magical mind control. These people didn't have anything, as far as I could tell. It had been bad enough in my world. 1 in 8,000 people had been parahumans in the more crowded towns, and of those, only a small proportion had been masters. That meant that there were probably only a few masters in any given town, and many of them were people like me who could control things that weren't humans. But in this world, any adult wizard who chose to learn the right spells was potentially a master. It was illegal, but that had rarely stopped anyone who was determined. Someone who had a dedicated group of followers who weren't worried about the law could accomplish a lot if they were careful. It was a dangerous strategy. They had to make sure that every single attack went through, and not a single enemy escaped. They had to keep the Aurors from realizing that they had been attacked until it was too late, and they were probably doing this by putting their own people in positions of power, or by controlling the minds of the people who were in power. If they'd already done everything they needed, there would be no need for secrecy, but for the moment they were likely getting into position. It was a long-term strategy that showed better planning than I'd expected. Everything I'd heard from my listening into the conversations between the Slytherins in Hogwarts suggested that the Ministry and the newspapers were the two main sources of power in the wizarding world. They didn't have armies, because they didn't have to. Every wizard had his own weapon, and in an emergency, the women could be called up as easily as the men. But if rumor was correct, Voldemort had put a curse on the defense position, which would have crippled the training of years of wizards. According to the Weasley twins, a lot of adults couldn't even master a basic shield spell. That had to be due to years of incompetent teachers. After all, adults had no trouble with other sorts of magic, the kind taught by Flitwick and McGonagall. It was only in defense that they were weak. If that had been part of his plan, I had to appreciate his cunning. He'd essentially neutered the younger members of Wizarding Society for 10 years or more. Most likely the pureblood children who were the children of his followers would receive extra, competent instruction in the summers. If you're hard to control, then you might end up a target, I said. Maybe not now, but eventually. They might try to use the Ministry to do it, too, I said. Hagrid scowled. That happened to me when I was a boy. So be careful, I said. I'd like to see the unicorns again at least once before I die. Get permission from the headmaster or Mr. Snape, and I'd be happy to take you, he said. I nodded. It's getting late, I'd better get going. It was dark as I left Hagrid's hut and started my way back up toward the castle. There was a cold breeze, and I shivered in the October wind. Brockton Bay was cold in the winter, but I didn't have the same kind of warm clothing here as I did there. Additionally, I was smaller, with less body fat, and that meant that I felt the cold more intensely, especially in the dungeons. I kept meaning to learn the warming charm, but I'd been busy with half a dozen other projects, including learning defensive magic, keeping up with schoolwork and spying on my classmates. I was making my way up the lawn when I heard a sound behind me. I froze. My bugs weren't seeing anything, but there was an unfamiliar smell. Suddenly aware of how dark it was, I reached into my fanny pack and pulled out my Bowie knife. I'd heard that some wizards could disillusion themselves, and it was possible that one was following me right now. My ears strained to hear any other strange sounds, but the grass was soft, and it would have been very easy for someone to walk silently on it. I hurried to get to the castle. I'd be safer there from an invisible opponent, if only because their shoes were likely to make noise on the hard floor. I'd also be closer to help if I kept to hallways that had portraits. While they couldn't do anything on their own, they could leave their portraits and get a professor, or the headmaster. Dealing with strangers had always been unpleasant. Aisha had been annoying, but she was on my side. Disillusionment wasn't taught at Hogwarts, which limited the people it could possibly be. It almost had to be an adult, or at least one of the older students who had picked the spell up somewhere else. I began to gather a swarm of gnats. Here in Scotland they were apparently called midges. It was hard for them to fly in this amount of wind, but I didn't need for them to attack someone. All I needed for was there. One of my gnats impacted something that it couldn't see, and once it did, it vanished from the sight of the other midges around it. The invisible figure was behind me and to the right, and it was catching up to me rapidly. I was tempted to attack him, but it was possible that it was only Snape or Dumbledore spying on me. I didn't think that was the case, and if it was an enemy wizard, I'd be in a lot of trouble. I could use my bugs to create a distraction, but that was a last resort, as it would get rid of my greatest asset in staying alive. There was one other choice, however. Reaching into my fanny pack, I grabbed the Peruvian darkness powder, and I threw it behind me, ducking as a spell flew over my head. Not Dumbledore then. I began to sprint for the castle doors even as the darkness spread out behind me. Fighting an adult wizard would be stupid. What I needed to do was to get to a place where there were a lot of people, and there weren't many places like that at this hour. A spell flashed past me again, but it wasn't well aimed. They were still inside the darkness and were shooting blind. I had several gnats on him or her now, and as I reached the gate, I slipped inside. He'd expect me to head straight for the doors, but at this hour there wouldn't be anyone in that part of the castle. Instead I sprinted to the left, heading for the greenhouses. I managed to turn the corner as they moved through the gate. They'd stopped when I'd dropped the darkness powder, probably because they'd assumed that I was going to go on the offense. In retrospect I probably should have, but if they were a decent wizard, I'd have ended up with an unforgivable to the face. They were heading toward the doors now, slowly. Apparently they expected me to ambush them. That increased the chance that it was someone at the school who was doing it, or at least someone who was receiving letters and information from someone at the school. My bugs saw a golden light surrounding the area I knew my invisible assailant to be in, and a moment later footprints began to appear on the grass, my footprints. How they knew they were my footprints as opposed to the hundreds of others that had passed through the area on a day-to-day basis I did not know. Maybe they were able to demand that it only show the most recent set of footprints. Cursing under my breath, I sprinted for the side door. It led into a hallway filled with classrooms to my right. I reached the end of the hall and turned right, just as a spell flew over my head. I had midges on their wand now, so I could tell where they were aiming. Halfway down the hallway, the entrance to the headmaster's office presented itself. "Chocolate cockroaches," I said, hoping that the password hadn't changed. The gargoyle let me in, and I quickly made my way up the stairs toward the headmaster's office. "Miss Hebert," Dumbledore said. He was still in his daytime robes. "I'm being chased by an invisible wizard," I gasped. Not doing more endurance running was proving to be a problem. I doubted that I'd have been able to run much further, and that was terrible considering that this was only a fraction of the distance I'd been able to run in my own body. He frowned and stood up, leaving the office. I stared at his flaming bird, who stared back at me, then snapped at one of my bugs. I felt the invisible wizard moving rapidly away, and moments later he was outside of my range. It was 5 minutes later when Dumbledore returned. The time seemed to stretch out, and I simply stood and stared at a painting as I kept track of what he was doing with my bugs. The genial, grandfatherly demeanor he affected for the students was gone when he thought that people weren't watching. Instead he was coldly efficient in his investigations, and I saw glimpses of why he was considered the most dangerous wizard in all of Britain. Whatever his motives, from his expression I gathered that he took the safety of his students quite seriously, despite the contradiction involved in all the usual dangers in things like flying class and Quidditch. Finally, he returned, grandfatherly mask back in place. "I found a set of tracks following yours," he said. "Although the portraits didn't see anyone following you. They did see the discharge of a wand aimed at you. Did the tracks leave Hogwarts, or did they double back?" I asked. "I could not ascertain," he said. "There are spells that can obscure tracks, and they used them." "So it wasn't a student," I said. "If they were able to obscure themselves from Dumbledore, they weren't just a schoolboy." The fact they'd known he was coming wasn't as indicative. Apparently almost every British wizard had gone to Hogwarts, which meant that even the adults would know where the headmaster's office was. "I've been wanting to speak to you," he said. "Would you like a lemon drop?" I shook my head. I'd heard of Verita serum, and there were probably other things that could be put in candies that would make it easier for him to interrogate someone. While he didn't seem like the type to drug a student, I couldn't simply assume he was as good as he pretended to be. "Perhaps you'd like to take a seat?" I frowned. I'd been wanting to ask him about the Pensieve, but I had a feeling that he was intending to ask a lot of questions that I could not answer. However, if adult wizards had found me here at Hogwarts, I couldn't simply wait. I sat down. "My first question is how you knew there was an invisible person behind you in the first place," he said. "Pensieve. I know things sometimes," I said. "It's part of what kept me alive when I was on my own after my parents were killed." That was true in multiple ways. I stared at my hands. Looking him in the eyes would be a mistake. Dumbledore was supposed to be the most powerful wizard in Britain, possibly the entire world. It was possible that he could do things with mind reading that weren't in any of the 3 books I'd read. None of the books had even had that much detail. I suspected that someone had censored the Hogwarts library, although it was possible that the books were in the restricted section. Dumbledore frowned, staring at me as though I was an interesting puzzle. I could see him perfectly well despite looking at my hands through my bugs. Sometimes a young witch's accidental magic does what it has to keep them alive, he said. It's rare for them to be able to use it consciously under the age of 11, though. I don't think it happened until after the murder, I said. If it had, I think things might have gone differently. I likely wouldn't have been here at all, and instead another child would be standing here in my place. That wasn't something that I was willing to share. It was possible that Dumbledore would insist on exorcising me to save Millie Scribner, even if she was really already dead. You certainly seem rather competent in the things you do, he said. I laughed, and the sound seemed bitter even to my own ears. What other choice do I have? Lay down and die? Either I'm better than the people around me, or I'm dead. There's no ground in between. Not even unicorns? He asked. I froze, then shook my head. Unicorns are a happy dream, but I can't enjoy them unless I'm alive. You know what's out there even better than I do. We don't live in a world where a muggleborn can afford to relax. So let us get back to what happened. Your special sense alerted you that something was wrong, he said. And then I heard a noise, I said. Maybe a rock, maybe the sound of a robe swishing. It was quiet at the moment that I heard it, and when there's a sound where there should not be a sound, you take action. I saw the cloud of darkness outside, he said. Peruvian darkness powder. I nodded. I threw it behind me. If I was wrong, I was only out a little powder. I wasn't wrong. I followed your trail, he said. You made for the greenhouses. Were you planning to come and see me? I shook my head. I hoped to put him off, but I didn't know about that tracking spell. Once I saw him use it, I ran. He was silent for a moment, frowning in thought as though I was an interesting problem to be solved. He obviously wanted to ask me more questions, but he knew that pressing me was likely to make me clam up entirely. What exactly did he want to know from me? Most students would not have done nearly so well, he said. Nor many adults. I'm not most students, I said. Do you have any idea who might have done this? Other than Voldemort's followers, the family of Mr. Avery and the family of 3 Gryffindor students? Dumbledore asked. He shook his head, even though I wasn't looking at him. You've made a lot of enemies, Miss Hebert. So what are you going to do about it? I asked. What I should have done from the beginning, he said. I will place anti-intruder charms on the walls and the gates. It will not protect the grounds, but it will keep intruders from coming within the walls. You didn't have those already? I asked in disbelief. I thought Hogwarts was supposed to be one of the safest places in Wizarding Britain. Part of the reason for that is that most British wizards consider it sacred ground, Miss Hebert, he said. Even during the First War, Voldemort did not attack Hogwarts, and so far it has not been a target. Now that it has, steps must be taken. I suppose that means my Hogsmeade weekend is off the table, I joked, smiling a little. It is perhaps fortunate that first years are not allowed to go. There would be a problem in any case, as parents are required to sign a permission slip. Right. My parents were supposed to be dead. Has there been any progress in finding a family to keep me for the summer? I asked. I'm planning to stay over the winter for obvious reasons, and I'd be perfectly happy staying here over the summer too. Unsupervised? He asked. No, that would not do. Most of the staff have lives outside of the school, and much of those lives are explored when school is not in session. I scowled and looked over his shoulder. There were so many books and small objects to look at that it was easy to excuse not looking at him in the eye. I wasn't sure which one was the pensieve. Did he even keep one in his office? There are still several candidates to take you, Dumbledore said. But I would prefer to keep the decision as to who until we are closer to the summer break. There have been unfortunate incidents involving information at this school. You don't think I'd tell anyone? I asked. I understand how important secrecy is. I'm sure you do, he said. But you can understand the need for secrets. If I find that they are unsuitable, I'll likely end up in a culvert somewhere, I warned him. Although with what I know about the wizarding world now, I'd probably do a lot better than I did the first time. Magic performed around young wizards tend to be detected, Dumbledore said. So remove the trace from me, I said, looking up at him. I stared at his beard. It's the only way to be sure that I'm safe. The trace is inviolable, Dumbledore said. And not easily broken, even by me. Only time itself can break it. I grimaced, not sure that I believed him. There are places that are protected by magic, Dumbledore said. That can't be found. Perhaps you will be placed there. And then my guardian is confounded, or mind-controlled, and suddenly we're having Death Eaters over for dinner, I said. Secrecy is the best guard against something like that, he said. There doesn't seem to be many other options, I admitted. Maybe leaving the country for the summer might help, assuming I haven't angered anyone enough to have them send someone after me. He thought for a moment, then nodded. Perhaps a grand tour, he said. Europe is nice in the summer, and I know some people who are planning just such a trip. Are they people I'd get along with? I asked suspiciously. Does it matter? He asked. I think you see yourself as a pragmatist, Miss Hebert, and for the sake of your survival you would put up with even very disagreeable people knowing it was only for a few months. I nodded slowly. You don't seem as impulsive as other children your age, he continued. In many ways, you seem older than you really are. I frantically shoved my responses into the bugs in the walls. What did he know? But that often happens to children who have been through great trauma, he said. They feel that they must be adults, and in your case, that's not entirely untrue. I hid my relief just as I had my moment of panic. Still, he said. I would like to do more about finding the people who have killed your parents. The Pensieve? I asked. He stared at me, one eyebrow raised. You have heard about them. Professor McGonagall mentioned it, I said. I'd be perfectly happy to show those memories to you, but I have some concerns. The Pensieve requires the consent of the wizard, Dumbledore said. Resisting would degrade the images to the point of being incomprehensible. The wizard also chooses the memories that are revealed. Should we proceed, I will require that you focus on everything you remember from that night. I don't remember being tortured, I admitted. I don't remember anything prior to waking up next to my parents' dead bodies and hearing them talking. It's strange that they would have bothered to obliviate you, he said. Maybe they didn't, I said, maybe it was just the trauma of what happened that made me not want to remember. For all I knew, I really was Millie Scribner, and my accidental magic had simply summoned the memories of Taylor Hebert to replace my own. That was an explanation just as horrifying as the idea that I had taken over the body of a screaming child. Perhaps, he said slowly. Is this something you are ready to try? I nodded. He pulled out his wand and came to stand next to my chair. This will not hurt. That means it will hurt, I said. When nurses say it won't hurt, it hurts, and when they say it will be a big stick, it doesn't hurt much at all. Then I should tell you it will hurt tremendously, he said. And allow you to be disappointed. Instead you will feel a coldness at your temple, and the memory itself will fade somewhat, and become less intense. So you could use it to help people with trauma then? I asked. What? If you can make memories less intense. People who have been through horrible things are sometimes tormented by the memories, I said. If you can make them forget, even a little, wouldn't that help them get better? He looked startled, and then a moment later, thoughtful. Are you speaking about yourself, Miss Hebert? His expression didn't seem to be about me at all. Instead he seemed preoccupied and was making conversation just to make conversation. I shook my head. I don't remember any of it at all. That's probably why I'm so well adjusted. Sometimes a joke could deflect people's attention away from things you didn't want them to talk about. I'd had 2 years of court-mandated therapy, but the Protectorate had continued to place me in stressful situation after stressful situation. Or maybe it had been me who had done that. It had felt like I was damaging myself as fast as the therapists had been healing me. A small smirk appeared on his lips. I'm sure that is true. Shall we begin? I nodded, and looked down at my hands again. I want you to remember the day of your parents' murder. Anything you can remember, he said, focus on that memory, as hard as you can. I thought back, and focusing, I felt something cold at my temple. My eyes were closed, but my bugs saw a sign of something silvery being pulled from my temple. Dumbledore frowned, and then he put the stuff into a vial. A moment later it was done. The memory in my head faded somehow. It was still there, but it was a shadow of its former self. It was like several years had passed in an instant, and the memory seemed less important. Someone who knew what they were doing could change someone's personality like this, remove traumas, make other things seem more important. There were people back on Earth who would have killed to be able to do this, and it was in the hands of an old man who used it to what? Remember where he'd put his bathrobe? I opened my eyes, and Dumbledore held the vial up to the light. He did something, and a moment later a hidden cabinet in the wall sprang open. A podium slid out, its top was a metal bowl filled with water. Stepping toward it, Dumbledore added the silvery strand to the bowl. I found myself steeping toward it without consciously meaning to. An image of my own face was swimming around inside the bowl. Fortunately it was my new face, and not my old one. What do we do now? I asked. My voice was hushed. This felt strangely momentous. We put our faces in the bowl, Dumbledore said. I stared at him, for a moment forgetting to avoid his eyes. Was he really expecting me to put my face in the same bowl that he had? Was the water cleaned, ever, or had it been used by the headmaster and all of the headmasters before him? Surely it would have evaporated at some point. It's the only way, he said gently. I sighed, and I waited a moment, and then I lowered my face into the bowl. I kept an eye on him with my bugs, and I had one hand on my wand. I saw that he was lowering his face into the bowl as well, and after a moment I relaxed, as the magic overtook me. There was blackness surrounding me, but somehow I was able to see Dumbledore surrounding me. I think you enjoyed that a little too much, I heard a voice say. A man who doesn't enjoy what he does isn't a man at all, the second voice said. This voice was much deeper, and it was raspy. There was a deep rumble to his voice. I frowned. I didn't remember them saying that, not at all. I listened intensely. The first man had a tenor voice, with a slightly different accent than what I was used to. Dumbledore held up his hand, and everything stopped. He frowned. The first voice had a West Midlands accent, he said. The second has a Yorkshire accent. I looked at him in confusion. I suppose as an American you cannot tell the difference, but imagine that you heard two men talking, and one was from your South, and the other from New York. You'd be able to tell the difference. Do you recognize either voice? I asked. He shook his head. I fear that I have seen hundreds of students in my time as headmaster, and even if I remembered all of their voices, adult voices change over time. He lifted his hand, and everything started up again. It's almost too easy, I heard the first voice say again. Killing muggleborns before they get their letters. Why didn't anybody else ever think of this? Because Hogwarts keeps the book locked up tighter than a Gringotts vault. Even our man inside only got a look at a few names, or we'd be making a clean sweep this year. The second man sounded regretful. Now that I knew what the terms meant, I could understand what they were saying better. I listened as they made their way through the rest of the conversation. The sound at the end I now recognized as the sound of apparition. I hadn't heard it very often, but it was distinctive. Suddenly the world around us exploded into full color, and we were back in the alley. The alley was dingy, and Millie's parents were lying on the ground 5 feet away from me. I looked small from this angle, smaller than I thought of myself as really. It looked like we'd been dressed out for a night on the town. They hadn't taken anything from her purse. That would have been a clear sign to police that this wasn't a robbery gone wrong. I rose slowly to my feet and I looked down at them dispassionately. I was staring down at my own arms, and muttering what the hell. I looked down at the people who were supposed to be my parents, and there was no emotion at all on my face. Instead, I walked over to the woman and rummaged around in her purse. I found a pocket mirror, and I opened it, staring at myself. Running my hands up and down my body, I watched myself do a quick check of my own body, obviously looking for injuries. When I didn't find any, I dug through the woman's bag, and rolled the man over and took his wallet. It was chilling how blank and lacking emotion my face was. Not the reaction of most girls your age to the deaths of their parents, Dumbledore murmured from beside me. I was in shock, I said. We watched as I rifled through their wallets, looking at the money and pulling the rings off the woman's fingers and the earrings out of her ears. I know this looks bad, I said. But I did what I had to in order to survive. Taking the man's keys, I headed for the street. I tried several cars before I found the right one, and I slipped into the seat, which was on the wrong side. I pulled the seat up as far as it would go, and my feet barely reaching the pedals, I started the car and I drove off, somewhat unsteadily. The vision ended, and suddenly I was pulling my face from the pool. My face was wet, and Dumbledore dried it with a wave of his hand. I hadn't meant to show as much of that memory as I had. Was this going to cause him to look at me differently? Ascendant. I loved my parents, I said. It even had the benefit of being true. The fact that the people on the ground hadn't actually been my parents wasn't something that he needed to know. I know what it looks like, but I was in shock. Dumbledore was watching me with a look I couldn't interpret. How much had he already guessed, and how much had he gotten wrong? He didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle, but people had made intuitive leaps before, and he'd had a long time to learn how to judge people, especially if he was basically able to read minds. You seemed rather focused, Dumbledore said mildly. It's how I deal with problems, I said. Focus on solutions, and worry about crying later. What should I have done? Sit there and cried. It's what many would have done, he said. They said they had people in the police department, I said. That meant that the moment the police reached me, they'd realize I wasn't dead. I'd be dead shortly afterwards. I knew I had to get away. I don't have a lot of experience with driving, he said. But I have not seen many children your age behind the wheels of cars. It's more common in rural areas of America, I said. Where a child might have to drive a parent to the hospital if he was bitten by a rattlesnake or suffering from a meth overdose. I didn't say that I'd been raised in such an area. If he chose to infer that, who was I to complain? And the fact that you didn't recognize the car. It was a rental, I said. And my memory was still a little scrambled. Whatever happened to me had left me a little confused, and it wasn't until later that my mind cleared up. The best lies were those that had some truth to them. I was still confused about what had happened. Had some higher power placed me in a new body, or had it been Millie's accidental magic looking for someone to avenge her? The worst possibility was that I was in a coma somewhere, either during Golden Morning, or possibly just after the locker. Maybe my whole career as a villain and hero had been alike created by a mind that was desperate to have some kind of power, any kind of power over what happened to her. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. He watched me intently, but I didn't raise my eyes. I watched him carefully through my bugs, though, looking for any sign in his body language about what he was thinking. I didn't get anything, which wasn't surprising. Not only was I not the best at reading body language, he'd had more than a century of learning to hide his. "You haven't spoken much about your background, Miss Hebert," he said finally. "You've said that there is no close family in the United States. Not even a grandmother, or a second uncle." "I'm the only member of my family that's left in this world," I said. "There's no one else. You think I'd fight this hard if there was someone who would take care of me?" "I probably would, but he didn't need to know that." "You have chosen not to share your family situation with your classmates," Dumbledore said. "And I and the staff have chosen to respect your wishes. Yet is it perhaps unhealthy to bottle up feelings that to all reports you have not yet expressed?" "I'll cry when I'm dead," I said. I realized that this sounded a little harsh from the expression on his face, and so I rushed to explain. "I learned a long time ago that crying doesn't do anything but make you look weak, and in this world, looking weak is a good way to get dead. It doesn't mean I don't care." He was silent, so I continued. "I'd have been perfectly happy as a Hufflepuff, but the hat wouldn't let me," I said. "Isn't it supposed to take students' wishes into account?" I gave an irritated glare at the hat, which was sitting on a shelf. It sat there like an inanimate piece of felt. I hadn't forgotten my anger at it. A lot of my problems were a direct result of the hat's decision. Was it listening to us right now, or was it sleeping? How much had it already told the headmaster, and was he playing some kind of game with me? It might serve his interests to pursue the fiction that he didn't know what I was. "I've never seen anyone who belonged in Slytherin more than you do," Dumbledore said after a long moment. "Which, contrary to what my opponents may think, is not a slur to your character. Slytherins are shrewd and cunning. They are ambitious, and they have highly developed senses of self-preservation. What they do not have to be is evil." "I'm not evil," I said. "I care about other people. I'm just not as emotional about it as some." "You've chosen to protect the innocent," Dumbledore said. "Despite the risk to yourself and to your standing. That's a rare quality these days. All that's needed for evil to win is for good men to stand by and do nothing." He smiled at me sadly. "If only more people felt that way, I doubt we'd be in the situation we're in at the moment. I would like to show this memory to some colleagues of mine, perhaps they might recognize the voices where I do not." "Don't show it to Aurors," I said. "I've heard they have people in the ministry, and if Aurors find out that I'm not dead, they'll redouble the attempts on my life." "Your existence is public record," Dumbledore said. "And you have already made enough of a splash that every parent of a Hogwarts student undoubtedly knows about you, as well as the friends and family of those parents. I'd say that you are probably the most famous child of your age who is not involved in Quidditch, or of course Harry Potter." "I haven't put it out that my parents were murdered," I said. "Which means that if the Death Eaters find out, then the person who is revealing the name must be one of the people here who told them." Dumbledore looked dubious. "It seemed obvious to me. One would presume that they would know whom they had murdered," he said. "Else they would not be murdering. Would they really remember the names of those who they killed? Muggleborns aren't actually people to them," I said. "What's another mudblood to them?" He winced at the epithet, but nodded his head. "My face might be a different matter," I said. "Which is why I plan to stay out of the papers, or at least not to have my picture posted." "Perhaps that would be wise," he murmured. I was silent for a moment. If they really have infiltrated the Aurors, it would be easy for them to call me in for questioning, and then have an unfortunate attack on the way to the ministry. I get killed, along with whatever ministry stooge that is guarding me but not working for them, and they kill two birds with one stone. "You have a rather pessimistic view of the world," Dumbledore said. "I'd say I'm never disappointed," I said. "Although I am occasionally pleasantly surprised." Dumbledore shook his head sadly. "I had hoped to be able to provide you with 7 years of education that are to be some of the best years of your life. Hogwarts is meant to be a haven from the outside world." "That's not realistic," I said. "The world outside moves on, and the things that affect students' families affect them as well. From what I understand, the country is close to war again. Possibly an attempted coup, or possibly a civil war. Hogwarts isn't going to be able to stay neutral from that." He stared at me for a moment. "You seem well educated in politics." "My mother was a professor," I said. "It certainly wasn't because of my school. She was an English professor, but she'd taught me how to read and think for myself. Also, the wards had been forced to take classes in political science, because understanding the dynamics of how people work together was helpful when dealing with the interplay between multiple gangs. And because you grew up in a place where the rule of law was weak, where children had to protect themselves and where authorities at school failed you, you believe that it is your responsibility to care for yourself. Apparently he'd been paying more attention to the tidbits I'd let slip to my classmates than I'd expected, or maybe he was extrapolating. Hopefully he wasn't as good at it as Lisa. Isn't it? I asked. Old people look back at childhood as being this wonderful time, but that's because all they remember is the high points. It's just as terrible as the rest of people's lives, just in different ways. I'd say there was wonder in each stage of life, Dumbledore said. And I've experienced almost all of them. I'd like to live to be as old as you, I said. Maybe even as old as the Flamels, assuming I could keep my health and my vitality. But the only way for that to happen is for the people who are trying to kill me to stop doing that, and that's not going to happen unless they are dead or in Azkaban. He looked as though he wanted to argue, but he didn't say anything. So if you would find out who is doing the murders, and who here is informing them, then maybe I could enjoy my childhood. Dumbledore sighed, and then said, I will escort you back to your rooms, and then I will begin the additional security preparations to protect the school. I expect that I will have a long night tonight. I stink, I said. So I'll probably need a bath first, but I'll be going to bed as soon as I can afterwards. I actually like thestrals. They're a little strange looking, but they seem gentle. Our trip through the hallways was quiet and he escorted me down to the dungeons. Back from detention, Miss Hebert? Snape asked, stepping out of his office as we approached. Miss Hebert's detention was rather more exciting than any of us expected, through no fault of her own, Dumbledore said. Perhaps once Miss Hebert is safe in her rooms, we can discuss some things. I got to see horses eat a dead cow, I said brightly, smiling widely. Enjoying life's little pleasures, Miss Hebert. Snape drawled. He waited until I turned around to Dumbledore to shudder. They escorted me to my rooms, and I waited for them to leave and then I gathered my toiletries and prepared for my bath. The headmaster's office was within my range from the bathroom, if only barely, and I wanted to hear what the both of them had to say. As I ran my bath, I listened in to Snape and Dumbledore as they walked through the hallways heading for the office. Miss Hebert was attacked on her way back from her detention, by a disillusioned attacker on the grounds. I presume the attacker is not dead? Snape asked. Given her usual methods I would have expected to see more blood. For once, Miss Hebert decided to do the prudent thing, and she used Peruvian darkness powder to escape. Being ambushed by someone who is disillusioned isn't something most witches would survive. Dumbledore said, she says she sometimes just knows things, and that this sense gave her enough warning to act. She does seem to have a preternatural ability to know things she shouldn't know, Snape said. Although it does not fit with the usual pattern of Seer's ability. Perhaps given her unusual drive to survive, it is a form of accidental magic that she has chosen to develop into an unusual kind of skill. Snape just looked thoughtful. The intruder's tracks headed off the grounds, but it's possible that they circled back. I've taken the liberty of wakening all the portraits, and I've got them watching for any disturbances that might indicate a disillusioned intruder, especially at the entrances to the house dormitories. I've got the house elves doing a head count now. When had he had a chance to do all that? He hadn't been outside of my range for very long. Maybe he'd done it while I was watching him. I'd heard it was possible to do silent, wandless magic, but if it was true, then this was actually impressive. He'd sent messages without my being aware of it, which was concerning on a lot of levels. Miss Hebert also consented to give me pensive memories of the night she woke after the attack on her and her parents. I have viewed that memory, and I'm inclined to think that I may have misjudged your opinion of her. Oh. Snape asked neutrally. Take a look at it, and tell me if you recognize the voices of the perpetrators, Dumbledore said. I luxuriated in my bath as I listened to them going through the motions of their investigations. Apparently all of the students were where they were supposed to be, except me. That was a relief, if meant that the perpetrator was someone outside the castle. Snape and Dumbledore spent the better part of an hour casting spells on the walls and gates, and by that time I was in my bed and struggling not to fall asleep. I still struggled sometimes with my body's needs. Figuring out a way to do endurance running was going to be a challenge. It would be years before I was able to transfigure a treadmill, and I doubted that the castle staff would let me put one in my room. I needed a solution. The stairs in Hogwarts might have kept my waistline relatively thin, but it hadn't done anything for my long-distance running ability. Yet it sounded like the spells they were casting weren't able to cover the grounds, only the walls and the gates of the castle. My other option would be to run up and down the stairs in the girls' quarters. It would be monotonous, but it might do the trick, at least until the girls started complaining. Finally I heard Snape and Dumbledore returning to the headmaster's office. I watched as they both placed their faces in the bowl, and I wondered what kind of defenses they had to protect themselves. If I'd wanted to assassinate them both, I could have done it easily, assuming I'd been a little closer. I actually wasn't sure how long it took to view a pensive memory. Was it in real time? Or was it at the speed of thought? It seemed to be in real time, which was dangerous as far as I was concerned. Maybe Dumbledore had some kind of protection set about for when he was vulnerable like this, I certainly would have, even in the sanctum of my own office. After what seemed like a long time, but could have only been a couple of minutes, they both stood up, gasping. Avery and Selwyn, Snape said grimly. They wouldn't have done this on their own, but as far as I know, the Dark Lord hasn't put out a general call to arms. Perhaps they have decided to show some initiative to win his favor, Dumbledore said. And climb in the ranks. Maybe, Snape said. Or perhaps the Dark Lord is being careful in how he is issuing orders. If he keeps most of the organization from knowing what the rest is doing, then he can more easily ascertain who any moles are. A troubling thought, Dumbledore said. One that we must consider at length. On the other hand, what do you think of Miss Hebert's behavior? My opinion of her hasn't changed, Snape said. Despite the appearance of being an innocent 11-year-old child, she is a dangerous person. Given sufficient time and training in magic, I suspect that she could rival Bellatrix, or perhaps even the Dark Lord in how dangerous she is. Do you think she is lost? Dumbledore asked, and for once there was no trace of grandfatherly kindness or anything in his voice. There was just cold calculation. I had an uneasy feeling that Snape's response was very important. If the most powerful wizard in Britain thought that I was going to be the next Voldemort, what would he do? It was like encountering Hitler as a toddler. I'd read a story once about a man who'd let a German soldier go during World War I, a soldier who had been a young Hitler. The man had regretted it for his entire life. Was that what Dumbledore was thinking about? Snape was silent for a moment. I think her fears would not be what they are if she were, he said. I suspect that she wishes to be a good and kind child, but it is not in her nature. That doesn't mean that she plans to become a Dark Lord. I rather suspect that she'd rather not bother, and that she'd only attempt it if she felt she had no other choice. And what would make her feel that way? If she felt that the Dark Lord was becoming ascendant, or if she felt threatened. Otherwise, she would be content to remain where she is and bother no one as long as she is not attacked. Very much your house's namesake, Severus. Ironic, isn't it? Snape said dryly. The muggleborn snake ascendant. That would make the old guard have an apoplectic fit. Halloween. For reasons that I am sure many of you understand, it has become necessary to make some changes that are effective immediately, Dumbledore said at breakfast the next day. The outside doors and walls have been warded against intruders. Those who are Hogwarts students will still be able to get inside, but those who are not will require permission to enter. This includes parents, ministry officials, and Aurors. The crowd around me burst into low murmurs at that. Dumbledore waited a moment until the murmurs died down. Students are not to be on the grounds after dark, he called out. First and second years are not to be out on the grounds at all without being accompanied by at least one older student. I understood the reasoning behind what he was saying, although I heard an angry murmur from the younger students. It didn't seem to bother the older students as much, although many of them seemed confused. An intruder attempted to attack a Hogwarts student last night on the grounds, Dumbledore said. He remains at large. I saw several of the Slytherins looking at me. I carefully kept my face neutral. It was well known that I had detention last night, and I was sure that several of them were going to ask questions of me the moment the meal was over, if not before. The news is not all bad, however, Dumbledore continued. Tonight is the night of the Halloween feast, and I can confirm that the dancing skeletons will be in attendance. An excited murmur sprang up from all around me. Considering that ghosts were an everyday occurrence here, I couldn't understand why dancing skeletons would be considered such a big deal. I still suspected that Dumbledore had hired them in an effort to defuse tensions around the school. From what I was hearing around me, it might not have been the worst idea he ever had. Secondly, the ghosts are having an after-party. Those students who wish to attend must receive the permission from their head of house, although I think that in this case they may be lenient. Dumbledore smiled genially at the crowd. With any luck, this will be the best Halloween celebration since last year. He waved and sat down. Hebert, Draco demanded. What happened last night? He was on the other side of Pansy. He'd made sure to always keep at least one student between me and him at all times for the past few weeks. Whether this was because he thought it would give him more time to go for his wand, or to preserve the illusion that we didn't have anything to do with each other, I didn't know. I shrugged. I haven't heard about anybody dead, he said. It was you that got attacked, right? I didn't see anybody coming back from detention last night, I said, which was technically true, even if not true in principle. He deflated. It's not like it'll make much of a difference, I said. It wasn't like you spent a lot of time by the lake anyway. I see enough of it from the bottom, he said dismissively. Why would I want to sit outside? So does anybody know what they are serving tonight? I asked. I've been smelling pumpkin all morning. You wouldn't believe how many things they can make with pumpkins, Millie said enthusiastically from her seat on the other side of me. Draco made a face. Apparently he didn't like some of the offerings. Pansy made an oinking sound, and I cast a stinging jinx at her. I had my wand in my lap. She jerked upward, and turned to glare at me. You shouldn't encourage her. She'll never find a husband if she keeps eating like that. I'd ask what business it is of yours, I said cool, but what if she wants something more than being the wife of some pure blood? Well, it's not like it's an option for you, Pansy said. Somebody would have to be crazy to get married to you. You'd end up with more husbands than Blaze's mom, dead because they forgot to pick up their socks. I noticed that she didn't say I was unmarriagable due to being a mudblood. From Pansy that was actually a sign of progress. Or maybe it had finally sunk in that I didn't punish when criticisms had truth to them. Not that I expected to have a lot of husbands. The thought of dating right now was unappealing for a lot of reasons. I couldn't date any of these children, even if I'd had my original body, because even those who were almost the age that I had been once were still children in terms of life experience. Anyone adult who would date me underage wasn't someone I would contemplate either. Even when I got older, there were things about the wizarding mindset that didn't seem like they would make for a good partner. I'd need an equal before I became interested, and there weren't many people in this world I felt like that about. Any, really. I might go into government, I said. And take Millie with me. Muggleborn never get anywhere, Pansy said, authoritatively. You've got to know the right people to get anywhere in the ministry, and they don't. You think that would stop me? I asked. You'd have to murder half the ministry, and then they'd put you in Azkaban, she said. The headmaster wouldn't be able to protect you from that. We'll see, I said, more to get a rise out of Pansy than for any other reason. I caught Draco giving concerned looks at me. Ignoring him, I waited until the meal was over before rising and following Hermione, who was rushing out of the hall. She'd been doing that ever since the unveiling of my boggart, and she'd been making all kinds of excuses to keep from talking to me. She'd even started missing training sessions. However, I knew exactly where she was going through my bugs, and I slipped after her in the crowd. She was slipping out to the courtyard. I followed her, and managed to get ahead of her. I stepped out in front of her, and before she could say anything, I pulled her behind one of the pillars. You've been avoiding me, I said. I haven't, she said, but she was avoiding my eyes, as though she thought I was capable of legilimency. Maybe she thought I could. She also looked as though she was ready to bolt any minute. You have, I said. Neville and Mildred are still showing up for training, but we haven't seen you for a while. I've been busy with my studies, she said. It was an obvious excuse, and I could see color rising to her cheeks. She knew that I knew she was lying, and she couldn't come up with any better excuses. I wouldn't hurt you, I said. I know that seeing my boggart was traumatic, but it was what I'd been worried about. Seeing what I really was, had it frightened her to the point that she didn't want to be my friend anymore? She looked up hurriedly. It's not that. Other than my boggart, I couldn't see anything that I had done that would have driven her away. I hadn't heard of any hint of her being overtly bullied, even if she did tend to be ignored by her classmates. Would she have been bullied without her association with me? There was no way for me to know. Then why not come back? I asked. Why would you want me to? Hermione asked. She looked up. After I was so disloyal. You mean your boggart? I shook my head. That didn't mean anything. We've all got weird little fears that we can't control. It was a stupid thing for me to worry about, she said. And unexpected. I was expecting McGonagall telling me that I'd failed out of school or something, not that. Traverse was a jerk to make us show out boggarts in public. I scowled. What if someone had something really embarrassing, or even damaging, like it turned out their father was a Death Eater or something? I heard that all the other classes got to do their boggarts behind a screen, with only him to see, Hermione said. She sniffed. I was afraid that you were disappointed in me, and I didn't want to face that. If I didn't want you back, I wouldn't ask you, I said. You know me well enough for that. She nodded. So I'll see you at the ghosts' party tonight? I asked. She hesitated, then nodded. I find them really fascinating. Do you think that they are really just copies of the person they once were, or do you think there's something left of the original? That's a question I ask myself every day, I said. I smiled wryly even though I wasn't actually joking. After all, what was I other than the ghost of a once living person? I'd heard a discussion about continuity of consciousness once, and since I'd woken in my new body, it was one that had haunted me. It was the Star Trek transporter problem. If you were disassembled and then reassembled somewhere else, were you still you? Or had the original you been killed and a copy been created elsewhere? The copy would think it was you, and to the rest of the world it would be you, but the original would still be just as dead. Was I just an imprint? I patted Hermione on the shoulder and said, and come back to training. How else are we going to keep ahead of all the idiots? She nodded, then frowned. That thing last night, with the intruder, did that happen to you? I shrugged. I've made some enemies. You were attacked by an adult wizard last night. Her voice rose, almost to a shriek, and I winced. Nobody had been listening in on our conversation according to the bugs, but I could see several heads snapping around now. They didn't manage to land a hand or a spell on me. You were serious about the Death Eaters trying to kill muggleborns, she said, looking at me with horrified eyes. Me more than most, but yet, I said. You're probably okay here, but summertime might be a good time for your family to take a trip abroad. Things are likely to get nasty. That's why I want you to keep up with the lessons. We can't use spells outside of school, she said. In self-defense it's okay, and even if it's not, the possibility of Azkaban is better than the surety of being dead. Staring at me for a moment, her lips tightened and she nodded. If someone comes for you, they're going to expect a first year, helpless and defenseless. You won't be able to beat an adult wizard yet, but if you can get away, that will be good enough. I was going to have to work with her and Neville and Mildred on tactics, on using improvised weapons, on being me, essentially. Because eventually the people around me were going to learn their lesson. They'd learn that I wasn't easy meat, and they'd save their attack for whenever they thought they had overwhelming firepower. Classes are starting soon, Hermione said. I nodded. We separated on better terms than we'd started, although I suspected that Hermione was still a little guarded around me. The rest of the day was a normal school day, although I did hear that Ron Weasley had managed to make a girl in Hufflepuff cry. His brothers had vowed to make him regret it when I'd seen them at lunch. The scent of pumpkin grew stronger throughout the day, and the sense of excitement grew as the end of the day got closer and closer. Finally, it was time for the feast. Jack-o'-lanterns were everywhere, their surfaces carved into a variety of faces. I noticed that the faces at the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables tended to be a little more demonic, and the ones at the other two tables tended to be much friendlier. These people made all kinds of assumptions based on house preference. Clouds of bats flew overhead, swarming and making the lights glitter and sputter as they flew near to the pumpkins. The bats were real, I could tell because they were eating my bugs, which made me a little uneasy. It limited my vision and was bringing me back to normal, at least within the hall. I'd have to be more on my guard than usual here. I kept my face blank and showed no signs that I was on edge. It really did look beautiful though. Everything was dark and made up in orange and black. The food was as good as it always was, with an obvious pumpkin theme. There were pumpkin juice, pumpkin pasties, pumpkin pie, and pumpkin scalloped potatoes. I hadn't tasted the last before, but I decided I liked them. Millie seemed to love it, but Draco was making faces at everything. I suppose he wasn't a fan. The good thing was that no one asked me about the intruder. They knew me well enough to know that I wasn't likely to say anything more about it. Finally the plates were cleared away, and the headmaster had us stand. He made the huge, heavy tables vanish with a flick of his wand, and he had us back away from the place where the professors usually sat. I heard a strange drumming in the distance. It was thunderous, and it seemed to resonate in my bones. It took me a moment to realize that the doors to the outside were opening, and skeletons were dancing their way inside. Several of them had trumpets, and I had no idea how they were blowing them without lungs. Others were beating on their own rib cages with what looked like their own bones. There were male and female skeletons, I'd seen enough bodies to know the difference. Some had flutes that were also made of bone and some had panpipes made of the same material. It should have made a god-awful noise, but somehow they made it work in a harmonious whole. The people around me were cheering and stomping their feet. I felt a little anxious in the crowd without my bugs to give me warning, so I forced my way to the front. Hermione was standing beside me, and she was grinning widely. This was exactly the kind of thing she'd expected when she'd decided to come to a school of magic, I could see it on her face. The skeletons were assembling something now. They were pulling bones from their fellows and making something that reminded me a little of a throne, except that the remaining skeletons began to bang their bones against it with a drumming rhythm, and whenever they hit it in different places it made different noises. The crowd went wild around me, and I found myself grinning along with everyone else. I'd never actually been to a concert before. I'd spent most of my waking hours over the past 2 years before my death training, tracking the Slaughterhouse 9 and preparing for the end of the world. Excitement was contagious, and I found my foot tapping in spite of myself. The music was good, a strange combination of rock and something else that I hadn't heard before. I hadn't bothered to listen to a lot of music, though, not since Emma had betrayed me, and so this was a strange sensation for me. I was the only one who wasn't dancing by now. Slytherins and Gryffindors were dancing side by side, and I could see Dumbledore beaming. This had been his plan all along. Did these skeletons have some kind of magic that made their music so entrancing, or were they simply that good? Was it mass hysteria, or was everybody just having a good time? Almost beyond my own volition, I found myself starting to dance along with everybody else. Dancing wasn't something I'd done since Emma either. It was strange that I'd denied myself music and dance. I could have blamed Emma, but I'd been the one to abandon it. There was a strange sensation in my chest. It was something that I'd almost forgotten, and it took me a little while to remember what it was. Was I having fun? When the universe was at stake, fun had been the last thing on my mind. Before that, I'd been obsessed with Emma and Sophia and Madison. The last time I'd really let loose and had fun was when I was the age my body was now, and I knew I wasn't really that good of a dancer. Hermione was doing better than I was, and she was terrible. Neville actually wasn't doing too bad, and Draco looked like he'd been born to dance. I made sure to keep a distance from myself and others, without my swarm, since it would be easy to get stabbed in the crowd. Despite that niggling worry, the rest of my mind was swept away, and for the first time in a long time, I let loose and actually enjoyed myself. I'd been mourning for a long time without knowing it. I had mourned the loss of my innocence. Maybe now was the time, even if only for a short while, to get a little of it back. Death Day. I'm not sure about this, Myrtle muttered. After 2 hours of the dancing skeletons, I was tired and I found myself wanting to head off to my room and rest. But I'd promised Myrtle, which meant that I had to at least make an appearance. You were the one who wanted to go, I said. Do you want to back out? Myrtle sniffed. You just want to go back and spend time with all your living friends. That's not true, Hermione said. She'd somehow managed to drag Neville and Mildred along for the ride. I'm very interested in seeing what ghosts do for a party. I've heard, Neville said. Which is why I brought this. He held up a can of something. What's that? Mildred asked. Ghosts love to get the smelliest foods they possibly can for their parties. They think if it's strong enough they can almost smell it, and maybe taste it a little, Neville said. This is surströmming. It's supposed to be the smelliest food in the world. That's really thoughtful, I said. I hadn't bothered to bring anything. Did we bring anything, Mildred? It's Millicent, Mildred said. And no, I didn't think any of the ghosts could carry any presents. We were heading for one of the roomier dungeons, and through my bugs I could see that they'd gone all out in decorating it. There were black candles everywhere that were giving off a bluish glow, and there was a raised dais on which ghostly musicians were playing ghostly instruments. It was an eerie, yet somehow beautiful music. The dancing skeletons were there, and ghosts swarmed around them, talking excitedly to them in little clumps around each of the skeletons. There was a table covered in rotting food. Ordinarily my insects would have been thrilled by this, but the cold was making them sluggish. Ghosts were passing through the food, as though they'd be able to regain their lost senses of taste, even if just for a moment. There was a chandelier above that practically glowed with 1,000 candles shining blue. There were hundreds of ghosts, most of whom were dancing a waltz. I pulled out my wand, and immediately Hermione and the others were on guard. It's going to be cold, I said. I cast a warming charm on myself and then on the others. Hermione had mastered the charm, but the others still weren't able to do it. It had already been handy on a couple of colder days in the dungeons, although Snape didn't like it around certain potions. Apparently the ambient temperature sometimes had an effect on the ingredients. I was learning to exclude parts of my body from the warming charm as a result. It wasn't something that I'd figured out any other use for, but Hermione seemed to think that older students might even be willing to pay for the spell, although she recommended waiting until winter, when the price would be higher. As we stepped into the dungeon, I saw nearly headless Nick floating up to us. He was scowling at Myrtle. She's with me, I said. My +1. He looked at me, and for a moment it looked as though he wanted to argue. Finally, he said, as long as you keep her from causing trouble like she did last year. Turning to her, he said, keep your moaning to yourself. Nobody likes a death day downer. It's someone's death day. Neville asked. He seemed to know a great deal about the life and times of ghosts. Mine. Nicholas said proudly. We're just combining it with the dancing skeleton after party. Such an honor. There were actually a few living students mixed up with the ghosts. Most of them were Ravenclaws, probably lured here for the same reason Hermione had come. They were mostly ignoring the ghosts and focusing on the skeletons. So does anyone know what's up with the skeletons? I asked as Nicholas turned to leave. Are they like ghosts, or are they enchanted artifacts, or what? They're great musicians, and if magic can do that. I'm really impressed. I heard that it was due to a magical accident, Hermione said. Killed an entire dance troupe, but not all the way. They decided to make the best of it, and they've been more successful since they died than they ever were when they were alive. Ghosts envy them, Myrtle said, staring at the closest skeleton. They get to actually touch things, and some people even say they can still smell things, even though they don't have noses. That's an unsubstantiated rumor, a nearby ghost said. And they aren't talking. The skeletons could talk, which made sense. If they could blow a trumpet, they could do most of the work involved in talking. Neville held up his can. Where do I put this? I pointed at the table. He walked over to the table, found an empty plate and he opened the can. Those students closest to him started to gag and back away, although the ghosts began to gather round. Neville looked a little green at the gills. My bugs were suddenly all wide awake and excited. Considering that I could start to smell it from where I was at, I decided to stay on this side of the room for a while. I could hear Hermione gagging along with most of the others, and I purposefully kept my face neutral. Pushing my response into my bugs wasn't that hard. You should dance, I said to Myrtle. What? She asked. Nobody would. There's more male ghosts here than female, I said. Which means that your chances are pretty good. Here I was acting like an expert on dances. I'd never actually been to one. Before Emma I'd been too young. After my bullying I'd become a recluse. Once I'd become Skitter, well, there hadn't been time to dance, and that was even more true once I'd become Weaver. Letting go on the dance floor had been strangely cathartic, and I could understand how people might enjoy it. Approaching the nearest skeleton that wasn't surrounded by people, I said, "You guys are great." His head turned toward me, there was a dim glow deep in the back of his eye sockets, but his body language didn't seem hostile, at least in so much of a body as he had. "Thank you," he said. His voice was strangely deep. "I am Billy Bones." "Bones, isn't that a little on the nose?" I asked. "It is a stage name," he said. "We have chosen to leave our old identities behind, and to reinvent ourselves. It is something you are familiar with, yes?" I froze, a chill going down my spine. "What do you mean?" "You are the mystery American," he said. "The one no one knows anything about. Troll Slayer and the Demon Witch of Hogwarts. People are calling me that. Even we've heard of you," he said. "And we're famous." I scowled. While it made sense that the parents of the students would have gotten letters about me, it didn't make sense that I was that well known. Of course, Wizarding Britain was the equivalent of a small town, and people in small towns liked to gossip, but it was inconvenient nonetheless. I already had at least one Death Eater after me. I suspected that it was Avery, the boy I'd dunked in the boil potion had been his nephew and there was likely some resentment there. For all I knew the younger Avery was already a Death Eater. He leaned forward. "There's something in your eyes, though, I cannot tell what it is." I'd seen ghosts staring at me often enough that it had made me a little paranoid. I quickly dropped my eyes. I doubted that a skeleton was a Legilimens, but it wasn't impossible. After all, he'd once been a wizard. He didn't seem to be carrying a wand, but wandless magic was possible. "We are envied and pitted at once, creatures of two worlds," Billy Bones said. "Better than ghosts, but not really quite human. I'm sure you have felt the same, as a muggleborn in the House of the Snakes." "I'm not envied," I said. "Feared sometimes, but envied. People envy power. They may not say that they do, but it is true. The Slytherins respect and envy power even more than the other houses do. I suspect that you have found them easier to deal with of late, yes?" I nodded slowly. "You were Slytherin?" I asked. "Muggleborn, once," he said, but he nodded. "It wasn't always the house it is now. There was a time when a Muggleborn could join, and while there was always some stress, you could make your way as long as you proved yourself. That's not how it is now, I hear, except for you." "I was afraid I was going to have to make some new ghosts before they left me alone," I admitted. "Which would make my next 6 years at school a trifle awkward. I didn't have anything in my arsenal to deal with ghosts, and from what I had seen, they tended to carry grudges for a very long time. Was that a problem Voldemort had? Did the ghosts of his victims haunt him, or did wizards have something like the ghost traps in Ghostbusters to get rid of annoying spirits from the astral plane?" "You won't have an easy time of it," he said. "Not with what's coming. War is on the horizon and everybody knows it. This is our last gig in Britain, we will be taking an extended world tour until this is all over. It's that bad. You know whose people have even less liking for non-humans than they do the Muggleborn. They're perfectly willing to use those who seem useful, but the rest? If he wins, things are likely to become uncomfortable. Why doesn't anyone do anything then?" I asked. "Voldemort may be the second most powerful wizard in Britain, but his people aren't. Who is better at fighting? A law-abiding citizen, or a criminal? I'm sure you've seen that in the Muggle world as well." I nodded. "The Death Eaters fight often and they fight well, and most wizards simply wish to be allowed to live their lives in peace. They depend on the Aurors to protect them, and there are not enough Aurors to do what must be done." I frowned. It was the guerrilla warfare problem. A society tended to be large and to have fixed locations, places where the enemy could attack with every confidence that their target would be there. Guerrilla soldiers tended to vanish into the mist, to attack and then disappear. It was worse if they received support from the local population, which was almost always the case in Muggle conflicts. Voldemort's people didn't need that kind of support. If they were smart, wizards could supply almost everything they needed themselves, and what they couldn't supply, such as food, they could get from the Muggles. In a way they were like Cape villains. They did their crimes while disguised and then they melted into the general population. The best way to address guerrilla warfare was to keep the populace happy so that it never arose in the first place. That ship had already sailed. The purebloods felt threatened by the muggleborns, in part because they were trying to change things. They threatened the power of the old order, and people always became anxious and tended to lash out when they thought that their position in society had become precarious. I couldn't see a solution to it, other than to simply burn the whole thing down and start again, and I wasn't exactly in a position to do that. It was nice speaking to you, Billy Bones said, but I have promised a young lady a dance. An older Ravenclaw approached, looking at me uncertainly before Billy took her hands and they joined the dancers out on the dance floor. They weren't the only ones. I saw Mildred, Millicent dancing with one of the skeletons. They made a weird-looking pair. Myrtle was dancing with an older ghost wearing what looked like medieval armor. I hadn't seen an expression of happiness on her face before, and she actually looked almost pretty. Hermione sidled up to me. There are ghosts here that are over 1,000 years old. Hermione said. I've spoken to some of them. They've got some amazing stories to tell, although none of them want to talk about how they died. Would you? I asked, looking at her. It's probably best not to ask. It's like asking someone about being bullied, except even worse. She stared at me for a moment, and then nodded. This is what I thought coming to Hogwarts was going to be like, she said, looking around. Not bullying and death threats. I shook my head. People are the same all over, whether they are wizards, witches, or muggles. They're petty and they fight among themselves. Give them a little power and it's even worse. She glanced at me. You're really cynical to be 11. Says the 12-year-old, I said. It must be nice to have all that extra, worldly experience. Scowling, she shoved me a little. Not everybody had to carry a knife to school. I shrugged. Must have been nice to go to a school where there wasn't a constant threat of being stabbed. We were both quiet after that. I didn't dance with anyone that evening, the ghosts were a little too spectral for my tastes, and the skeletons were monopolized by the older students. I'd never really waltzed anyway. Still, we stayed a couple of hours, and eventually the evening ended to everyone's satisfaction. I was exhausted by that point, a situation that seemed to happen more and more these days. Maybe it was the mental strain I was suffering from always having to be on my guard. Mildred went straight to bed, but I felt sweaty and so I prepared for my bath. As I slipped into the warm water, I closed my eyes. The Death Eaters were going to attack me over the summer, at the very least they'd be waiting at the train station. I was going to have to come up with a plan to deal with that. Most likely, I'd have to coordinate the plan with whoever Dumbledore chose to be my guardian. What bothered me was that I could probably slip away before they caught me, but the train station would be the perfect place to stage an attack on the Muggleborn. They would never have a better opportunity to get that many Muggleborn in that small of a space at once. The train station had Aurors, but if they had people in the Ministry, they could use the Imperious spell on the Aurors before they ever left for work. If I was running Voldemort's organization, and I hated the Muggleborn, that's what I would do. It would make the perfect starting place to set off the war, and it would make the Ministry's job of maintaining secrecy incredibly difficult. The Ministry would probably arrange for it to be seen as a terrorist attack, but that would involve Muggle investigators and would be harder to cover up. Would the Ministry be able to continue maintaining secrecy in the future? Cell phones were already ubiquitous by my time, and they had kept getting better. How long was it before some Muggle snapped a picture that the Ministry didn't catch before it hit the internet? Would they even be able to manage the internet? That would require people with tech savvy, which was the opposite of the wizarding community. Were it me, I'd have arranged for Muggleborn to have a conventional education on top of their magical one. I'd have them go to college, enter the military and tech sectors, and then I'd have people in every aspect of Muggle life. Ex-military Muggleborn along with Muggleborn in the police forces would be able to teach the Aurors to be better at what they did, and that would make the wizarding world safer, assuming that I was a benevolent minister for magic. I frowned. My bugs weren't seeing anything or hearing anything, but there was a strange smell. They couldn't identify it, though. I listened with my own ears and I heard nothing. It didn't smell like poison being pumped through the vents, and none of my bugs were dying or even sedated. It was a chemical smell, though. It smelled almost like alcohol. The door to the bathroom opened, and there wasn't anyone on the other side. I lunged for my wand. My bugs saw ripples in the water on the floor, it looked like footsteps even though I couldn't hear a thing. Firing off a cutting spell, I saw red suddenly staining the floor. I lashed out again, but I suddenly felt hands around my throat, and I was struggling to breathe. A massive force shoved me under the water, and the wand dropped out of my hand. I grabbed for the unseen, invisible hands, trying to bend the thumb and fingers back. It was useless, I didn't have the strength in my hands, and whoever it was very strong. Almost without my conscious volition, bugs began to swarm from the vents. They were coming from everywhere, and there were bugs that I didn't even realize that I'd had control of. I kept struggling even as I felt the bugs stinging the person who was strangling me to death. They kept biting and stinging and for a moment I felt a measure of hope. My lungs burned like hot lava and I clawed and punched. My feet scrabbled for purchase against the bottom of the tub, but they kept slipping. Everything turned dark. Cleaning. I woke to find myself on the floor 10 feet away from the tub, hacking and gagging water. There was a severed and dismembered arm that looked rather familiar. It was a child's arm, and it was female. My hands were still shaking from adrenaline, so it couldn't have been that long since I had fallen unconscious. There was a pool of blood spreading out on the floor by the bathtub. An ever-growing swarm of insects was covering what should have been a body, however, in the few gaps that existed in the cover, there was nothing there. What had happened? The last thing I remembered was being held under the water, needing desperately to get away. Was it my accidental magic again? Or had someone saved me while I was out? The insects couldn't tell me, I couldn't delve into their memories, only their senses right now. There were no footprints in the water that now covered the floor other than those of my attacker, and there was no evidence that I'd been dragged out of the water. It looked as though I'd been there, and then suddenly I was here, along with a good bit of the water in the tub and part of my attacker. Was this apparition? I thought that didn't work in Hogwarts. Maybe it was some other kind of movement, or maybe accidental magic wasn't covered by the wards. I'd heard that house elves could teleport here, presumably by using some kind of more primal magic. As I staggered to my feet, I had my bugs check the body. It seemed to be growing cold, and there was no sign of a heartbeat or breathing. Along with the blood loss from being dismembered, there was all the poison flowing through her veins. She was as small as me, at least in height, although her hands had been as strong as an adult man. I staggered over to the mirror, and there was a line of bruises around my throat, bruises that were going to be hard to conceal without muggle makeup. Glancing back at the body, I saw that it was shimmering. I called the insects back, and I stared at the remains in front of me. Mildra? No, Millicent was lying on the floor, her eyes staring upward sightlessly. I felt my stomach drop. I'd saved her from bullies, and in return she'd been one of my supporters through all of this. This wasn't something she'd done on her own, whatever strange smell she was exhibiting was probably because of a potion of some sort. Someone had turned my own service friend against me, and they'd done it deliberately. They'd wanted me to kill my own ally to send me a message. They could get to me at any time, and if they couldn't they'd be able to reach my friends. A vein in my forehead throbbed, and my fists tightened. They'd tried to kill me for no other reason than because I was alive, and now they'd killed someone I valued. There had been a lot of times in the past where I'd channeled fear into anger, at least according to Dr. Yamada, but this time felt justified. They needed to die. It had always been on the horizon, something that I'd tried not to think about, but ultimately I'd always known that eventually I was going to have to kill Voldemort and all the Death Eaters. It had never been a question of if, but of when. That when had just gotten a lot shorter. As my senses expanded, I noticed something strange. My bug senses had expanded by a factor of 2 again, and there were 2 people lying in bed in our bedroom. One of them was almost certainly Millie. So who was this? The form shimmered and grew longer, into a form that was almost as recognizable. Filch, the janitor. His sightless dead eyes were staring up at me, accusingly, almost as though he'd expected some other outcome from his attempted murder. He was a squib, and he wouldn't have had any defense against mind control. He'd have had access to the lists, but probably not much more than a glance. He'd have been able to enter and leave the castle even after Dumbledore improved the defenses. Why take the form of Millie? The stairs, most likely Snape had limited access to the girls' stairs and he hadn't been on the list. Someone had put him under the invisibility and silence spells and then commanded him to drink the potion before coming up here to murder me. Those potions weren't any joke to make, they took at least a month to brew and some part of the person to be turned into, usually hair. As janitor, Filch would have had access to stray hairs from all over the school. It might have been random chance that he'd gotten hairs from Millie. Or it might have been deliberate. Whoever had done this may have wanted me to think that I'd been betrayed and that I was going to die alone. A quick sniff showed that he still smelled of alcohol, along with the inevitable smells of death. I couldn't detect the other, strange smell, but my bugs could. Most likely it was something about the polyjuice potion itself that they were cluing in on. Had Filch left for Hogsmeade last night to celebrate Halloween? It would explain the alcohol smell, and it would have given his master a chance to give him his orders. There was only one suspect that made any sense for all of this. Avery. He was one of the Death Eaters who'd murdered my family, and he was the uncle of the boy I'd put in the hospital. I'd done it in the bathtub, and so killing me in the bathtub would not only be poetic justice, it would send a message to the non-pure bloods in school that no one would get away with hurting a pure blood. If it was done in a way that looked like an accident, then all the better. After all, I'd gotten away with dousing his nephew in the boil potion, so that would prove that even the Aurors couldn't protect them. They'd probably spread word to the Slytherins in some kind of low-key way. The time to brew the potion was probably the only reason he'd waited this long. He might have been waiting for Filch on the grounds. When he saw me he'd taken his chance. Undoubtedly he'd been disillusioned already during the attack. He'd been too afraid of Dumbledore to enter the castle, at least for very long. It might not have been him on the grounds, but it had likely been someone sent by him. It was possible that he'd gotten a look at me and recognized me as the girl who should be dead. That might have been the reason he'd attacked me impulsively on the grounds, and then once he couldn't get in, he'd have sent his lackey after me. Filch had been a nasty character, but he'd deserved better than to be killed. As far as I was concerned, Avery was responsible for his death, and that was one more on his tally. Having him attack me was a win-win. Either I died, or I killed Filch or seriously injured him. If I survived, they could send the Aurors after me. That was the last thing I needed. After all, the manner of death would reveal that insects were involved. That would eliminate my main advantage against my enemies. Once they knew what I could do, there were likely countermeasures they could take. I might be able to get out of this, but likely there would be a trial, and the Death Eaters had people in the ministry. I could easily be killed on the way to the trial, or they could pad the jury with their own people, assuming wizards actually used juries. I hadn't studied their judicial system all that much. I glanced back at Filch. His body already smelled, and the odds were that it was only going to get worse. Using my bugs to eat the body would be the ideal solution, but it would take time that I simply didn't have. Filch had to weigh 160 or 180 pounds, and it would take days for the bugs to eat him normally, maybe weeks. I could probably cut that time down to a tenth, but even if I could do it by morning, there was no guarantee that one of the girls wouldn't get up to go to the bathroom and see the mess I'd made. Still, I had to try. The bugs surrounded Filch and began eating as rapidly as they could. I had them work in shifts. When one got full, it was replaced by its mate. In the meantime, I began to clean the bathroom as well as I could. I tossed the dismembered and now hairy arm to land next to the rest of the body. "Sorry, Filch," I said. "I'll avenge you." My next task was to clean up the blood and gore all over the floor. My clothes had fortunately been left on the counter, which meant they were clean. As such, I was going to have to do the cleaning in the nude. "Wingardium Leviosa," I murmured, focusing as much as I could on the bloody water on the floor. I managed to levitate a patch of it, which I put into the bathtub, after levitating the stopper and draining out the water. Over and over again I had to do it, and when I was done, I wasn't sure that the floor was actually clean. I couldn't use my towels because having the house elves see bloody towels coming from a prepubescent girl's room was going to be a clear sign that something was wrong. This was why I ended up on my hands and knees scrubbing the floor with toilet paper, wrapped around and around my hands. I could toss that in the toilet and wash the evidence away. I'd checked my hands, and there weren't any cuts on my skin, and there weren't any on my knees either. In all, it took me over 2 hours to get every single piece of blood off the grout. I could have done it almost immediately with the cleaning spell, but I hadn't thought it to be worth the bother to learn, and I was now paying the price. The only good thing was that if they checked my wand they'd see that I didn't get anything other than one severing charm off, and that one I could explain. Grimacing, I looked at the body. If I had caustic soda I'd be able to melt the body into a liquid that I could flush, but that would take heat and almost a full day. Drain cleaner containing sodium hydroxide and a different drain cleaner containing sulfuric acid could be mixed together to melt the body too. It too would take time that I didn't have, and the smell would be a dead giveaway. There was only one way that was going to work. I pulled my secondary wand from my fanny pack, and I began to cast. Diffindo, 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 Diffindo. As I dismembered the body in clean cuts, more and more blood pooled on the tile. In retrospect, I should have waited on the cleaning until this part of it was done. I had the largest spiders grab the parts and start carrying them up the wall toward the vent. I'd move them as far from my room as they could and then I'd set the bugs to devouring them as quickly as possible. The increased food supply would probably increase their numbers exponentially, but that was all right. Moving the whole body took more than another hour, and then cleaning what was left took even more time. By the time everything was said and done, I barely had time to slip into bed before the house elves showed up and began to clean the bathroom that I had just vacated. They seemed to notice some of the lingering smell, but they seemed to ignore it. From their muttered comments, apparently some of the witches had cosmetic components that smelled foul to them, and they assumed this was just more of the same. I fell into a dreamless sleep. In the morning I was the last of the girls to get up, but I managed to pull myself to breakfast. The last thing I could afford was to stand out. I waited until the girls were in the bathroom to pull on the shirt that covered my neck as best I could. There was a healing spell I could use to repair the bruises. I needed to learn it quickly, but I was a little leery of using it on myself without some practice. Miscast spells could cause all sorts of problems, such as a severed arm on the floor. Although, in this one case it was less of a mistake than a feature. Most of the day went by in a haze. My new body required a lot more sleep than my old one had, and I hadn't gotten enough even for an adult. My neck hurt, and it hurt to talk, and so I ended up looking sullen and taciturn all day. I let Hermione chat away at me, and I didn't say much. When I did, she noticed my voice and tried to tell me to go to Madame Pomfrey. As though that wouldn't raise some questions. Mr. Filch vanishes and the school's resident bad girl has unexplained bruises the next day. I'd have Aurors knocking on my door within 3 days. My only option was to try the Episki spell until I mastered it, and I'd have to start by practicing it on bugs. I ended up spending my afternoon huddled in a secret passage, one of those that I had figured out the way to get inside. I reached out to my bug minions, and there were dozens or hundreds of them that were injured from skirmishes with each other, or with the rats in the walls. I was glad I practiced. My first attempts ended up with scattered bugs. It was more than an hour before I wasn't killing the bugs, and 2 before I actually did them any good. It was 3 before I got to the point where I was willing to try it on myself, and even then I was nervous. The neck had some pretty important arteries, and a mistake there could kill me just as easily as Filch. As I was leaving the secret passage, I froze as I saw Mrs. Norris. She was staring up at me accusingly. For a moment I considered killing her. It was possible that she could smell some of her master's blood on me, or that she had some sort of supernatural sense. Still, as far as I knew, wizards couldn't talk to cats. Speaking to snakes was possible, but it was apparently a rare and lost art. Guilt filled my mind. As disagreeable as Filch and Mrs. Norris had been to the students, they'd loved each other, and I'd taken that away from her. I hadn't become a hero. Or even a villain to hurt people. I wasn't sure that Mrs. Norris counted as people, but the last thing I needed to do was to make it even worse by killing her. I left her alone. I hadn't meant to kill her master, and killing his cat would have been throwing insult after injury. Doing the healing in my own bathroom was my only option to be safe. The girls tended to be heavy sleepers, but in the day, if I fell over, it was possible they might hear me. Staring in the mirror, I unbuttoned the neck of my shirt and pulled it away from my neck. I pointed my wand at my neck, and then I said in a low voice, Episki. I'd worried that pointing it at myself would change the wand movements to the point that it could, be used, but the moment I cast it, I felt a warmth on my neck, and suddenly some of the pain was gone. So was some of the bruising. Episki, 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 I said quickly. I soon found that there were spots on the back of my neck that I could not reach. Twisting my arms back there made moving the wand in the right way impossible. It was going to have to do, I'd just have to make an excuse if someone noticed. At least it no longer looked like a pair of identifiable handprints. Those parts of the weekend that weren't spent in training and learning the cleaning spell, I spent reading up on wizarding law. I suspected that I knew what was coming next, and I wanted to be prepared for it. I made sure that no one paid attention to the books I was reading. I didn't check the logbooks out and only pulled them from the shelves when no one was looking. I carefully kept the books face up on the table so that no one would notice the book covers. On Monday, the Aurors showed up for Hogwarts. Interlude, Aurors. I think we're on a wild Nargle hunt, Milner said. Going after a missing squib when Aurors are vanishing. It's Filch, Folly said. We know him. Hated him, more like. He's pretty much made an enemy of every British wizard that went to school in the last 20 years. He's a squib, who would bother to off him once they got out of school. Which is why the anonymous tip that it was a student at the school has to be taken seriously. Folly shook his head. We don't even know that something happened to him. You know he liked to drink. Hell, if I was a squib and had to deal with a school full of obnoxious brats, I'd probably drink myself to death. Maybe he did if we're lucky, Milner said. The last thing we need is to find out that you know who is targeting Hogwarts staff. The parents would go mental and that's the last thing anybody needs right now. Well, we know that he went to Hogsmeade on Halloween night to celebrate away from the kids. He was drinking heavily according to several of the regulars, and he left late. Maybe he died on the way back, got so drunk that he went off in the wrong direction. Flying over the area on broomsticks didn't show anything, and the last thing I want to do is go combing through the underbrush if we don't have to. Well, maybe we can find out something at the castle that'll give us something to go on, Milner said. As they landed outside the gate, Milner tried to open the door, and he found it locked. He frowned. What the hell? A hulking monstrosity of the man came lumbering up to them from the grounds. I suppose you lot are the Aurors that re-trying to find Filch. The man was puffing with the effort of moving quickly up the slope toward them. Yes, why can't we get into the castle? Security precautions by Dumbledore himself. We had a student attacked on the grounds a week ago, the man said. He reached out and touched the gate and it slid open easily. Come on in. I'll take you to the headmaster. The man stayed behind them, Folly noticed, and he had a hand on his umbrella. There was something cold about his expression that belied his friendly expression. It was possible that Moody was rubbing off on him. The man was a paranoid crank, but sometimes he was right, which was the unfortunate thing. Especially given the disappearances, every Auror had to look out for himself these days. Looking around, Folly felt a strong sense of déjà vu. It was as though the last 10 years hadn't happened, as though he was back in Hogwarts all over again. It was a strange, bittersweet feeling, and the halls looked somehow smaller than he had remembered them, even though everything was demonstrably the same. Reaching the headmaster's office, they were quickly admitted. Dumbledore, Milner said. Mr. Milner, Mr. Folly, how has adulthood treated you? We're Aurors now, Folly said. He forced himself to stand up straight and look stern. Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard in all of Britain, the man who'd bested Grindelwald in single combat. There was no question that he could kill Folly and his partner in an instant if he so chose, and he had enough political influence that he could probably get away with it. That wasn't a comfortable feeling. We've come to investigate Filch's disappearance. Poor Argus, Dumbledore said. He always was a tortured soul. I'm surprised that the Aurors would send someone to investigate his disappearance. He's only been missing for 3 days. There have been reports that one of your students might be responsible for his disappearance, Milner said. A muggleborn. Miss Hebert, Dumbledore said. He sighed. She's made enemies, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of them have not made unfair accusations in an attempt to cause he problems. She didn't have problems with Filch. Folly asked. Less than other students, actually. She always had a sixth sense about when he was around, and she was very careful not to offend him. There have been rumors about her, Milner began. Miss Hebert has a rather enthusiastic view of what self-defense entails, Dumbledore said. And she is more than capable of defending herself. There are rumors that she has hospitalized several boys, Milner said. Pure-blood boys. Boys who were bypassing the defenses on the girls' dormitory with the intention of abusing her, Dumbledore said. She has assured us that they were injured through their own incompetence. And the boy who was doused in boil potion. He was preparing it to use on her, and he had an unfortunate accident. Folly glanced at his partner. Unfortunate accidents? Once, maybe, but multiple times indicated a pattern. And did she really kill a troop of trolls with a knife? She did dispatch one troll, Dumbledore said. Defending other students while they distracted it with spells. It was a heroic act, really. So you have a muggleborn who has been involved in multiple incidents of violence, directed toward purebloods. Why is she still here? Milner demanded. Should I have expelled you after your incident in 6th year? Dumbledore asked mildly. Milner's face went red. Folly couldn't help but wonder about the incident in question. Milner didn't like to talk about his time in school very much, and he was 10 years older, so they hadn't shared any of the same classmates in common. We'd like to question the house elves and the portraits, Folly said. And any students that might be able to shed some light on the situation. Some of the students may be biased, Dumbledore said. Either for or against her. Weary professionals, Milner said confidently. She's mental, the Parkinson girl said. I keep expecting her to stab me every morning at breakfast. Did you know she hexes me almost every day? And nobody does anything about it. Did you ever see her interact with Mr. Filch? Folly asked. He kept trying to catch her at things, but he never could. They say that she's a seer, she always seems to know a lot more than she should. Tell me more, Milner said. It's like she's got eyes in the back of her head. Nobody has ever been able to surprise her, not that anybody tries much anymore, since she's so mental that she'd probably beat you to a pulp. Has she threatened other students? She held a Gryffindor boy out over a balcony and threatened to drop him, Parkinson said. And she beat 3 Slytherins with a sock until it was bloody. That was the boys who were trying to get in her room. Oh, that's the story that Dumbledore likes to put out, but everybody knows that she really did it because she's jealous because they're pure bloods. She saved out lives, Bletchley said. Moved like she'd been fighting all of her life. Oh, Milner asked. She was good with a knife. She killed a troll, Bletchley said flatly. If you'd seen how small she is, you'd know how impressive that is. So you'd say she's good at killing? Milner asked. I wouldn't want to go against her, but she's never really bothered anybody that didn't go after her first. She's tough, but after people stopped being idiots around her, things started getting back to normal. Being idiots. Trying to hurt her or her friends, he said. She's perfectly nice except when that happens, and really, can you blame her? I think it's every wizard and witch's right to protect themselves. But not to kill someone, Milner said. The other interviews were much the same. Those who did not like her were absolutely sure that she'd killed Filch, and that furthermore she likely had all sorts of other skeletons in her closet. Those who were on her side defended her, and were convinced that she only did the things she did in self-defense. They spent more than an hour interviewing school children. Most of them seemed anxious when talking to them, which was as it should be. Even the Malfoy heir seemed nervous, and his family had the political clout to ignore most accusations. The portraits hadn't seen anything, despite having been tasked to watch out for intruders, and the house elves were similarly unhelpful. There was not any convenient bloody clothes or anything in the laundry. The staff had already searched the school for Filch, and there had been no sign of him. He'd apparently had a relationship once with the librarian, but everyone agreed that it had been over for years, without any evidence of ill will between the two of them. No one could recall anyone having more than the usual disagreements with Filch, which meant that he'd had a dozen conflicts with students on the day before his disappearance alone. We're not getting anywhere, Milner said. We might as well talk to the Mudblood. Milner had a tendency to slip in how he talked about muggleborns when he was irritated. Folly didn't think he meant anything by it. Milner was just a member of the older generations, and old prejudices died hard. He at least tried to be civil, which was more than some members of the department did. They summoned Taylor Hebert to meet with them in a classroom as far away from active classes as they could. They'd chosen a dungeon room with no windows and they'd moved everything out of the room except 3 chairs. Then they'd put her in the room and they'd let her stew for a while. Most children her age had the attention span of gnats, and even adults started to crack if they were left alone long enough. That sense of isolation was often enough on its own to get suspects to talking. As they entered the room, the first thing Folly noticed was how tiny she was. She was smaller than the Parkinson girl, who had already been small. It was hard to believe that a girl this small and harmless looking could have killed a troll. There wasn't anything different about how she looked compared to 100 other first years they'd seen in the halls. However, as she looked up at them, Folly felt a chill. Every other student they'd talked to had been a little nervous, some more than others. They'd had to pull answers out of them to get them talking, to overcome their fear of just what the auras represented. The ordinary witnesses hadn't even been made to wait. Hebert didn't look nervous at all. She didn't even look bored. There was something unnatural and off-putting about the way she sat, though, her neck turned at an unnatural angle and her arms and legs sprawled out like those of a praying mantis. Instead, she looked as though she was interviewing someone for a job, as though they were the ones who were going to be questioned. That kind of confidence was unnatural in a child that small. Folly had interrogated Death Eaters who looked more nervous. "Hello," she said. She leaned backward in her chair against one of the desks. It took Folly a moment to realize that she had her hand on her wand. "You won't need that," Milner said sternly. "I've got Death Eaters who want to kill me," she said. "And the Auror's office has been compromised. I think I'll make my own decisions about that." Folly glanced at Milner, who shrugged. Folly suspected that Milner didn't see the girl as a threat, because how could a first-year witch be any kind of threat to 2 trained Aurors, especially a muggleborn, who rumor said weren't all that good with magic anyway. The fact that they weren't allowed to do magic during the summers while purebloods and half-bloods were probably contributed to that perception, but Folly wasn't likely to get anywhere arguing with Milner about it. If it let the girl feel safe enough to talk, then it was all right. After all, Dumbledore himself assured them that she only attacked those who attacked her. "What do you know about the Auror's office?" Folly asked. "It's obvious, isn't it?" she said. "Aurors go missing, it's because someone knew where they would be. Who else would know that except someone in the department?" Folly frowned. That was a conclusion that the higher-ups had only recently come to, and they were taking steps to try to address it. He didn't know what those steps were, presumably because they weren't sure he wasn't a Death Eater. "Did someone tell you that?" She shook her head contemptuously. "I read the paper, I can read between the lines. Anybody with 2 brain cells to rub together would come to the same conclusion." Folly winced. Milner wasn't going to like that from a Mudblood. "It's unusual to have a Yank in Hogwarts," Folly said carefully. It was important to establish a rapport with the criminals so that they would be more likely to slip up and incriminate themselves. However, he'd never really understood teenage girls, and preteen girls were even worse. "Is that what we're here to discuss?" the girl asked evenly. "How an orphan girl with no family ended up in a British school instead of an American one. I wasn't aware that was a crime." "So is there a crime you're involved in?" Milner asked. Faulkner barely stopped himself from grimacing. Apparently the girl had annoyed Milner enough that he was going to skip the entire introductions phase and get right to it. He stepped forward quickly until he was looming over her. "We know you murdered Argus Filch. I just want to understand why." He used his intimidating voice, deep and angry. Milner was a large man, which shouldn't have mattered in the wizarding world, but it still aroused a sort of primal fear in the average wizard. Hebert looked as though he'd asked her about the weather. "I didn't," Hebert said calmly. "And assuming he's actually dead, I don't know who did." "You're lying!" Milner shouted. "Because I'm a Mudblood?" Hebert asked. "I've heard about how the wizarding justice system works. So if I was a rich pureblood who had a daddy with deep pockets, would we even be having this conversation?" Milner's face flushed red and he looked like he wanted to slap the girl. "Learn your place, girl. We've got evidence that you did it. Do you think that the house elves aren't always watching? The paintings. This is Hogwarts, the walls have ears." "Maybe it was an accident," Folly said softly. "Self-defense, even. An old man like that, a young girl like you, but we won't know unless we hear your side of the story." "Which night do you think he disappeared?" Hebert asked. "Thursday," Milner snapped. "I went to class, then I went to the Halloween feast. They had the dancing skeletons, which was fun. I went to the ghost after party, took a bath and then I went to bed. I didn't go anywhere else," Hebert said. The next day was pretty much the same thing without the parties. I've heard about you, Milner said. You've put boys in the hospital. They say you killed a troll, although I'm not sure I believe that. He waited for a moment, as though waiting for her to brag, but she just shrugged as though it didn't matter what she believed. Let me see your wand, he said. She looked at him skeptically. Two men I do not know put me in a room and demand that I disarm myself. They claim to come from an agency that I suspect is overrun with the exact kind of people who have been trying to kill me and other people like me. If it was you, what you do? We could just make you, Milner growled. Could you? She asked mildly. Milner, Folly said uneasily. When the older man turned toward him, Folly gestured downward. Her wand was pointed directly at Milner's crotch. Considering the way that she had supposedly killed the troll, the implication was clear. He quickly stepped back and grabbed for his own wand. She was out of her seat so quickly that Folly was reminded of Moody or some of the Aurors who were known for being lightning fast. You can go to Azkaban for threatening an Auror, girl. Milner said. I'm not threatening you, she said carefully. I'm just being cautious. Two strange men in a room with a little girl doesn't look good. In Muggle America, children aren't interrogated without an adult advocate in the room. Wait, what? An Auror attacks an 11-year-old mudblood. You think the ministry isn't going to start wondering if you're the one who's working with you-know-who? Even if you aren't, what's the implication going to do to your career? Folly relaxed a little, although Milner looked like he was going to have an apoplectic fit. At least she wasn't threatening to cry rape. Or you can just call Professor Snape into the room, and then I'll happily hand my wand over to be checked. Folly glanced at Milner, who looked as though she wanted to hex the girl to death. She was right, though, attacking a muggleborn right now would be political suicide, and they weren't even investigating a murder, just a missing person. Fine, Milner said. But you'll pay for this eventually. The girl smiled at him sweetly, and they both left the room, shuddering. While they might not be able to prove it, there was something seriously wrong with the girl, and Folly wondered if they were going to be the ones to investigate it, or if it needed to be kicked upstairs. Interrogation. Cutting charms and healing, you've cast a lot of those recently, Milner said. He was staring at me with undisguised loathing. I probably shouldn't have threatened to emasculate him, but hearing some of the comments he'd made when he thought no one was listening had irritated me. There was a casual sort of racism in what he said that told me I would never have gotten a fair hearing from him anyway. The thought that my irritability might have something to do with guilt over Filch's death occurred to me, but I put it out of my mind as quickly as I could. I'm a muggleborn in Slytherin, I said. Wouldn't it make sense that those would be the spells I would need the most on a day-to-day basis? Snape was sitting in the back of the room. He hadn't said anything, he'd just stared at all of us with an inscrutable look. He hadn't mentioned my second wand, though, which I took to be an encouraging sign. So you've been attacking purebloods, then, Milner said. You'd have heard about it if I'd attacked anyone recently, I said. I lifted my hands. I'm an ordinary student trying to make my way through school without being attacked. He was still holding my wand in his hands. I carefully kept my hands away from my fanny pack, but I did begin to pull the most dangerous insects I could from the bowels of the castle. Some of them were surprisingly vicious for a school setting, although Winslow had had more of them. There were bugs clinging to the inside of my robes, too, waiting to come out. Stingers to the eyes and the ears and the genitals would distract them enough for me to go for my wand. Cuts to the inside of their arms and wand waving would become difficult. You don't like being attacked, do you? Milner said. I've heard it makes you go all mental. Is that because something happened with you? Maybe your dad did something to you. He was trying to get under my skin. I smiled sweetly. Did yours? His face flushed, and he lunged forward. 5 points from Slytherin, Snape drawled. You will speak to the Aurors with respect. Milner stopped abruptly, as though he'd forgotten that Snape was in the room. Maybe he had. He was still flushed, though, and his breathing was rapid. He was an angry man, and angry men were easy to manipulate. Everyone knew Filch was a little creepy, his partner said. Maybe he came on to you. I'd been trained in basic police interrogation techniques, even though that really hadn't been my job. Folly was pretending to be sympathetic. Most people wanted to tell their story, to explain how it wasn't really their fault. By the time they realized they'd incriminated themselves, they were on their way to jail. There was an implication to his question, and I wasn't certain how to answer it. His question implied that I knew what he meant. In 2011 with the internet there was a good chance that an 11-year-old might have at least some idea. In 1991 though? I hadn't heard any of my same-age classmates talking about sex, but whether that was because they were genuinely innocent of the implications, or because it was a British thing not to talk about sensitive subjects I couldn't be sure. Even the older children didn't talk that much about it, and when they did they tended to use euphemisms. Maybe it was the fact that there were portraits everywhere listening to what they said. My best bet was to pretend that I didn't know what they were saying and to ignore the whole thing. I barely interacted with him, I said, shrugging. I can't say I even knew much about him, except that he had a cat and liked to harass the other kids. So if he'd attacked you, what would you have done? Folly asked. He looked sympathetic, and my overall impression of him was that he was the more sympathetic of the two men. However, his job was to find the culprit, and since I was in fact guilty, I now had to lie. I'd have screamed and gotten some help, I lied. There was a small change in Snape's expression that showed that he knew I was lying, however, the others didn't notice as he was standing behind them and they were staring at me. You're capable of killing by all accounts, Milner said. Took down a full-sized troll with a knife, or at least they say. I had some help then, I said. And I try to be law-abiding. If I started killing off staff, who would be left to teach me magic? No. I'd just get him fired. That touched a nerve with both of them. Had my threat from earlier spooked them? What were the politics in the ministry right now? Losing so many Aurors would make it harder to get rid of the ones they had left, yet it was possible that Voldemort's minions in the ministry were putting the heat on the good Aurors. Threatening to fire them would keep them anxious and on edge, and while that would make them more alert for a little while, long-term it would exhaust them. Some of them might quit on their own, given the right kind of pressure. Is there anyone who can confirm your whereabouts? Folly asked. Ever since I was attacked, the castle has been on an increased alert, I said. The portraits are sleeping in shifts, which means that they would have seen if I had left the Slytherin dorms once I went to bed. Unlike the Gryffindor dorms, the door to Slytherin wasn't guarded by a painting, which meant that no one had noticed the door opening when Filch had entered. A disillusionment charm, Milner began. Do you think that Miss Hebert has mastered a disillusionment charm at her age? Snape asked. And as a muggleborn orphan she does not have the means to purchase an invisibility cloak, nor have there been any reports of any invisibility cloaks going missing in the school. Are there any such cloaks in this school? Milner asked Snape, staring at him challengingly. Not to my knowledge, Snape said. And I would confiscate any that I discovered. Allowing such items would allow children to circumscribe a number of rules as well as get her into mischief. We know you aren't a bad person, Folly said. But everyone can do things in the heat of the moment that they regret. That's true, I said. If they don't think things through and plan ahead. So you're saying that you plan to murder Filch, Milner said. I could see that he was getting frustrated. Real police investigations could take hours. Wearing a suspect down enough would get almost anyone to confess to almost anything. Some people would confess to murder just to get to go home. Their initial approach hadn't been good either. They should have started with ordinary questions, questions about my life, about school. It would have helped them establish a baseline about what I looked like when I was telling the truth so they'd have something to compare it to when I lied. Keeping them off balance had been part of the plan, though. I could tell from the moment they walked in that they weren't real professionals. The fact that they'd been assigned to a missing squib case when actual Aurors were going missing meant that they were likely the equivalent to rookie beat cops. They probably spent their time investigating the wizarding equivalent of noise complaints. Something of my disdain must have slipped out in my expression, because Snape's lips quirked. My own might have followed suit, even though I wasn't sure whether they had or not. You think this is funny? Milner snapped. A man is missing and possibly dead, and you're smirking at us. Mr. Filch was a known alcoholic, I said. People talked about smelling it on him sometimes. Are you sure that he didn't just wander off somewhere to die in a ditch? He didn't look at all well the last time I saw him. Maybe you did it for the attention, Milner said, ignoring what I'd just said. You want to prove that a mudblood is just as good as any pure blood. People do keep saying that you aren't as good at magic. Snape shifted uneasily at the epithet. This entire interrogation was putting him in a difficult situation. If he advocated too hard for me, it would look like he was favoring the mudblood. That would put his position as a spy in jeopardy. If he failed to protect me, it would damage his relationship with the headmaster, and maybe with me. The use of the epithet was a borderline case. That would require that I actually care about what anyone thinks of me, I said calmly. Pure blood, mudblood, those are just made-up words. Power is power, and results speak for themselves. If you and I point our wands at each other and I'm the one that walks away, then doesn't that make me the better wizard? Which, Folly said. And maybe you're just luckier. Isn't that a power in its own right? I asked. I understand that one of the most coveted potions in the wizarding world grants luck. There's something wrong with you, Milner said. Anybody can see it. All of your classmates can see it, they think you are creepy and dangerous. Maybe it finally got to you, and you took it out on the one person in the entire castle who couldn't fight back. I shrugged. You can think what you want, but I've already told you what happened. I went to the party, I took a bath, and then I went to bed. What more do you want me to say? I probably should have tried to act like a distressed 11-year-old, but I wasn't sure that my acting skills were up to it. Snape would be certain that I'd done it in that case, which would be a bigger problem for me in the long term than these two bozos. Even as the interview went on, I was having my bugs move the pieces of filch deeper and deeper into the bowels of the castle. They'd already finished with the flesh, but there wasn't a lot they could do with the splinters of bone I had left other than scatter them in parts of the castle where no one ever went. There were animals that ate bones, tortoises, cattle, bears, but as there weren't any of those animals anywhere within my sensory radius, the best I could do was the equivalent of flushing the bone fragments down the toilet and hope that no one ever noticed in whatever cesspit the toilets washed out to. Even if I'd had a reason to kill Mr. Filch, which I didn't, how would I have done it in a way that no one would see anything? You've seen my wand, so it obviously wasn't magic, and I'm too small to carry someone of Filch's size, which means I'd have had to leave him wherever I killed him. The castle has been searched, and no one has found anything, and there is a lot of evidence that I was exactly where I said I was. For the first time I saw some uncertainty on Folly's face, although Milner still had a stubborn set to his jaw. Isn't it more likely that Filch was taken before he even reached the castle? I said. Aurors are going missing every day. You think that maybe a squib that everybody hated might go missing the same way, maybe just because he irritated someone as a kid who is now dangerous. There was an implication to what I had just said. I could see the moment that Folly got it, but Milner was oblivious. I grinned at Folly, who looked distinctly uncomfortable. Of course, it was the truth within a lie. I was already dangerous, but the more I learned the more dangerous I was going to get. I had a long memory too, although I had chosen to ignore past transgressions more than once. I wasn't feeling particularly forgiving at the moment, though. You're trying to confuse us, Milner spat. I'm an 11-year-old girl, and you are professional aurors, I said. If I'm able to confuse you, what does that say about full-grown criminals? Milner looked like he wanted to hit me, but he glanced back at Snape. If you really have any evidence that I did anything, you should charge me and take me in, I continued. But bringing me in without any evidence might be unwise. And why is that? Miller asked, his face flushing a little. There are those who favor muggleborns over purebloods, I said. And some of them are highly placed. Put an 11-year-old girl in Azkaban for a crime she didn't commit, probably couldn't commit would be seen as a terrible injustice. Even people who don't care about mudbloods get upset when people threaten children because they fear it might be their child next. Miss Hebert, Snape drawled. Kindly refrain from using epithets or I will be forced to assign punishments. It's our word, I said. I know what I am, and I don't care what anybody thinks about it. Folly sighed. She's right, he said. We're not getting anywhere here. Milner scowled, but finally he nodded. This isn't over. I know you did it, and I'll find out how. The question you should be asking yourself is who tipped you off, I said. I've made plenty of enemies, but school children wouldn't have known that Filch wasn't just off on holiday. That means that whoever informed you knew he was missing, maybe even before the staff did. Now who would possibly know that a man had been kidnapped or murdered faster than the people who'd done the deed themselves? Pointing the finger at someone else is a common tactic for criminals, Milner said. It doesn't change the facts. The fact is that you don't have anything on me, and you won't, because I'm innocent, I said. That was apparently that. Both men rose, nodded toward Snape. Milner dropped my wand in Snape's hand and they both left the room. May I see your second wand, Miss Hebert? Snape asked when they were far enough out of the room to be outside of hearing range. I shrugged and pulled it from my fanny pack. Handing it to him, I waited as he checked the spells on it. He eventually handed both of my wands back to me. You are unwise to antagonize them, he said. Aurors have more discretion in our world than they do in the Muggle world, there are fewer rules and they have much more power to make trouble for those they have taken a dislike to. Do you think I don't know that? I asked. But one of them was ready to throw me in the slammer and forget where he left the key. I warned you that certain behaviors could lead to Azkaban, he said. Perhaps you will be more circumspect in the future. I try to stay out of trouble, I said. But trouble keeps coming after me. Did you kill Mr. Filch? He asked after a long moment, as though he was afraid of whatever answer I was going to give him. Killing him would have just caused me a lot of problems, I said. And I had no reason to kill him. Do you think I would just randomly start murdering staff members? I am not entirely certain what you would do, he said. But I do not believe you are randomly malicious. Everything you do serves a purpose. So there you go, I said. Killing Filch would make my life worse, not better, so why would I do it? And if we asked for a pensieve of the night in question? Do you really want to see a boring memory of me taking a bath? I asked, with one eyebrow raised. Other than that, it was pretty much just the parties and the feast like I said. There were people around me at all times throughout the night. What would be the point? I will take you at your word, he said after a moment. But you should listen to mine. Adult wizards have decided that the world would benefit from your absence. They are capable of making that happen. I'm learning as fast as I can, I said. Picking up every spell, learning to fight. In the end it might not be enough, but I plan to go down fighting. What else can I do? Accept help from others, he said. Despite your unconventional methods, you are still a child, and as such are not expected to take on the entire world. I'll take on the entire universe, if that's what it takes, I said. And how can I accept help when everyone seems like they want to either kill or imprison me? Have you considered that it might be your personality? Snape asked dryly. I carefully resisted giving him the finger. I could see that he knew I wanted to, though, and there was a little smirk as he walked out of the room. Caretaker. For a week I thought I was in the clear. There was no further inquiries from the Aurors, and I didn't receive any summons from the Ministry. Filch's bones were all in the sewer system now, with nothing left to incriminate me in the vents. Overall, I'd gotten away with murder, but I didn't feel good about it. I'd told Snape I hadn't had anything against Filch and it was true. He'd been unpleasant, but he hadn't directed any special attention toward me. If anything, he'd been a little more nasty towards the purebloods. Maybe it had been their obvious disdain toward him. Rumors were all over school about what had happened to him. The prevailing theory was that he had been murdered by Voldemort, or possibly a student that he'd annoyed one too many times. People knew I'd been questioned about it, but they seemed to take the fact that I was still at school as proof I hadn't done it. It was a surprisingly progressive attitude, one that would have been more reassuring if I didn't suspect they'd have been just as sure that I had done it if I'd been hauled away. They seemed amazingly credulous, believing everything they read in the papers. I had to keep reminding myself that they existed in a pre-internet world. Content was regulated, and every other provider wasn't lying or attempting to manipulate them in some way. In some ways it was a more innocent time, and I suspect that even the Muggles would be a little more gullible. Did you hear that they've given up on the search for Filch? Hermione asked. Oh. I asked, as casually as I could. We were in the library again, and I was studying the human revealing spell. It was a more advanced version of the Revelio charm, which was considered hard for a second year. It was wickedly useful though. It would reveal secret passages, invisible things, secret messages, and even to reveal the true appearance of someone who had changed their appearance by a spell. There was a third spell that would reveal the presence of spells cast on objects or potions. All three spells were ones I desperately wanted, for obvious reasons. When I'd mastered them, I was going to be casting them every time I took a bath or was in the toilet. They've already hired his replacement. He should be coming to school today. Why she would be so peppy about a new school caretaker I couldn't be sure. I'd always thought of Filch as a janitor, but the house elves had done most of the cleaning. Was he their supervisor, or was he just an extra set of eyes for the staff? What have you heard about him? I asked. Some people are saying he's a criminal. Hermione said. She sounded breathless. That the only reason he's here as caretaker is because it was a choice between this and Azkaban. What did he do? They say he deals in stolen goods. Hermione said. She stared at me. Why are you looking so cheerful all of a sudden? It's good to know people who have connections on the outside, I said. They're watching the owls now, so it's not like I could get anything good through mail order. What could you possibly want to buy that you couldn't get here or through the twins? Snape has a standing order that he is to be informed about anything that I bring into the school. He's got this weird idea that I'm going to blow up the school or something. More like he'd gotten even more cautious since Filch's disappearance, but I didn't mention that to Hermione. I was touched that she'd never even bothered asking me if I'd killed him or not. There had been other students who hadn't been as careful, although I'd simply told them that I didn't know what they were talking about. Clearly the Aurors had been asking witnesses at the school what had happened and I'd just been one more witness. I coughed as I detected someone walking toward the gates. I'd been more cautious about watching what was going on outside since I'd been attacked. I'd also gotten a lot more messy in the bathroom. I made sure to splash water all over the floor and then to keep bugs watching for disturbances in the water. I had them paying more attention to smell and hearing as well. I had an idea for detecting someone who was silenced by listening for the absence of sound in a particular spot. I hadn't quite managed it yet, partially because I needed a silenced target to practice with. That was one more spell I needed to work on. He's just arrived, I think, I said to Hermione. She stared at me, but didn't ask how I knew. I hated to lead her on and make her believe something that wasn't true, but telling anyone was a good way to get myself killed. In this world, every adult cape was capable of being a master, which meant that no one could be trusted with any secrets. There were apparently high-level spells that would keep them from spilling secrets, but it would be years before I was skilled enough to use them. The man walking toward the gate had a familiar look to him. He looked shifty. He was short, with bowed legs and straggly red hair. He was unshaven, and his eyes were baggy and bloodshot. The bugs nearest to him smelled alcohol and tobacco. Most of the most dangerous people I'd met had a way of looking at people in a way that was familiar. It was as though they were assessing everything around them for how threatening they were. They wouldn't dismiss anyone, not even a kindergarten student, because in our world, even that child could have strange and dangerous powers. They might not even be a child at all, there were strangers and changers who could look like someone else after all. This man scanned everything in a similar way, but what he was looking at was different. It was as though he was looking at everything and trying to assess how valuable it was, as though he was planning to drive a U-Haul up to the castle, use an expansion charm on it, and then steal the entire castle blind. I understood people like him, even if I didn't always like them. It was possible that I might even be able to use him. The man was led into the castle by Snape himself, who sneered. Snape waited until he was inside the headmaster's office before he left, as though he didn't trust the man to be alone in the halls. "Love what you've done to the place," the man said as he walked into the office. "This isn't a social call, Mundungus," Dumbledore said quietly. "Someone has done away with Argus Filch and there was an attack on one of the students." "Heard about that, it's the crazy one, right, the Yank?" "Miss Hebert is a complicated person," Dumbledore said. "Which does not please certain parties, who prefer to keep things simple. Don't like her out Slytherin their kids," the man said. He grinned. "Sounds like it'll be good for the little snots. More importantly, I need to know if these incidents are specifically directed toward her, or if they are the beginning of a slow assault on Hogwarts itself. I wouldn't have thought it of Tom, but he has been much more subtle lately than he has been in the past. Killing the muggleborn kids isn't exactly his style," the man said. "Some of the people working for him, though. Whether it is his decision, or simply acts carried out by those in his employ, I need to find out more. To that end, I need you to take over the role of caretaker. Spy on the kiddies." The man asked. "Sounds safer than being out there, right now. It's not just Aurors that are going missing. There's been dealers in questionable items going missing too." "Why would he eliminate dealers in stolen goods?" Dumbledore asked. "They were muggleborns," the man said. "Making a tidy profit trading things with the muggles and selling them to purebloods who wouldn't be caught dead in a muggle shop. It's an underground market, because the Ministry wants us to keep our distance from the muggle world. It's not exactly illegal, but the Aurors are likely to make their unhappiness known about it. I'd suspected that there had to be a certain amount of trade with the muggle world. At the very least food couldn't be created, the small population of wizards wouldn't need that much food in the scheme of things, but it was probably more cost-effective to buy it from the non-magical world than to set up wizarding farms. The Ministry probably had official methods of making those deals, though, and they wouldn't look kindly on outsiders horning in on their turf. Governments tended to be very protective of their power. Anything to isolate us even further from the outside world, Dumbledore said. They refuse to believe that muggles have anything to teach." The man chuckled. "Some of the best fences I know are muggles. You don't have to talk me into thinking they've got brains. Nevertheless, the job as caretaker here will not be entirely without danger," Dumbledore said. "There has been some measure of suspicion in Mr. Filch's disappearance on Miss Hebert. Severus doesn't believe that she would act maliciously, but somebody who can kill a troll isn't somebody to underestimate. I'm not stupid. I wish I could say as much for half of Slytherin," Dumbledore sighed. "I'd hoped that she would lead them to understand that their prejudices against the muggles and muggleborns were unfounded, but instead she seems to have convinced them that they are incredibly dangerous. Might not be the worst message for them to get, if it makes them back off." "Fear and respect are two different things," Dumbledore said. "Fear of what the muggleborn represent is what is fueling Voldemort's rise. Making it worse will only drive them to join him." I felt someone shaking my arm, and I looked at Hermione. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I was just lost in thought," I said. "How are you coming with the Revelio charm?" "It's fascinating," she said. "There are different versions for the different major species. There's one for humans, for goblins, for centaurs. And they are better than the general charm. Why?" "Because they are easier to cast," Hermione said. "Quicker, even though they are more limited in scope. Some people can even cast them silently and wandlessly. So we should probably focus on the human revealing charm, and maybe pick up the house elf charm later," I said. "The Death Eaters wouldn't stoop to using goblins or centaurs." Hermione thought I was studying the spells because of the invisible attack on the school lawn. In a way she was right, even though the attack in the bathroom had been more immediate. "You need to learn these things too," I said. "Because even if you and your family go to Europe for your summer break, I doubt dentists can afford to spend 3 months away from their practice." Hermione scowled. "You know, when I start talking about what my parents do, the purebloods start looking at me like I'm, well, you." I considered that for a moment. Dentists pried people's mouths opened, then forced a drill inside. They sometimes yanked teeth forcibly out of someone's head. Just looking at dentist's tools was like looking at something out of a horror movie. "Maybe you shouldn't bother," I said. "Or just give them the abbreviated version. Just imagine what they'd think about a surgeon cutting people open with a knife, cracking their ribs to expose their still beating heart." It also sounded terrible in the right kind of light. Her eyes rounded. And what about plastic surgeons? Hermione said. I saw a special about them on the telly once, and it looked barbaric even to me. Ripping people's faces off and then pulling it back behind their head so that it wasn't wrinkled anymore, but leaving them looking like some kind of strange mummy? The wizarding world is kind of innocent about some things, I said. And maybe we shouldn't be the ones to enlighten them. The purebloods were already afraid enough of the muggles, although I supposed that there might be some use to be made in those images. It wasn't like wizarding medicine couldn't be used for torture. There were spells that would vanish bones, that would grow teeth to the point that they would crack the skull and kill someone if allowed to continue long enough. A simple episky spell would allow mundane torture to continue long past the time that muggle torturers would have had to quit. Transmute someone's head into that of a shark and leave them in the open air, and they'd begin to suffocate. It would make waterboarding look amateurish, although speaking might be a problem. I sensed someone coming toward us at a high rate of speed. It was Neville, and he seemed to be agitated. Looking up, I saw him walking rapidly toward me. My hand went for my wand, but I didn't lift it. Still I was startled as he lunged toward me and hugged me tightly. What's going on? I asked slowly. He held onto me tightly enough that I was having trouble breathing. You did it. You did it. What did I do? I asked, pushing him away from me. I hadn't been hugged in a long time. It had been years and I had largely forgotten what it felt like. The fact that it felt nice wasn't enough to keep me from feeling uncomfortable with it, especially as it kept my wand arm pinned. My mother is awake, Neville said. He was crying. It took us more than 10 minutes to get the story from him. Apparently Neville's parents had been tortured under the Cruciatus for long enough that they'd basically been driven into a catatonic state. They'd been unable to respond to anyone, and Neville had never really gotten to know them. Madame Pomfrey had used the scans she'd gotten of my own brain to help with their case. Apparently I had a similar pattern in my head, but I'd gotten better, which wasn't something that had ever happened before. She'd told me that there was some evidence of brain damage, but since I seemed to be functioning perfectly fine not to worry about it. Wizarding magic wasn't as advanced on the psychiatric front as in other areas, so this was considered groundbreaking. Furthermore, Dumbledore had suggested using a pensieve, pulling the memories of the torture from their mind over and over. Obliviation didn't really destroy memories, it covered them up. Pensieve memories grew weaker and weaker each time the original was taken without replacing it, like a piece of paper being written on and erased over and over again. Eventually the paper just grew thinner and thinner. Dumbledore had been kind enough to give me the credit for that idea, probably as a way of promoting his muggleborn agenda. She's still not normal, Neville admitted. I went to see her and she has to take calming potions and other stuff, and she still has lapses. But she was able to recognize me, and she talked to me. He seemed excited, so I didn't say anything to burst his bubble. I glanced at Hermione, and saw that she was thinking the same thing I was. It was great that she was having moments of lucidity, but it was possible that where she was now was as good as she was ever going to get. It might even be that she would revert to her former state. Or she might get all the way better. There was no way to know, but seeing the beaming look on Neville's face, I couldn't think of disabusing him of the hope that his family might one day be back together again. It didn't work on my day, he said, looking suddenly dejected. Probably because they tortured him longer, or maybe because he's a male and male brains are different than female. You could always turn him into a woman, I joked weakly. He stared at me. Do you think that would work? Probably not, I said. You could always mention it to the Medi-Witches and see what they say, but I wouldn't get my hopes up. The last thing I needed was to be the one who broke Neville's heart. He'd been loyal to me when he hadn't had to, despite a lot of peer pressure to reject me. That was a sign of inner courage. He reminded me a little of Theo sometimes. He hadn't been raised by Nazis, but he had turned against his own people's native prejudices to look for a better way. I hesitated. While puncturing Neville's enthusiasm might cause him pain now, it would save him pain later. If I was actually his friend, I'd need to be truthful with him. You know this might be as good as it gets, right? I asked slowly. He stopped and stared at me. She might keep getting better. But she might not, I said. But either way, you should treasure the time you have with her. It's a little like she's risen from the dead. For a moment he looked offended, but that look was soon replaced by a thoughtful one. After my mother died, there were times that I'd give the whole world just for 1 more hour with her, I said. Now you've got that chance. If it doesn't get any better than this, then you should enjoy the time you have with her. If it does, then that's the icing on the cake. He nodded after a moment, and then he and Hermione started talking excitedly about the things he was going to tell his mother. As I watched them, it felt nice that there was at least a little good news. I had a curious sense of foreboding, though. The universe didn't seem to like letting me have nice things, not without taking twice as much away. Or maybe I was just as paranoid as people seemed to think I was. I wasn't even sure which was worse. Troll. They want what? I asked. The Daily Prophet wants to interview you, Dumbledore said. The Cruciatus cure is an amazing breakthrough, and the idea that an 11-year-old girl was the one to inspire it has inflamed the imaginations of the readership. I stared at him. I understood what his motive was behind all of this. By reminding the world that a muggleborn had handed a cure to them, he hoped to change hearts and minds. However, the last place I needed to be was in the forefront of everyone's minds. As far as I could tell, I was being targeted by a single Death Eater. Avery had reason to hate me, considering my blood status and the fact that I'd harmed his nephew. But the other Death Eaters didn't seem to be targeting me specifically, they were simply after all muggleborn and I'd been caught up in their net. Putting myself out in the public eye might change that. Avery had presumably seen me when he'd attacked me invisibly, but it was possible that he'd just sent a proxy. Even if that was so, the proxy had to know what I looked like. Did he know that I was an imposer already, or would having a picture in front of him jog his memory? His partner might see it too, and then they'd see that I was a liability. That might make the attacks on me more desperate, and more likely to succeed. After all, how many resources had Avery really expended on me? He'd cast a few spells on a helpless squib, and he'd taken some pot shots at me when the opportunity had presented itself. The polyjuice potion had presumably been to get him up the stairs, in case invisibility and Filch's status as caretaker wasn't enough. He'd whispered in some Auror's ears. Blank polyjuice potions were available for sale in Nocturne Alley. I'd heard some of the upperclassmen sniggering about it. Adding a person's hair at the end, and there was an instant change. As to why they were sold so casually, I couldn't be sure. I chose not to think about the perversions of adult wizards. If the Protectorate had been running the wizarding world, polyjuice would have been illegal, or maybe restricted to Aurors. Here it was taught to everyone as part of their core classes, essentially giving every wizard a stranger rating. It was grueling to make, but I suspected that I'd be able to make it in a couple of years. Most likely I'd buy some if I ever found a dealer. I wasn't sure how expensive it was. Knowing that would help me to understand how much Avery wanted me dead. Do you think that flaunting my presence is going to help my position any? I asked. It's going to be hard enough to escape once the summer comes without them all knowing what I look like. Also, the last thing I need is anything that will make the rest of the kids jealous of me. You? Afraid of bullies? Dumbledore asked, one eyebrow raised. I'd have thought you cherished the challenge. Not being afraid of them doesn't mean that I enjoy being taunted behind my back, when they know that I can hear them, I said. And I can tell that it bothers Hermione to hear them say things too. And yet if no one does anything to change hearts and minds, it will always be like this, he said gently. The world is full of injustice, and most people learn to live with it. It's not until that first brave person steps forward that anything changes. Wasn't it only recently that a young woman refused to give up her seat on a bus in your nation simply because of the color of her skin? Even here in the past, it had been something like 36 years since Rosa Parks had been thrown off the bus. Dumbledore considered that recent? It was like the wizarding world was a fly trapped in amber, stuck in time. Wizards tended to remember the parts of the Muggle world that had existed the last time they'd interacted with it, for most that was when they had been in school. Given the fact that wizards tended to live twice as long as Muggles, and that meant that to someone like Dumbledore, horseless carriages were probably still astonishing. You aren't seriously comparing me to Rosa Parks, I said. Posing for some pictures isn't like starting a movement. She likely didn't think she was starting a movement either, he said. She simply stood up for what is right. Despite your rather complicated history, I believe that you two have a strong sense of how the world should be. He didn't say I had a strong sense of right and wrong. Was that a subtle insult? It just seems like it's asking for trouble, just when things are starting to die down, I said. Why would I want to do this? I could appeal toward your more mercenary side, Dumbledore said. There are people who this cure will help that will be grateful to you if you let them know who you are. How many people could there possibly be that this happened to? I asked. Didn't the Death Eaters kill the people they tortured when they were done? Dumbledore shook his head. They made examples of some people, it was part of their campaign to spread fear in the last war. Death is simple, but being forced to care for an ailing relative for the rest of your life, that is fearful. Given the way our community is so closely related, that means that almost everyone has a relative who is affected, however distant. I haven't heard about a lot of families dealing with something like that, I said slowly. How long did it take young Mr. Longbottom to share what had happened with you? He asked. Most families prefer to take care of their invalids in-house, hiding them away from the world as though it is shameful what they have become. Would it really earn me that much political goodwill? What Dumbledore wasn't saying was that if I ever had to go to trial, having people on my side might make the difference between freedom and Azkaban, or even being kissed. I couldn't keep coasting on my being a child forever. In just a few years I'd be old enough that I'd be just another adult, and if I didn't make friends with those in power I'd be screwed. The thought of getting some political backing was attractive, but was it worth the risk of inflaming Avery and his partner? Screw them. I couldn't keep living my life on the defensive. I needed to go on the attack, and this might be something constructive that I could do. Fine, I said. But I'd prefer not to have any pictures. I am sure they will press for them, Dumbledore said. But we will try to keep your picture off the front page at least. I don't like being manipulated, I said, grimacing as I rose to my feet. When is this going to happen? Within the hour, Dumbledore said. And if I'd said no? I asked. He'd simply assumed that I'd agree, which was more than irritating. It was almost enough to put him on my to-do list. The list was fairly short at the moment. Avery, the Death Eaters, Voldemort, and the hat. I turned to glare at the hat, which simply sat there as though it was a simple piece of felt. I hadn't forgotten what it had done, but figuring out an appropriate response was difficult. I could destroy the hat easily enough. There were more than enough cloth-eating bugs in the castle that I could probably take care of it in a single night, assuming that it wasn't somehow magically protected. But the hat served an important purpose in the school, and destroying the hat would probably make everyone who'd ever gone to school angry. I couldn't afford that, not right now. Yet there wasn't any other leverage to deal with the hat. As far as I could tell, it didn't have friends. It didn't eat, or drink, or do much of anything. It didn't have knees you could break, and the thought of torturing a hat was ludicrous. Dropping it in the sewer might work, but would a hat even care about getting dirty? It didn't have human fears, which made judging what it would find unpleasant difficult. It didn't seem to want anything at all other than to shove kids into houses. It was like trying to intimidate a laptop. Getting it to speak about the others who had been reincarnated was on my list too. I didn't have anything to offer the hat. Maybe a cleaning? How do I know this isn't going to be an excuse to attack me? I asked. Physically or to my reputation? I think it would be best if Miss Skeeter survived her encounter with you, Dumbledore said. I forced myself not to stiffen, and I carefully kept my eyes averted from him. I pushed my emotions into my bugs, and I hoped that no one would notice how agitated they were. Did he know what I had done? What did he plan to do about it? She is not a troll, although some people might disagree. Fine, I said. Where do I meet her? I've arranged for you to meet her in the charms classroom, he said. In light of previous difficulties, I think having a teacher present would be prudent. Who are you trying to protect? Her or me? The welfare of everyone on the premises is my responsibility, he said smoothly. Now perhaps you would like to freshen up. I scowled, then nodded. First impressions were important. I'd had the classes with Glenn Chambers, even though I hadn't really bothered to pay that much attention. At the time I'd been worried about saving the universe, making a good impression with the press hadn't been high on my list. Still, some of the pieces of advice had stuck with me. Being prepared was important. Thinking before you spoke was important, ums and us made you sound stupid. Avoiding jargon was important, you were speaking to the general public, not members of the Protectorate. Keeping answers simple and succinct. The press tended to prefer sound bites anyway, and they were likely to cut what you said down into something the audience could understand anyway. I found my best robe, and I made an effort to make my hair look presentable. Tracy had shown me a spell that made that easy, and I saw no reason not to use it, even though part of me wondered whether I was going to end up bald when I was older because of overusing it. Finding my way to the classroom before the reporter wasn't that difficult. I was following her progress through the castle, after all. She had blonde hair set in elaborate curls. Her spectacles were set with rhinestones. Her jaw was thick and her fingers were even thicker, and the long, red-painted nails on them looked a little like claws. She had a handbag that looked like it was made of crocodile skin. There was something about her that tickled at the back of my mind. Did I recognize her from somewhere? It made me a little uneasy, so I resolved to be on my guard. She was being escorted by Professor Flitwick. She's been one of my best students, he was saying in his squeaky voice. He was moving quickly to keep up with her. Both of my best students this year are muggleborns. That's unusual, isn't it? She asked. The muggleborn lack some of the advantages pure-blood children have, he said. Including the ability to practice magic during the summers. You aren't criticizing that policy, are you? She asked. Her head snapped toward him. The ministry thinks that children can't be trusted not to use magic around muggles, and that it would be a nightmare for the obliviators. No, Flitwick said hurriedly. I was just saying that the common refrain that muggleborn aren't good at magic isn't true at all in my experience. A couple of magical prodigies isn't indicative of a trend, she said reprovingly. Perhaps if you had some proof, the prophet might be interested in looking over your findings. Her tone suggested that she was just being polite, and that they weren't likely to print anything of the sort. I waited calmly until they entered the room. Hello. You must be Taylor. Her voice was higher in pitch, the sound sweet and cloying. It was the kind of speech used to speak to a small child. I nodded, and she reached out to shake my hand. I twisted my wrist slightly so that my hand was on top, and I squeezed tightly. It was a domination display, and I could see in her eyes that she knew it. Without blinking I stared at her. It was also dominant body language, and I'd found that it unnerved people coming from a girl my age. Girls were socialized to be more submissive, even in wizarding culture, especially in their body language. Going against that was sending a message. She pulled her hand away. What do you want to know? I asked. You don't mind if I use my magical quill? She asked. She pulled it out of her bag and set it on one of the tables. I used my bugs to keep an eye on what it was writing. I was standing with my legs slightly spread. I watched her quietly and didn't say anything. Often people would feel compelled to fill the silence and they'd say a lot more than they meant to. Staring at me for a moment, she said, "How did you come up with the idea for the Cruciatus cure?" It seemed obvious to me, I said. When I researched what Pensieves did, it seemed like it would be better at thinning memories than Obliviation, which just covers them up. That's not the only part of the process, the rest was the result of efforts by a team of gifted and dedicated medi-wizards, starting with Hogwarts' own Madame Pomfrey. They used the results of your own brain scans, didn't they? She asked. Which means that you've been through something unspeakable. You can understand why I wouldn't want to talk about that, I said. And why I'm determined that something like that isn't going to happen to me again, or to anyone else. Is that why you have a certain reputation? Reputation? I asked. I knew what she was going for, but I was going to make her say it. For violence, dear, she said. It's said that you've murdered at least one troll, and that you have injured several of your classmates. There are people who are questioning why you are even allowed to continue at this school. Surely you don't believe that, I said. Look at me, do I look like I could kill a troll? She faltered, it was as though she was seeing me for the first time. And besides, if you really believed that I was some kind of psychopath, someone who killed anyone who caused her pain, you doubtlessly wouldn't have your quill writing what's going on that paper over there. I hadn't even looked at it, but I could see what it was writing, and it wasn't flattering. What do you mean, dear? She asked. You aren't afraid of me at all, I said. Which means you don't believe any of that claptrap you are writing. Is this supposed to be a piece about a new medical technique, or are you just trying to write another piece talking about how dangerous the muggleborn are? It doesn't matter what I believe, she said. What matters is what the readers will believe. I think it would be better if you wrote something a little more balanced, I said. I took a small step toward her. Are you threatening me? She asked, sounding almost delighted. Certainly not. I said, making an effort to sound shocked. I was just wondering if certain people had sympathies with enemies of the ministry. You know who I'm talking about, of course. For the first time, she looked actually startled. What are you talking about? Everyone knows what his agenda is, I said. And there may come a point where people are going to have to choose sides. If you choose too soon, it might be something you regret. I'm not on you-know-whose side, she said quickly. Strangely enough, I believed her. Didn't you just say that it didn't matter what the truth is? I asked. It's what people perceive it to be. If people think that you are on the side of Vold, don't say it. She said. Of him, aren't you going to lose half your readers? But people aren't really interested in this, she said, gesturing around us. They want to know the real scoop, about the dangerous muggleborn. If I'm dangerous now, how much more dangerous am I going to be in the future? I deal with dangerous people all the time, she said dismissively. She stood up, seemingly regaining her composure. So you don't want to talk about being cruciate? What about the mystery of your background? No one seems to know anything about you. I'm an orphan, I said. What else is there to know? Oh, why there is no record of your parents being murdered, she said. And why there are no Muggle records of a Hebert family emigrating to Britain over the past year. Where did you come from, and who are you, really? I'm going to publish something, so wouldn't it be better to give us your side of the story? I glanced back at Flitwick, and I felt like grimacing. The last thing I needed was for staff members to be asking those questions. If she put them in the papers, I was in deep trouble.